At the beginning of the episode, a little bit of history is explained. There is a place called Xia Lu, which is home to many clans. However, the two most powerful clans are the Demon Clan and the Human Clan. For the past 100 years, a war has been raging between them. Neither side is willing to surrender. Then, suddenly, the humans proposed a peace agreement. Demon Queen Isabella agreed to sign the treaty. At the same time, in a city on Earth, we see a boy, our protagonist, sitting in front of his computer, playing games. He has headphones on and is connected with other players. All the players acknowledge that he is incredibly skilled at the game. Even though he doesn't take gaming too seriously, he still holds the #1 ranking among players. This is where our hero introduces himself. My name is Xiang Ji. My parents don't live in this city, they work in another country. I don't have many friends here, and since it's summer vacation, I just sit at home all day playing games. Lying on his bed, he sighs, I thought my entire summer would be wasted like this. But little did I know that I would be summoned as a hero to save another world. Just then, a ring around Xiang's neck starts glowing, and he gets transported to another world. As soon as Xiang opens his eyes, he looks at the ceiling and mutters, wait, this isn't the ceiling of my car. Where am I? Standing before him is Demon Queen Isabella. Shocked and scared, Xiang asks, who are you? And what are you doing in my room? The Demon Queen smirks, you fool. This isn't your room. Look around carefully. Xiang starts panicking, have I gone crazy from playing too many video games? Am I hallucinating? To test reality, he slaps himself and realizes, no. This isn't a game, nor is it a delusion. Everything feels too real. In front of him stands an old sorceress, along with several demons who are allies of the Demon Queen. Xiang observes their clothes and thinks, judging by their outfits, I think I've been transported to another universe. The Demon Queen turns to the sorceress and asks, do you really believe this boy is the one from the prophecy? The old sorceress nods and replies, according to the ancient prophecy, the chosen one will be the one wearing the magic ring, the same as the queen's. Xiang, confused, asks, magic ring? Are you talking about this ring I'm wearing around my neck? The Demon Queen's eyes widen, yes. That's exactly the ring we're talking about. At that moment, she lifts her hand, revealing that she, too, is wearing the same magic ring. As soon as she sees the matching rings, she grabs Xiang by the collar and demands, if you re the prophesied hero, why don't I sense any magic from you? You don't have a single trace of magical energy. In fact, you're not even a demon, you're just a human. Xiang, still confused, responds, I have no idea what you talking about. I bought this ring from a street vendor. Hearing this, the Demon Queen is shocked and turns to the sorceress, wait, he bought the ring. Did something go wrong with our summoning spell? Have we summoned the wrong person? Frustrated, she exclaims, I used up all my energy, just to summon this human trash? The old sorceress reassures her, no, our spell was perfect. We summoned the right person. He is the one destined to save our demon clan from the humans. Xiang, still utterly confused, yells, will someone please explain to me what the hell is going on? Who are you people? The Demon Queen glares at him and commands, listen carefully, human trash. You are in the Demon Clan's territory, and I am the Demon Queen, Isabella Osa. On this day, a peace treaty was supposed to be signed between humans and demons. But our High Commander, who is a demon, betrayed us by siding with the humans. She stole a significant portion of my magic from my body. I don't know for what purpose, but one thing is clear, she has joined forces with the humans. 4 of my men sacrificed their lives to save me, and because of this, the Demon Clan has suffered greatly. Humans have completely overpowered us, and soon they will breach the castle. I barely have any soldiers left to protect me. That's why we had to summon you here. Hearing this, Jiang gets lost in his thoughts and says, I think I've been summoned to another world to help a fallen hero. And if I'm thinking correctly, that means I'm the savior of this world, which means I'm a hero. And, it's also possible that after saving this world, I might get to romance the Demon Queen. Jiang turns to the queen and says, I think you should go hide somewhere in the mountains. The Demon Queen replies, do you really think the humans will just let me escape? They have followed us all the way to the castle. We are completely surrounded now. The humans have taken control of the entire area outside this demon castle. Jiang's companions say, we summoned a hero from another world to save the queen. But who knew we'd end up with a useless human trash who doesn't even have magic? At that moment, the queen starts feeling strange. She exclaims, I feel like my power is draining. With a loud scream, all the energy leaves her body. Suddenly, her form transforms into a human body. Seeing this, Mooney, the sorceress, and Cyan are completely shocked. When the Demon Queen turns into a human, she is left with no clothes. Jiang's nose starts bleeding, and he mutters, they're small, but still so cute. The demon queen looks at her body in shock and says, "What happened to me? How did my body turn into a human's?" The old sorceress explains, "I think summoning this hero drained all our energy." The demon queen, now distressed, asks, "How can I face my people when I'm no longer a demon?" The other demon girls angrily say, "This all happened because of that human trash. Let's teach him a lesson." Jiang, now scared and standing at a distance, shouts, "How can you blame everything on me? It's not like I came here by choice." Just then, the castle doors burst open. Several wounded demon soldiers enter and inform the queen, "The human soldiers have almost reached us. They are about to break in. You must escape immediately." Hearing this, the demon queen quickly snatches Jiang's clothes and puts them on. She declares, "The human soldiers have arrived faster than expected. We must fight them." Her female companions say, "We will protect you, but you need to escape." The old sorceress steps forward and says, "Now that you have a human body, escaping will be easier. But never let the humans find out that you were once the demon queen. I will stay behind and hold them off while you escape." The queen protests, "I cannot leave my people behind to die. You all are coming with me." At that moment, the old sorceress waves her staff, activating her magic. A large magical ring appears around them, preparing to teleport them out of the castle. Jiang, however, sees this as an opportunity to run and shouts, "As soon as the humans arrive, I'll ask them for help." The demon girls yell, "Don't let this human trash escape. Catch him." Jiang screams, "Please, leave me alone. I don't want to go with you." But they grab him and drag him along. The old sorceress then says, "I have served the demon kings for 5 generations. Give me this last chance to save my queen." With her final burst of magic, she teleports them away. Just as this happens, the castle gates are broken down, and the human soldiers storm inside. The army is led by Taurus Angus, the regent, acting as king in place of the young ruler who has yet to ascend the throne. Since the king is too young, the regent makes all the decisions in his place. The regent asks the sorceress, "Where is the demon queen?" The sorceress simply smiles in response. At the same time, the scene shifts to the demon queen's castle, where it is shown that she and her companions have teleported to a place not too far from their palace. The queen looks around and says, "We are not far from our palace. Look, it's right in front of us." She continues, "The human soldiers must be nearby. We need to leave here quickly." She then turns to her companions and says, "We don't have time to mourn our fallen comrades right now." One of her allies replies, "I am not that weak. Do you really think I will start crying at a time like this?" She clenches her fists and vows, "But I promise I will avenge the deaths of all our soldiers." As they move forward, an enemy soldier standing above them spots them. He immediately informs the rest of his squad. Soon, a group of soldiers arrives, aiming their bows. "We have found the rest of the demons," one of them yells, and without hesitation, they start firing arrows. One arrow hits one of the demon queen's companions. Xiangshu, another ally, panics and exclaims, "You, bleeding." "We need to," but the injured girl interrupts him, her expression darkening. "The humans have found us," she mutters. Suddenly, a rain of arrows descends upon them as the human soldiers launch a full-scale attack. The demon queen's female warriors quickly step forward and say, "Your Majesty, take the hero and leave. We will hold them off here." In the distance, more human soldiers rush forward, roaring like beasts. One of them shouts, "The captain said we'll get 20 gold units for every demon head we bring back. Let's see who can collect the most." The girl who was struck by an arrow winces in pain. Gritting her teeth, she looks at Xiangshu and says, "Listen to me, you human trash. Normally, I wouldn't rely on you. But promise me that you will protect our queen. That's my last request, do you?" Jiang replied, "Okay, I will protect her." Jiang moved forward, held the hand of the demon queen, and told her, "We have to leave quickly." The queen, angrily, told him, "Leave my hand. I have to fight here with my soldiers. I cannot leave them here to die." Jiang argued, "If you stay to fight, you will also die because you do not have your powers. Run with me quickly." The queen, once again, resisted, "I would prefer to die rather than leave my soldiers to die here while I run away." This time, Jiang shouted, "Has your brain gone to graze grass? All these people are sacrificing their lives for you. If you also die, what was the point of their sacrifice? If you stay alive, you can take revenge for their deaths. But if you die here, their sacrifice will be in vain." Hearing this, the queen calmed down a bit and agreed to go with him. However, as she looked back with tearful eyes, human soldiers were attacking her companions with swords, shouting, "This demon's head is mine." The soldiers fought like savages. One soldier said to another, "We are going to kill him anyway. Why not have some fun first?" Seeing this, the demon queen started crying but continued moving forward with Jiang. A little ahead, 3 more soldiers appeared and surrounded them. One of the soldiers said, "They look human to me, but their clothes are different. Maybe they were once slaves of the demon clan." The second soldier asked, "Should we kill them?" Hearing this, the queen got angry, freed her hand from Jiang, and stepped forward to kill them. She was about to strike a soldier when Jiang quickly grabbed her from behind and, laughing, told the soldier, "She got very excited to see humans, that's why she was rushing to hug you." The soldier remarked, "I've heard that the demon tribe erases human memories. After that, they become their slaves and start fighting against human soldiers. If that has happened to you too, we'll consider you part of the demon army and kill you as well. I don't know if the captain will reward us for your heads or not." One of the soldiers stepped forward and said, "It doesn't matter whether their memories were erased or not. They were still slaves of the demons. I just need to kill them." Seeing this, Jiang panicked and thought, "These people are even willing to kill their own kind." Jiang quickly placed his hand on the queen's head, bent her down, and said to the soldiers, "You guys are mistaken. We haven't been brainwashed. Actually, when this girl was young, the demon clan captured her and abused her, which is why she's mentally unstable. The demon clan tortured both of us a lot. Please, let us go." The queen, furious, whispered to Jiang, "You made the queen of the demon clan bow before humans. How dare you? I will definitely kill you one day." Jiang whispered back, "Stop your nonsense. You are not a demon queen here. You don't even have enough power to fight me, so stay quiet if you want to stay alive. If you survive, you'll get your chance to kill them all later." Laughing again, he told the soldier, "See? She has completely lost it. She thinks she's the queen." The soldier, ignoring him, said, "I don't care how much injustice you've suffered. I just want to know if I'll get a reward for cutting off both of your heads." The second soldier interrupted, "But there are 3 of us and only 2 of them. How will we divide the reward?" The third soldier suggested, "Why don't we do this? Whoever kills them first gets the entire reward." Jiang pleaded, "Please, just let us go." The soldier moved forward, raising his sword to strike when suddenly another soldier, riding a horse, arrived from another unit. He commanded, "Stop right there." The soldiers were shocked. One whispered, "If he sees us here, we'll be in trouble." But as the rider approached, they realized, "He's not from our squad. He belongs to another unit." The soldier was dressed in white, a uniform of the White Dragon squad, while the others were from the Red Dragon unit. One of the Red Dragon soldiers scoffed, "We came here to kill these demons. You White Dragon people came to help us, so stay out of this." The soldier on the horse was the captain of the White Dragon unit. He sternly told them, "I heard everything you said. Now, get out of here and find your leader. I won't report this to him." One of the soldiers hesitated, "But you are from the White Dragon unit. You don't have authority over us." The captain smirked, "I am the captain of my unit. That means soldiers like you will obey me. Now, leave, quickly." The soldier, scared, stammered, "Oh, okay, I understand. We are leaving." The 3 soldiers ran away. Jiang sighed, "Those small fries left. But now we are stuck with their strongest captain. This is even worse." The captain dismounted his horse and introduced himself. "My name is Sophie Sass. I am the captain of the White Dragon unit." Sophie Sass then questioned them, "When did the demon clan capture you both and make you their slaves?" Jiang, trying to remain calm, laughed nervously, "Captain, you arrived just in time to save our lives. If you had been a little late, those soldiers would have killed us." The captain unsheathed his sword and pointed it at Jiang. "Answer what I asked you." Jiang was terrified. The queen, unafraid, shouted at Sophie Sass, "If you want to kill us, then do it now. Why come again and again to threaten us?" Jiang groaned, "Why can't she keep her mouth shut for a while?" Turning back to Sophie Sass, he quickly replied, "I think. I was 5 years old when they captured me." Sophie Sass asks Jiang, "What work did they make you do in the Mantrai?" Jiang replies, "I have spent my whole life only playing games. I did not do any other work except this. Now, what should I tell her?" Jiang then tells him, "In the Dim clan, I used to help them with cooking. And this girl is my wife, she was also caught as a slave by the Dim tribe." Sophie Sass says to him, "If that's the case, then where are your clothes? Why are you roaming naked?" Hearing this, Jiang gets scared and thinks, "What should I say now? This queen has snatched my clothes. I can't say this to her." At the same time, the captain steps forward, takes off his robe, and puts it on Jiang. He then says, "I think maybe those Dims must have snatched your clothes when you tried to run away from there." Jiang, blushing, says, "This is very cute and very good." Sophie Sass looks at both of them and says, "You people have tolerated slavery for a long time. Now come with me, I will take you home." The queen interrupts, "Which house? Where do you want to take me?" Jiang quickly puts a hand over her mouth and whispers, "Can't you keep your mouth shut for a while?" At the same time, another soldier arrives and tells the captain, both the red and black dragon units are going back. Tell us what we have to do. Sophie Sass sighs, it means we are late. Behind her, the queen bites Jiang's arm and threatens, if you try to do such a thing again, I will kill you first. Jiang replies, I am doing everything to save your life. We have to obey them so that you can stay alive. And please, do not reveal your identity in front of them. The queen scowls, I am not going to the human tribe with him. If I go there, these people will never let me come back. Jiang argues, if you die here, then you will never go anywhere again. So just come quietly with me to the human tribe. The captain turns to the soldier and orders, if I have no more work here, then go and tell all the soldiers of the unit that we are going back. Sophie Sass nods, yes, let's go back. In the other scene, they arrive outside a massive castle. Jiang is shocked and scared. The place where humans live. Its walls are so huge. He exclaims. Jiang and the queen are sitting on the same horse. The queen raises an eyebrow and asks, do you really need to hold me so tightly? Jiang replies nervously, I have never sat on a horse before. That's why I am scared. Looking around, he explains, the human settlement is a great place where one can live in all 4 seasons. There is no difference between winter and summer. The walls are so high that no one can enter inside. High-power cannons are installed within the walls. Some high-level magicians also guard the perimeter. As the gates open, all the soldiers march inside. Jiang observes the people around him and comments, the people here dress very differently. And look, when they see the soldiers, they bow down. That means they respect their soldiers. Jiang then introduces himself, my name is Jiang, and my wife's name is Jibi. Sophie Sass raises an eyebrow, the names of both of you are very strange. Did the sons of Deem change your names? Do you even remember your real names? Jiang shakes his head, no, I don't remember anything before I was caught by Deem. Sophie Sass probes further, do you remember your family? Where do they live? Before Jiang can answer, a soldier suddenly shouts, Captain, look ahead. The son of the regent is coming. A man stands ahead, laughing. The name of the regent's son is Tolsbury, whispers a soldier. The captain immediately commands, all soldiers, descend the stairs and return to the royal palace. Jiang looks at the man blocking their way and asks, who is this guy? The queen narrows her eyes, judging by his clothes, he seems to be part of the royal family. Jiang smirks, looking at his face, he seems like a fool from the royal family. A nearby soldier panics and warns, don't talk like that. If he hears you, it will be troublesome. He is the regent's eldest son. Jiang turns to the soldier, so, what you re-saying is that he is more powerful than the captain. He has more authority than him? The soldier nods, yes. Never try to compare these two. If someone hears you doing this, you will be severely punished. The regent is acting as the king here because our real king is still very young and cannot make decisions himself. So, in his place, we have appointed a regent, this boy's father. In this human colony, the regent holds the highest power. He also commands the most soldiers. Hearing this, the queen scoffs, he's not that strong. If I had my magical powers, I would kill him in an instant. The soldier turns pale and hisses, tell your wife to keep quiet. If someone hears her, both of you will be executed. Jiang sighs, don't worry. If she says something like that again, I'll slap her on the head. Cephesus steps forward, bows before Buri, and addresses him as, Your Highness. Buri looks at Cephesus and says, I thought my father had returned. As soon as the gates opened, I came here. But how was I supposed to know that useless white dragon members had arrived instead? I even made arrangements to welcome my father. Cephesus replies, there's something I don't understand. The white dragon unit was sent to make the queen sign the peace treaty, but why did he personally go there with the red dragon and blood dragon teams? Buri laughs and says, because my father had a different plan. He wanted to kill the demon queen, so he sent worthless people like you first. Are you questioning our king's decision? Just as Cephesus is about to respond, his father arrives and says, he only wants to know whether these were truly the king's orders or if they were regent's orders. Cephesus' father, Guru Rita, is an imperial leader. Guru looks at Master Guru and asks, Master Guru, what are you doing here? Weren't you supposed to assist the king with his studies today? Master Guru replies, I heard that your father is returning after achieving a great victory. So, I came here to welcome him. Then, looking at Guru, he adds, but it seems like you are here to interrogate him instead. Master Guru chuckles and says, I would never even think of doing that. Jiang asks the soldiers, wait, is Cephesus' father some big shot too? One of the soldiers responds, the captain's father is the only imperial leader of this palace. Not only that, but he is always by the king's side. Both Master Guru and the regent hold great influence, which is why they are constantly engaged in political battles. Upon hearing this, a character comments, "These people are completely useless. They're always fighting among themselves." Jiang smirks and replies, "You're talking as if your own people have never betrayed you." At that moment, soldiers standing on the walls start beating the war drums. Buri becomes extremely excited and exclaims, "Open the gates. That means my father is arriving." Jiang asks a soldier, "When we returned, why didn't they beat the drums for us?" The soldier replies, "Because they consider us useless since we belong to the White Dragon unit." As the gates open, the regent enters with his army. He has demon heads hanging from his hair. Seeing this, the queen becomes extremely angry. Jiang steps forward, places his hand on her shoulder, and says, "Calm down. Don't go any further." The queen stops right there. After a short while, Regent's horse passes in front of her. Seeing him, the queen becomes even angrier and says, "One day, I will definitely avenge my friends' deaths." As soon as Regent arrives, he looks at Master Guru and says, "Are you here to welcome me as well?" Master Guru laughs and replies, "You did a great job today, but unfortunately, I can't let you rest. We also have to go meet the king." Regent responds, "I was already on my way to meet the king so I can present my report on everything that happened today." At that moment, Buri steps forward, calling out to his father. Regent looks at him angrily and warns, "If you ever act like this again, I will kill you." Buri becomes extremely frightened. Regent then commands, "Get out of here immediately." Buri nods and says, "All right, I understand." Jiang turns to the queen and says, "This man truly looks like a warlord." The queen asks, "What is a warlord?" Jiang explains, "In our world, a warlord is someone who possesses immense power and controls everyone as per his wishes. In the end, he ensures that his son becomes the king." He then shakes his head and says, "Anyway, forget about this. Right now, we need to figure out how to get you out of here." The queen declares, "One day, I will definitely escape from here, but I will never let him go. I will definitely kill him." Just then, a soldier approaches them and says, "Our captain has gone to the royal palace with his father. He has instructed me to take you both to his residence. Come with me." As they head toward the residential area, Jiang is stunned upon seeing the captain's house and exclaims, "Does a captain really get such a huge house?" The queen scoffs and says, "You worthless man. You haven't seen anything yet." Then, both of them enter the grand palace. There, a girl approaches them and asks, "Are you the captain's guests?" Her name is Alina. She is accompanied by several other girls. Alina smiles and says, "We take care of this massive house. The captain has instructed us to ensure his guests are well taken care of." Seeing this, Jiang becomes overjoyed and comments, "Wow. The captain sure has a great setup." Helena asks them, "You both must be exhausted and hungry, right?" Jiang, excitedly, replies, "Yes. I am starving." The queen, however, frowns and asks, "Don't you find all this strange? Why is a captain treating us, the slaves of the demon clan, so well?" Jiang shrugs and says, "There's no need to overthink it. Just go with the flow. If they wanted to kill us, they would have done it already." The girls then take them to a room, while Helena watches them suspiciously. Meanwhile, Regent and Master Guru arrive to meet the king, who is just a small child. The king, delighted, says to Regent, "You did a great job today. Now that our conflict with the demon clan has been resolved, what reward do you wish for?" Regent respectfully replies, "Serving you is my greatest honor. I do not need any kind of reward." At that moment, Master Guru speaks up and says to the king, "Regent does not deserve a reward for what he did today. He deserves punishment." Master Guru continues, "Your orders were clear. We were supposed to negotiate with the demon clan and sign a peace treaty. That is why White Dragon Roof was sent first. But before they could even arrive, Regent reached there first, broke the treaty, and even killed the demon queen." He then adds, "Because of Regent's actions, not only has your name been tarnished, but we also face serious danger in the future. The surviving members of the demon clan will surely seek revenge against us. And as I have come to know, the queen was not killed, she escaped. If the queen returns and comes for revenge, who will be responsible then?" King tells Master Guru, "You are overthinking this. I believe Regent must have had a strong reason for his actions." Regent steps forward and says, "I do have a significant reason, which I would like to share with you." Regent continues, "When we decided to make a pact with the demon clan, the queen's commander, her right hand, Lillian, sent me a message. She proposed that if we remove the queen from power, she could take her place. Once she becomes the new queen, she promised to sign an agreement with us, strengthening our relationship even further. Now that both the demon king and the queen are out of the picture, Lillian has become the new queen of the demon tribe. Since the previous queen has disappeared, the agreement with her has been cancelled. I have signed a new agreement with the new queen." He hands over a document to a servant and says, "Rhines, please check this." Everything written here benefits the human clan. The servant takes the document to the king. After reading it, the king is overjoyed and says, "You have done a remarkable job, Regent. This kingdom will always be grateful to you." Master Guru, however, expresses concern. The previous demon queen's family has controlled the demons for generations. Suddenly replacing her with a traitor doesn't sit well with me. Hearing this, the king sternly replies, "There is no need for further discussion. I have heard enough." Master Guru falls silent. The king then announces, from this day forward, Regent will have full authority. He can proceed with his plans as he sees fit. Regent and the Black Dragon unit's captain both rejoice. The scene shifts to the demon queen, Isabella, bathing in a pool. She looks at her human body and sighs, "Even if I return to my tribe, they won't recognize me. I am trapped in a human body. Does this mean I have to spend the rest of my life among humans as one of them?" Meanwhile, in another room, Jiang is also bathing. He seems cheerful and says, "Finally, I can relax here." But then, deep in thought, he mutters, "No, I can't relax just yet. I need to figure out how to return to my world." Holding his ring, he wonders, if this ring brought me here, maybe it can take me back as well. I don't want to spend the rest of my life in this world. I must return home. He recalls his first encounter with the demon queen and thought it would be an exciting adventure. But after witnessing so many deaths up close, he feels terrified. If I die in this world, where will I go? Will I return to my world? He questions. Realizing the ring's importance, he decides, I should wear this ring at all times. Just as he is about to put it on, Sophie walks in. She, too, is undressed and has come to bathe. Jiang turns around in shock and exclaims, "Captain, you're back?" Seeing the captain without clothes, he panics and blushes. The captain, unfazed, says, "Since you're here, let's bathe together." Jiang, now extremely nervous, hesitantly agrees, "All right, let's bathe together." Embarrassed, he sinks deeper into the water. At that moment, he remembers Isabella's words, "Why is the captain being so friendly with us?" Jiang starts getting suspicious. Seeing him like this, I feel like something is off. Could he be planning something? Jiang sits down to bathe with Saphisa's. Seeing many scars on Saphisa's body, Jiang says, "I think these scars must have come from battles during the war." Saphisa's asks Jiang, "Have you gotten used to this place or not?" Hearing this, Jiang becomes even more nervous and, blushing, says, "What kind of question is that?" "Well, I'm completely fine here." Saphisa's replies, "Good, then. Tomorrow, I'll send my soldiers to search for your family." Jiang is shocked and asks the captain, "Are you really going to help us find our family?" Saphisa's nods and says, "Yes, I want to help you. But the information you've given me is very little. I don't even know if my people will be able to find your family or not. Do you remember anything else about them?" Jiang shakes his head. "No, I don't remember anything." Jiang starts thinking, is he really helping me, or is he just trying to extract information from me? Saphisa's then says, "I also had a younger brother who was just your age. Years ago, the demon clan kidnapped him, and I haven't seen him since. His name was Safasek. Have you ever seen him among the demon tribe?" Jiang hesitates, wondering how to answer. He finally says, "There were many slaves there, so it's really hard for me to remember each one. Maybe your brother was there, but I don't know for sure." Saphisa's asks, "By the way, what do demons do to humans when they capture them?" Jiang replies, "They beat us a lot and make us work, but I never saw much of the outside. I was kept inside the kitchen ever since I was little." Jiang thinks, maybe this is why he's being nice to me, so he can get information about his brother. Saphisa sighs and says, "I hope my brother is still alive, and that one day, we'll meet again." To encourage him, Jiang says, "Hey, even though we were slaves of the demons, the food there was really good. Your brother must have grown up by now and become really strong." Hearing this, Saphisa smiles and says, "I hope so. Now that the peace treaty between Xanu and the demons has been signed, we can ask them to release our captives." Jiang frowns. "But we attacked them. Why would they release our prisoners?" Saphisa's replies, "Regid told me that a new queen has risen in the demon clan, and we've formed a new agreement with her." Jiang is stunned. That traitor has become the demon queen? I need to inform Isabella about this. Immediately, Saphisa's explains, "Right now, the only one who is negotiating with the demon tribe is Regent. No one else has been able to speak with them." Jiang sighs. "Since my father is against the Regent, he won't help us find my brother. But I still hope that one day, I'll reunite with him." Saphisa's stands up and says, "Thank you so much for encouraging me. That's why you don't need to call me team leader or captain. Just call me Saphisa's." After finishing their bath, they step out. Helena starts leading Jiang to his room. Jiang mutters, "Something is off. Isabella is definitely hiding something big." Helena stops in front of a door and says, "This is your room. Please go inside." Jiang thanks her and enters, but as he walks in, he keeps glancing at Helena and, blushing, thinks, I wish this girl could be my girlfriend, she's just too cute. As soon as Jiang enters the room, he sees Isa Pella changing her clothes. His nose starts bleeding, and he stammers, What are you doing in my room? Isa Pella steps forward, closes the door behind her, and whispers, You fool. Don't call me by my real name. We're being watched. Jiang is confused. That's not true. I just had a really good conversation with the captain, and I don't think he was interrogating me at all. Isabella says to him, I am talking about that maid, Helena. Didn't you see? She's keeping an eye on us because we both slaves of the demon tribe. That's why they can't fully trust us. Jiang replies to Isabella, but why did they put both of us in the same room? The queen says, this is all your fault. You kept telling the captain that we remarried, and that's why they put us in the same room. Jiang asks her, do you think Helena is checking whether we actually married or not? Someone responds, yes, that's exactly the case. If they find out that we lied to them even a little, they won't believe anything we say. I feel like someone is still eavesdropping outside the door. At that moment, the scene shifts to show Helena outside the door, pressing her ear against it and listening to their conversation. To mislead her, both of them start their drama. The queen begins yelling at Jiang, creating a loud scene. Hearing the commotion, Helena blushes and hurriedly walks away. The queen turns to Siang and says, I think Helena has left. But Siang, still flustered, continues talking. Annoyed, the queen glares at him and warns, if you act like this again, I'll kill you. Jiang smirks and says, if you not happy with just pretending, we can stop the act and make it real. Hearing this, the queen gets furious and punches him hard. Then she declares, tonight, you will sleep on the floor. I am sleeping on the bed. She then warns him, if you even try to pull anything while I'm asleep, I swear I'll erase your existence from this world. Siang defensively says, do I look like that kind of guy to you? I won't do anything. Just go to sleep. Later, Jiang asks Isabella, you brought me into this world, right? Can you send me back? The queen replies, no, I have no idea how to do that. Even our old sorceress doesn't know how to send you back. Hearing this, Jiang thinks for a moment and then says, give me your ring. I think I might be able to use it to return. Isabella takes off her ring and gives it to him. Siang also removes his ring, places both of them on the ground, and sits in front of them. He folds his hands and starts chanting, please send me back. Please send me back. He keeps doing this for 10 minutes, but nothing happens. Frustrated, he suddenly yells, why isn't this working? I need to go back. He then turns to the queen and asks, did your old sorceress cast a curse on me when I came here? The queen explains, the magic that brought you here is ancient, and even our sorceress doesn't know how to read it. But there are some old people in the demon tribe who might be able to decipher it. Hearing this, Siang gets even more anxious and says, that means my way home goes through the demon tribe. If I want to return, I must go there and ask those elders about the magic. He then sighs and says, all right, take your ring back. But when he looks at the queen, she has already fallen asleep. He stares at her for a moment and thinks, she looks so cute while sleeping. Normally, she's always angry, but right now, she looks really adorable. At that moment, the scene shifts. Cephesus stands by his room's window, looking outside. Helena approaches him. Cephesus asks her, were you keeping an eye on them? Helena responds, yes, master. I was watching them because they came from the demon tribes. We cannot trust them. Cephesus steps closer, places his hand on her waist, and says, next time, don't do anything without my permission. Blushing, Helena replies, but I don't understand, master. Why did you bring those people into our home? Cephesus sighs and explains, when I first saw that boy, he reminded me of my brother. That's why I brought both of them home. I thought maybe he could be my brother, Sophosek. As he speaks, a rare smile forms on his face. Helena gently places her hand on his cheek and says, it's been a long time since I've seen my master smile like this. Cephesus looks into her eyes and asks, are you happy because of me too? Helena smiles and replies, yes, I am very happy for you. Suddenly, Cephesus pushes her onto the bed and says, tonight, stay with me. Don't leave. What happens next? Well, you can imagine the rest. The next morning as Jiang wakes up, he looks around and realizes that Isa is not on the bed. Curious, he opens the door and finds Helena standing outside. Good morning, Helena greets him with a warm smile. She holds a set of clothes in her hands and says, Master Cephesus has sent these special clothes for you. Please wear them. Jiang takes the clothes and puts them on. Then, he asks Helena, do you know where my wife went? Helena replies, she is training with Master in the backyard garden. Jiang and Helena step outside. As they reach the garden, Jiang is astonished by its vast size. This garden is enormous. If you weren't here, I would have gotten lost, he exclaims. In the distance, they spot Cepheus practicing archery. He is an exceptional archer, and every arrow hits the target with perfect precision. Jiang is amazed and says, "You are an incredible archer." Cepheus smirks and asks, "Would you like to give it a try?" Jiang hesitates, shaking his head. "No, I'm not as talented as you. I don't know anything about archery." Cepheus chuckles and says, "Is that so? But your wife seems quite talented. Look at her." Jiang turns to see Isa skillfully shooting arrows, hitting every target with remarkable accuracy. Watching her, Jiang smiles and says, "She may not have magical powers, but her skills are still intact." At that moment, Helena approaches them and says, "Master, breakfast is ready." The three of them sit down at the dining table. As they eat, Cepheus looks at Jiang and Isa and says, "You both were slaves to the demons for a long time. Have you adjusted to this new life yet?" Jiang laughs and replies, "No worries. I am used to living like this." Jiang then looks at Cepheus and says, "You have helped us so much, but we cannot stay here forever. We don't want to be a burden to you." Cepheus shakes his head and says, "There's no need to think that way. If you both wish, you can stay here permanently. I've assigned Helena to take care of you both. She will also help you learn how to live among humans." Jiang wonders, is he planning to keep us here forever? Queen Isa then steps forward and says, "We want to live our new lives freely. We won't cause you any more trouble." Cepheus says, "I don't find this difficult at all. I just want both of you to stay here and work in this kingdom so that you can contribute to this city as well. I am looking for a job for both of you, but if you prefer, you can work inside this palace itself. I can hire Jiang as my cook. I love to taste the food he prepares." Hearing this, Jiang becomes extremely anxious and says, I only know how to play video games. How am I supposed to cook?" At that moment, the queen stands up angrily and says, "Enough. Rather than working in the kitchen, I'd rather return to the demon tribe." Jiang panics upon hearing this and says, "Why are you trying to provoke Cepheus?" Cepheus asks, "What do you mean? Explain yourself." The queen replies, "When I was in the demon tribe, I heard many stories about how humans lived here. The stories say that humans used to be extremely weak and were terrified of demons. Because of this fear, they began searching for dragons to protect them. The dragons then taught humans how to build settlements and also taught them magic so they could fight against the demons. As a result, even today, you all use the word dragon in your unit names, like White Dragon and Blade Dragon. The human king has 7 types of armies, each with a flag of a different dragon color. Among them, the 2 most powerful army units are the Black Dragon and the Red Dragon." The queen continues, "The point of my story is that if a human wants to earn money, instead of working, they often choose to join the army. But to join the army, there are 2 paths. First, you need to undergo training and prove that you are worthy of joining. The second path is to have a diploma, which is granted by a special school here. According to legend, the headmaster of that school, Kuma, is 500 years old. He has so much experience and expertise that he has reached a god level of power. It is also said that the teachers of that school, when combined, are strong enough to defeat thousands of soldiers." After saying all this, the queen turns to her officer and says, "I want to join that school. I want to enroll as a student. I want to learn swordsmanship and magic so that I can become even stronger." Cepheus asks her, "Have you really decided to join the school?" The queen firmly replies, "Yes. I want revenge, and for that, I must join the school." Cepheus is shocked by the mention of revenge. Jiang says, "We want revenge against the demons. We will kill all those demons who tormented us for so many years. By doing this, we can also free many other slaves who are still suffering." Hearing this, Cepheus responds, "If you two are seeking revenge, then I won't allow you to join the school." Jiang asks, "But why?" Cepheus explains, "War isn't that easy. Do you think killing someone is simple? I think you should stay here until we find your family." Cepheus starts to leave, but Jiang blocks his path and says, "I have another reason." Cepheus asks, "What reason?" Jiang replies, "Yes, we want to enroll in the school so we can become much stronger. After that, we can help you. Your father and Rigid are both working for the betterment of humanity. We want to study at that school to gain skills so we can also contribute to this kingdom. You saved our lives, and we want to repay that debt." The queen, listening to him, says, "He looks so weak, yet he speaks such big words." Jiang sighs and says, "We used all the best words from my dictionary. Now, I don't even know if he will agree or not." Sophisas steps forward, places his hand on Jiang's shoulders, and says, "You are really kind. I never thought you cared so much about me." Jiang, nervous, thinks to himself, did he really agree with me? Or have I lost my mind? The queen turns to Sophisas and says, "We are neither from the royal family nor residents of this city. How will we even get admission into that school? Right now, you, the only one who can help us." Sophisas reassures them, "Don't worry about that. I'll make sure both of you get admitted. Besides, you both have a lot of potential. If you study hard, you can do great things for this country." Then he turns to Jiang and says, "But you have no talent. I don't even think you'll qualify for admission." Jiang smirks and says, "Wow, Captain has sharp eyes. How did he figure out so quickly which one of us is better?" Captain tells Jiang, "You don't need to worry. That school also teaches cooking. I think you should learn culinary arts." Jiang, crying internally, replies, "But I don't even know how to cook. I lied about that." A little while later, they arrive outside the school. Sophisas tells them, "The classes started 2 months ago, but I'll enroll both of you as transfer students." Jiang becomes extremely happy and excitedly says, "Then we'll go straight to learning swordsmanship and magic." Sophisas shakes his head and says, "No, you won't be directly taught swordsmanship or magic. That depends on you. The school has 2 main branches, magic and swordsmanship, but there are a total of 9 branches. You will be assigned to one of them. But before that, you must take a test, which will be conducted by a teacher. If you pass, then it will be decided which branch you'll be placed in." Hearing this, Jiang panics and thinks to himself, "Oh no. The only thing I know is playing video games. That means I won't be able to pass any test." Sophisas reassures him, "Don't worry. The teachers don't use direct methods, meaning you won't be tested on swordsmanship with actual sword fighting. They have their own ways. You just need to believe in yourself. Now go and take the test. I'm leaving one of my soldiers with you. He will take you inside." Jiang looks at Sophisas and asks, "Aren't you coming in with us?" Sophisas replies, "No, I have to go meet the king with my father. If you both pass the screening test, you will be given accommodation. But if you fail, I will take you back home, so don't worry." Jiang looks at the school and thinks, "What? This is going to be my first test in this world. But I have never passed a single test in my own world." Inside the academy, a teacher is conducting a class for the close combat branch, where students are taught hand-to-hand combat. The teacher is holding a cage with a tiny bird inside and has a large statue beside him. The students are sitting in front of him as he announces, "Today, I will teach you all about the art of wind and how to master it. But before that, you must learn how to use shadow strength." The teacher calls one of the students, Esfali, and says, "Come up here and demonstrate in front of everyone." He then hands Esfali a small stone and instructs, "Close your fist around this stone, then punch that statue with full force." Esfali steps forward and strikes the statue with all his power. The other students cheer excitedly, "Wow! That was incredibly powerful." The teacher then tells Esfali, "Open your fist." As soon as Esfali opens his hand, the stone inside has turned into fine dust. The teacher explains, "Your strike was so powerful that it crushed the stone in your hand. But if you truly want to master shadow strength, you must learn to strike without breaking the object in your hand." The students start murmuring, "That's impossible. How can we punch while holding something and not break it?" Esfali protests, "Teacher, this is too difficult. We can't do this." The teacher smirks, opens the cage, and takes out the tiny bird. He holds it in his clenched fist and says, "Watch closely." Then, with immense power, he punches the statue. Boom! The entire statue is obliterated. The students gasp in shock. Then, the teacher slowly opens his hand, and the tiny bird is still alive. It flutters out and angrily scolds the teacher before flying away. Esfali, amazed, exclaims, "How did you do that? Teach me too." Suddenly, Jiang shouts from afar, "Whoa! That was so cool." The entire class and the teacher turn to look at him. Jiang and his group step onto the stage. The teacher asks, "What are you people doing here?" The soldier replies, "Teacher Mike, we are not here to disturb your class. These 2 are transfer students. I brought them here for their test." The other students start whispering as they notice Queen, one of the transfer students. "Wait, she's a girl? Girls never enroll in close combat classes. But she looks so cute." The teacher steps forward and asks Jiang, "So, you are transfer students?" Jiang, beaming with pride, replies, "Yes. That's right." The teacher suddenly glares at him and unleashes his fear ability, a special skill that can instill terror in anyone just by looking at them. The atmosphere grows intense. Those with weak mental resistance faint on the spot. The students whisper, "Oh no. This old man is using his technique again." He did the same thing during our entrance test. After deactivating his ability, Queen confidently asks, now can we go learn swordsmanship and magic? The teacher looks at her and, impressed by her resilience, says, you've passed my test. You should join my class. Queen smiles politely and declines, I am sorry, but I'm only here to learn swordsmanship and magic. The teacher sighs, alright, fine. Then he looks at Jiang. Jiang just stands there silently. The teacher stares at him for a moment before saying, I guess, he's fine too. With that, the teacher and students leave. The soldier places a hand on Jiang's shoulder and says, come on, let's go to the next teacher. But as soon as he touches Jiang's eyes roll back, his mouth foams, and he collapses to the ground. The soldier quickly catches him, while Queen watches and mocks him, this weakling is nothing more than human trash. As soon as Jiang regains consciousness, he looks around and says, where did everyone go? Queen replies, everyone has already left. Meanwhile, Ollie is still standing right there with him. Ollie says, you were completely paralyzed by the teacher's fear ability, which is why you were unconscious for quite a while. Jiang asks, the teacher is so powerful, how did he do that? Ollie responds, this is just the teacher's way of testing students. That special move is something he created himself. You didn't pass the test, but I can teach you this ability if you want. Jiang replies, no worries, I'm not really interested in fighting anyway. It's actually good that I didn't pass. Then, he turns to Ollie and says, but we can still be friends, right? Jiang extends his hand toward Ollie and says, from today, I am also going to be a student at this academy. So, why don't we become friends? My name is Jiang Ji, and you'll be my first friend in this school. At the same time, Jiang is thinking to himself, if he doesn't become my friend, he's way too strong. He'll definitely bully me a lot. It's better if I just make him my friend instead. Ollie shakes Jiang's hand and says, my name is Alex, but you can call me Ollie. Since you're so eager to be my friend, then from today, we're friends. After saying that, Ollie starts walking away and says, if you ever need anything, you'll find me in the combat class. Queen, watching this, comments, he has no talent whatsoever, yet he still managed to make a friend. Jiang turns to her and says, what's your problem now? Am I not even allowed to make friends? Just then, a soldier approaches and says, now that both of you have completed the combat test, let's go to the swordsmanship and magic classes for your next test. They follow the soldier to another area where the magic and swordsmanship classes take place. However, when they arrive, the two teachers of these classes are already fighting each other. The magic class teacher, named ACI, angrily says to the sword class teacher, Drona, you always show up here. We need to train here too. Drona replies, you should have told me in advance if you were bringing your students here. This training ground belongs to both of us, not just you. And was it really necessary to attack me in front of all the students over such a small issue? Among the students watching the fight, one named Beatrice stands there with his sword. He's here to learn swordsmanship. Beatrice tells his teacher, teacher, teach these magic class students a lesson. Meanwhile, the magic class students say to Beatrice, you swordsmen are the worst. You always take over our practice area. An old man is sweeping nearby and sighs, I just cleaned this place a while ago, and they've already made a mess again. The fight between the two teachers escalates. One uses magic, while the other enhances her sword with magical energy. Drona attacks using her thunder sword. ACI quickly creates a magical shield, deflecting the lightning attack. However, the deflected lightning bolt is now heading straight toward the old man who was sweeping. Just before the lightning hits him, Jiang dashes forward and pushes the old man out of the way. All the students watch in shock, and even the two teachers pause their fight. Jiang looks at the old man and asks, are you okay? The old man nods, I'm fine, but what about you? Jiang turns around and sees smoke rising from behind him. He screams, wait, did I just get struck by lightning? No way. If I had, I'd be dead. Then why am I on fire? At that moment, Drona steps forward and points her sword at Jiang. You're not a student at this school. Tell me immediately, who are you? Are you a spy trying to secretly watch our classes? Jiang panics, thinking, damn it. How did she figure out I'm not a student here? He quickly says, teacher, I wasn't spying on anyone. You were about to attack that old man, so I just saved him. But when he turns to look at the old man, he's gone. Jiang insists, there was an old man here just a moment ago. I really did save him. At that moment, the soldier steps forward and says, teacher, there's no need to get angry. He's a friend of Sophie Sauce. Hearing this, both teachers immediately brighten up and excitedly ask, wait, is Sophie Sauce here too? They start looking around for her. The soldier replies, no, Sophie Sauce has gone to meet the king, so she couldn't come here. Drona then turns back to Jiang and asks, so, why are you here? And what are these students doing with you? The soldier answers, these two are transfer students, but they haven't been assigned to a specific branch yet. I brought them here for their test. At this moment, Asi, the magic class teacher, also steps forward and asks, does the principal know about this? Are they even allowed to be here? The soldier nods, yes, we already spoke with the principal. The captain handled everything in advance. Meanwhile, Drona glances at Queen, and her gaze lingers on her chest. Her expression changes slightly. Then, she shifts her eyes to the magic class teacher, Asi, and notices that her chest is comparatively smaller. Seeing this, Drona suddenly starts feeling embarrassed. On the other hand, one of the students, Buri, looks at Queen and exclaims, damn, now that's some top-tier material. The soldier tells the drone, this boy's name is Jiang, but just as he is about to reveal the Queen's name, the teacher interrupts, saying, since both of you are new here, I'll test you first. Show me what power you have. Jiang is shocked and asks, what power? Drana drives her sword into the ground and asks, which one of you wants to go first? The Queen stands there with her arms crossed. Drana looks at Asi and says, what are you waiting for? Asi steps down from her large crystal ball, shrinks it in size, and hands it to the Queen. Jiang turns to the soldier and asks, what is the purpose of this magic ball? Does it measure the power within our bodies? The soldier replies, you don't know about boundary force? Jiang responds, I grew up with the demon tribe, so I don't know what boundary force is. The soldier nods, I forgot you used to be a slave of the demons. That explains it. Let me tell you about boundary force. Boundary force exists in every human, even in animals. However, not everyone can use it. To harness this force, extensive training is required. That's why you are here at this school. This magic ball will reveal the boundary force within you, showing how much power you possess. Jiang asks, but what exactly is boundary power, and how is it different from boundary force? The soldier explains, think of your body as a cup. The size of the cup represents your boundary power, and the amount of water it can hold represents your boundary force. If your cup is small, it will hold less force. If it's large, it can contain a lot more force. To join the magic or swordsmanship classes, your cup must be large enough to store a significant amount of force. If this magic ball does not light up in your hands, you cannot join either class. If it glows faintly, you are eligible to enroll. The Queen takes the magic ball in her hands. The boys in the crowd shout, wow, she's joining our class. Even the magic class students call out, you should join us. We have some great students. A few girls among them glance at the boys and say, they behave like animals. The soldier tells Jiang, if the magic ball glows even a little in the Queen's hands, she can join the magic class. Jiang asks, and if it doesn't glow at all? The soldier responds, then she won't be allowed to study magic or swordsmanship. She will have to join a different class. Drana smirks and says, Sophie must have sent her here because of her extraordinary physique. I doubt she has any talent. Drana turns to the Queen and says, you look nervous holding that magic ball. I expected you to have some potential. Asi snaps at Drana, shut your mouth and let her concentrate. A few moments later, the magic ball in the Queen's hands begins to glow intensely, shining brighter than anyone expected. Everyone gasps in shock. The magic ball suddenly flies out of the Queen's hands and lands in Asi's. Asi asks, have you ever studied magic in the past? The Queen replies, I learned some magic, but somehow, my boundary force disappeared. Asi observes her and thinks, I can't sense any boundary force in her, but her boundary power is incredible. I've never seen a student like her before. Stepping forward, Asi grabs the Queen's hand and says, you have immense potential. You passed the test. I am your teacher now. From today, you may join my class. The magic class students cheer loudly. This is amazing. Drana smirks at Asi and says, but there's still one more student left. Are you sure you won't reconsider? Asi glances at Jiang dismissively. He's just trash. You can keep him. The soldier teases Jiang. Your wife is quite impressive. That magic ball in her hands was shining so brightly, I thought it might explode. Jiang thinks to himself, she is a demon queen. Even though she lost all her magical powers, her potential remains unmatched. Drana congratulates Asi. You got yourself an excellent student. Meanwhile, the Queen steps forward and picks up Drana's sword. Asi frowns. What are you doing? You already passed my test. You don't need to take this one. The Queen replies firmly, I want to learn both magic and swordsmanship. Drana chuckles. Do you really think you can join both classes? The Queen says confidently, I've trained in swordsmanship before. I used to spar with foreign warriors. But it's been a long time since I last practiced. The soldier steps forward. There's no need for this. You've already been selected for the magic class. The queen responds, what's the harm in trying? Drona steps forward and smirks. Fine. Let's test you. She turns to her students. Who among you will face her? At that moment, Buri steps forward and says, let me fight her, teacher. Buri looks at the queen and smirks. Don't worry, I'll go easy on you. Let's see what your fighting ability is like. Teacher Drona tells Buri, you are not allowed to use your boundary force, only your sword. Buri confidently replies, against a girl like her, I won't even need to use my force. Meanwhile, Jiang is shouting Isabella's name. Seeing this, Queen turns to him and asks, now, what do you have to say? Jiang responds, fight carefully. This guy looks like a total pervert to me, so stay alert. With that, Teacher Drona announces, let the fight begin. As soon as the fight starts, Buri charges toward Queen with his sword, but Queen remains still, not even flinching. Buri lunges forward, aiming straight for her chest, but at the last moment, Queen extends her sword and deflects him to the side. Undeterred, Buri advances again, jumps over her, and attempts an attack from behind. However, Queen dodges once more. Buri sits back and laughs. This girl has a lot of tricks up her sleeve. Just then, Queen glances at her shoulder and realizes that Buri has cut the strap of her bra. The boys in the audience start cheering her name with drooling faces, exclaiming, wow! She's seriously powerful. Seeing this, Jiang becomes furious. Laughing, Buri rushes forward to attack again, but Queen crouches down and blocks his sword, then pushes him back once more. This time, Queen takes the offensive and attacks relentlessly. Buri struggles to keep up and starts losing ground. Then, Queen executes her special move. She starts spinning her sword at incredible speed. Even Teacher Drona is stunned by this technique. Buri, realizing he can't hold back any longer, mutters, I can't stall her for long like this. I need to do something. He finally uses his boundary force, blocking Queen's attack and pushing her backward. With his magical power, he unleashes a slash toward her. The attack is about to hit Queen, but at the last moment, her older brother steps in, creating a shield to block the attack. This brother's name is Tol's Lien. We refer to him as Lien. After setting Queen down, Lien asks her, are you okay? At that moment, Jiang steps forward, places a hand on Lien's shoulder, and pushes him aside. With a smirk, Jiang says, thank you so much for saving my wife. The entire audience is shocked upon hearing the word wife. Jiang turns to Isabella and asks, are you okay? She nods and replies, yes, I am perfectly fine. Meanwhile, Teacher Drona asks a soldier, are they really married? The soldier confirms, yes, they are. Hearing this, Drona smiles and says, you should have told me earlier. The soldier, glancing at Queen, thinks to himself, so, this is why Captain didn't want to enter. Drona then turns to Buri and scolds him, I told you not to use your boundary force. Buri defends himself, I only used it for self-defense. It's not my fault. At this point, the magic teacher steps forward and says to Buri, your brother is far stronger than you. You won't even be able to come close to him. This statement fills Buri with rage. The magic teacher then turns to Jiang and introduces Lien, saying, this is my student, Lien. She then looks at Lien and says, I think you finally found a worthy opponent. Lien nods and replies, I'll do my best to become even stronger. Drona then approaches Queen and comments, I think you learned your sword skills from Muchia, haven't you? Queen smiles and confirms, yes, absolutely. I was trained by Master Muchia. Muchia is a famous sword master, also known as the God of Swords. She asks, so, is she really a former student of the master? That must be why she is so powerful. Drona replies, I also learned something similar from my teacher. That's why I recognized that the move you used was from Master Muchia. The Queen says to the teacher, but just a while ago, the skills you were using were even better than Master Muchia's. The teacher laughs and responds, you have a keen eye. Alright, I accept you as my student and will teach you swordsmanship. Hearing this, the boys in Drona's class get excited and exclaim, a hot girl is joining our class. Meanwhile, the boys in the magic class are confused, wondering, why are they so happy? She hasn't even decided which class to join yet. The magic teacher steps forward and asks Drona, what do you mean by saying she's joining your class? I've already accepted her as my student. Drona retorts, didn't you see how skilled she is with a sword? She is better suited for swordsmanship than magic. Just then, a soldier steps forward and asks the Queen, which class would you like to join? The Queen hesitates, I'm not sure yet. I don't know which class to choose. Both teachers suggest, why don't we fight and decide which class she should join? At that moment, Jiang steps forward excitedly and says, "What about me? Will you test me too? Please let me take the test." The magic teacher agrees. "Alright, here, take this magic ball." Jiang grabs the magic ball, overjoyed. He thinks to himself, we dreamed of this moment my whole life. Now that I've arrived in another world as a hero, what if I possess immense power? What if my magical power is so strong that this ball shines so brightly it blinds everyone? Meanwhile, the students whisper among themselves, will he be stronger than that girl? Jiang holds the magic ball in his hands and waits. 1 minute. 2 minutes. 3 minutes. Still, nothing happens. The students start murmuring, he's completely useless. Nothing has happened yet. He doesn't even have a bit of magical power. Jiang stands there silently, holding the ball, thinking, I wish it would at least glow a little. Buri and her friends burst into laughter, mocking him, he's totally worthless. The magic teacher takes the ball from his hands and sighs, I already knew you were a useless number. I only tested you so you wouldn't feel left out. Jiang, puzzled, asks, what does useless number mean? A soldier explains, it refers to a type of wood so useless that it can neither be burned nor crafted into anything. In our academy, students who lack magical powers are called useless numbers. Jiang's heart sinks. He mutters, so that means I can't learn swordsmanship or magic. The magic teacher adds, without boundary force, you cannot perform magic. Drona chimes in, you can learn swordsmanship, but your skills will be useless against someone who can use boundary force. Jiang, desperate, asks, isn't there another way? Buri scoffs, are you an idiot? Didn't you hear? You are a useless number. At that moment, Jiang recalls what Sophiza's once told him, you have no potential at all. Seeing this, the queen steps forward and warns the students, say one more time that he's trash, and I'll show you what happens. Buri smirks, oh, do you want to fight me again? Hearing this, Jiang suddenly places his hand on the queen's waist and grins, so what if I don't have magic powers? I have a beautiful, loving wife who will protect me. Then, he turns to the soldier and says, let's go check out the other classes. Maybe I can get selected somewhere else. Before leaving, Jiang tells the queen, you should stay here and train hard. Become strong in both magic and swordsmanship. After Jiang leaves, Drona approaches the queen and says, now that he's gone, let's return to class. But the magic teacher argues, no, she's my student. She will come to my class. The two teachers start bickering again, while Jiang and the soldier head off in another direction. As they walk, Jiang asks the soldier, if I can't use boundary force, does that mean I can't get admitted to the academy? The soldier reassures him, not at all. There are plenty of other classes that don't require boundary force. Jiang sighs, I have a feeling I'm going to end up as a cook. The soldier then announces, we've arrived at the next class. Jiang asks, which class is this? The soldier replies, this is the weapon forging class. As Jiang enters, he sees students holding pencils and papers, sketching a sword on their sheets. Confused, Jiang exclaims, why are they drawing? Shouldn't they be making weapons? Just then, the class teacher, Martin, enters and addresses the students, continue your sketches. Turning to Jiang, Martin smirks, I see you know nothing about forging. Here, let me show you how we make weapons in our academy. She walks to the stage where a sword sketch is displayed. Taking a pen from her waist, she enchants it with magic, making it grow in size. Then, using the pen, she draws a sword on the ground. As soon as she finishes, she chants, awaken. The drawing comes to life, and a real sword emerges from it. Jiang is stunned. Martin turns to him and says, this is how the human tribe forges weapons. Jiang asks, was that a magic brush? Can we create anything with it? And with that, episode ends. Jiang enters the weapon forging class, where the teacher shows him a pen that can transform into a sword. Jiang is overjoyed and exclaims, is this a magical pen? Can we create anything with it? The teacher steps down and responds, yes, you can create anything, but you need different types of crystals, just like I have. My pen contains a special crystal. Jiang turns to Martin and asks, so, does this mean you, reusing magic? Martin shakes his head and says, no, we don't use magic in forging. Jiang holds the sword in his hand and thinks, if this can create a sword, then surely, we can make guns and cannons too. Martin replies, this doesn't require magic. Even a child can mold it. You don't need magical powers, but there are many types of crystals. Look at my pen. This one has a gold alloy crystal, the most unique one. With it, you can create anything just by thinking about it. Jiang, still confused, asks, so we really don't need magic? Can someone without boundary force use this? Martin nods, yes, you don't need magic. At that moment, the rest of the class starts shouting, what's so special about having boundary force? We are even better without it. Jiang, hearing this, gets nervous. A soldier beside him warns, you shouldn't have said that. Everyone here is a useless number, just like you. None of them have boundary force, so don't bring it up in front of them. Upon hearing this, Jiang becomes extremely happy and exclaims, this is great. That means they are all like me, useless. He then grabs Martin's legs and pleads, please accept me as your student. I want to join this class. Martin, amused, asks, do you really want to learn this art? With sparkling eyes, Jiang enthusiastically replies, yes. I must learn this because I, too, am a useless number. He then borrows paper and a pencil from a student and quickly sketches a beautiful drawing. The other students, upon seeing his drawing, are shocked. You are incredible at drawing. You are a master. The teacher, impressed, smiles and says, you've passed the test. Your drawing skills are excellent. Even the soldier is surprised and says, Master Jiang, I never expected you to have such talent. I didn't think you could join any class, but you are amazing at drawing. Jiang shrugs and says, it's not a big deal. Besides drawing, I have no other skills. Martin reassures him, our branch doesn't have a major role since most students focus on combat and swordsmanship. But if you master forging, you can use it in countless ways. Jiang thinks to himself, this is perfect. Since I can draw, I can create anything, not just weapons, but also things from my own world. Just then, a boy with glasses speaks up, but you must follow 3 rules. You can't create just anything at will. He then explains the 3 rules. You cannot create anything that harms animals. You cannot steal crystals from others for your creations, and whatever you make must be taken care of, it cannot be discarded. You cannot create living beings. Jiang nods in agreement. These rules make perfect sense. The teacher is truly great. He then bows before Martin and pleads, please accept me as your student. The soldier adds, we were sent here by the leader of the special white dragon team. If you take him as your student, your value in their eyes will increase. The boy with glasses supports Jiang, saying, teacher, his art is incredible, and he truly wants to join us. You should accept him. Martin laughs and replies, that's unnecessary. I was going to accept him anyway. He places a hand on Jiang's shoulder and says, why would I let go of such a talented student? The teacher then takes out a pen and hands it to Jiang. Every student receives this pen when they join the class for the first time. Jiang holds the pen in his hand, feeling immense joy. With excitement, he exclaims, it already feels like I'm holding a magic wand. The scene shifts to the royal palace, where the king is seated on their throne, while Regid stands before them. Regid says, we shouldn't wait any longer. You must make a decision quickly about what needs to be done. At that moment, Master Guru and Sophisas enter the hall. Seeing them, the king becomes extremely pleased. Master Guru steps forward and asks the king, is what I heard true? Does Regid truly want to sentence both the captain of the Great Dragon team and our agriculture minister to death? What is going on here? What exactly is Regid thinking? Regid responds, I had sent a few spies to keep an eye on the situation. I heard that some illegal activities were happening there, and indeed, I found out that our agriculture minister took undue advantage of the eastern tribe. Moreover, the captain of the Great Dragon team was caught supplying them with our army's rations. Why should our army's food supplies be given to the eastern tribe without the king's permission? That is a serious crime, and they must be punished for it. Master Guru explains, it did not rain in the east this time, and they had nothing to eat. To save their lives, we shared some of our rations with them so that peace between our tribes could be maintained. If we help them in their difficult times, it will strengthen our relationship, and they will support us when we need them. Regid scoffs and says, they are nothing but a foolish tribe of beasts. What do they know about peace? And the biggest issue is that the king was not even informed that you distributed our army's rations without permission. Master Guru replies, we didn't have time to get the king's approval. If we had delayed even a single day, many of them would have died of hunger. Regid smirks and says, it doesn't matter if they die. After all, they are just beasts. Besides, you are too late to raise such concerns now. With that, Regid orders, bring them in. The Black Dragon unit captain enters, dragging two prisoners bound in chains, Sword Master Muchia and Commanding Officer Viru. Seeing them, Master Guru gasps and demands, why have you captured them? Regid turns to the prisoners and commands, open your boxes. As soon as they open their boxes, severed human heads are revealed inside. The sight leaves the king and everyone else in shock. Terrified, the king stammers, why have you brought all this here? Regid bows slightly and responds, forgive me, but I had to present proof before you. If you find this too gruesome, then leave the dirty work to me. I will handle everything. One of the severed heads belongs to the agriculture minister, while the other is that of the Great Dragon team's leader. Regid then declares, from now on, the command of the Great Dragon team will be taken over by the Black Dragon unit captain, Sato. In 1 week, Sato will lead both units and launch an attack on the eastern tribe. Hearing this, Muchia and Viru scream in protest, how can you do this? You told us that if we surrendered, you would spare our people. Now you, planning to attack our tribe instead? You are a traitor. Sato tugs on their chains, while Regid smirks and says, I never made such a deal with you. Why are you lying? You should be begging our king for mercy instead. Viru angrily tells Muchia, I knew it. We should never have trusted humans. Their hearts are the cruelest in the world. One day, they will destroy everything. Master Guru sighs and tells the king, I never thought things would come to this. If we punish them here, it could spark a war with the other tribes as well. Just as the king begins to respond, Sato loosens Muchia's chains. Realizing he is free, Muchia activates his boundary force and pretends to struggle, yelling, you have released me. Someone, stop him. Muchia, furious, turns to the king and shouts, you are planning to attack my country, and you will suffer for this. Your king will pay the price. Summoning his magical power, Muchia creates a sword and lunges at the king. However, Sophaizas steps in, blocking the attack, and says, I will not tolerate such disrespect toward our king. With that, Sophaizas drives his sword into Muchia's stomach, killing him. Looking at his lifeless body, Sophaizas sneers, you were never worthy of being a great sword master if you were defeated by my blade. Sato then steps forward, turns to the king, and asks, are you all right? He then beheads Muchia while Master Guru watches in shock, realizing, this was all part of Regid's plan. He eliminated Muchia and took control of the Great Dragon unit, and Regid is standing there, smiling. Meanwhile, a soldier escorts Jiang toward the residential area. They stop in front of a portal, which is used by students to travel between areas. Jiang looks at it and remarks, this looks just like a video game portal. Curious, he asks the soldier, where do these portals lead? The soldier explains, since our city has limited residential space, hostels have been built at the north and east borders for students. These portals connect them to the school. The hostels on the eastern side have more facilities, so they are expensive, while the northern side has security issues, making their rent much cheaper. Jiang smirks and says, so it's the same rich versus poor situation here too. If you have money, you stay in luxury. The soldier then adds, if you want to study at this school, staying in a hostel is mandatory. Jiang thinks to himself, either way, I have to stay on campus. The way Sophaizas glares at me makes me uncomfortable. The soldier tells Jiang, if you want to study at this school, you must stay in this hostel. But if you don't want to stay here, Sophaizas has instructed me to take you back with me. He will accommodate you at his home. Then, the soldier takes out a key from his pocket and says, everything has been arranged for you. A room has been booked for you in the instant hall. You can stay there. Jiang thinks to himself, Sophaizas is a really good person. If I ever get a chance to return to the demon tribe, I will definitely find his brother. Meanwhile, Sophaizas talks to his father and asks, do you think the king will listen to us? Master Guru, who is extremely angry, says, the captain of the grey team and the agriculture minister were both my closest allies. Ringgit thinks he can weaken me this way, but I will teach him a lesson for this. As they approach the king's chamber, they find many soldiers standing guard. One of them says, our king had already informed us that Master Guru would be arriving. That's why we were waiting here. Master Guru turns to Sophaizas and says, it seems like the king and I are thinking the same thing. The soldier then adds, but the king has specifically ordered that only Master Guru is allowed inside. He wants to speak with him privately. Sophaizas asks the soldier, are you sure the king himself said this? The soldier nods. Yes, absolutely. With that, Master Guru enters the chamber while Sophisas stays outside. However, upon entering, Master Guru realizes that the king is not there. Instead, Ringid is inside. Ringid smirks and says, I have sent the king on a hunting trip. He won't be back until the evening. Master Guru quickly turns around in alarm. Ringid laughs and taunts, what's wrong? Are you scared after hearing what I just said? Outside, Sophisas is waiting anxiously for his father to come out. At that moment, Sato arrives and asks Sophisas, what are you doing here? He continues, you always act this way. Wherever there is a battle, you rush in with your soldiers. But you need to understand that the White Dragon team's duty is only to ensure the king's safety, not to engage in fights outside. Sophisas replies, I know exactly what our job is, but I don't think all the decisions are in the king's hands. Sato sighs, our king is still very young. It's only natural that Ringid is the one giving most of the orders. Hearing this, Sophisas becomes even more worried and mutters, even the guards at the door belong to my unit. That means the king isn't inside, but Ringid is. Sato warns him, if you, rethinking about going inside, don't even try. You'll only get yourself into trouble. Sophisas glares at Sato and demands, are you planning to harm my father? Sato smirks, places a hand on his face, and starts laughing. Everything that happens here is according to Ringid's will. Even what you all do is dictated by him. Furious, Sophisas draws his sword and places it against Sato's throat. What are you planning to do with my father? He demands. Sato calmly replies, you have immense potential. You could have become a hero, but you chose to remain just a captain. Sophisas, filled with rage, shouts, if you people do anything to my father, I will cut you all into pieces. Sato reassures him, you don't need to worry. Ringid isn't going to kill him. Instead, he has taken Master Guru with him to show him the dire state of our people, the true condition of us humans. Sophisas says, what do you mean by this? Sato turns around and replies, you don't need to worry about it. Your father is completely safe, so go back and rest. At the same time, he adds, but if you still want to fight me, you can try and see who ends up in pieces. Next scene, Western Campus resident Sophisas had booked a room for Jiang. Jiang looks around and says, this place is really fancy. As he inserts the key and enters the room, he finds Isabella standing inside. She is almost fully dressed but is still adjusting the straps of her top. Jiang immediately starts blushing and covers his eyes with his hands. He stammers, what are you doing in my room? After a moment, he asks, why haven't you attacked me yet? Isabella smirks and replies, you've already seen my whole body before, so what's the point of attacking you now? Jiang thinks to himself, I'm sure this is all the soldiers doing. He must have deliberately put us in the same room. Isabella says, I don't know what these humans are planning, but they are taking really good care of us. On the table, there's a pouch full of gold coins. The queen picks up one of the gold coins and says, everything has been arranged for us in advance. One of the queen's companions picks up a coin and wonders, I have no idea how much I can buy with this. Maybe I can at least get some food. Jiang looks at the queen and suggests, since we're so far from the central area, why don't we escape from here? The queen shakes her head and says, don't talk nonsense. The school always knows where the students are at all times. Besides, this entire residence is surrounded by a barrier. You won't be able to escape. It's so strong that no one can enter or leave, not even a teacher can break through it. Jiang asks, then what's our plan? The queen sighs, right now, I have no power. Once I regain my strength, we can leave. Until then, I will stay here. And anyway, I can't go back to Demon Clan. In Demon Clan, only the most powerful individual is accepted as the leader, and since I have no power left, they will never acknowledge me as their queen again. Jiang reassures her, don't worry. I'm with you. You don't need to stress at all. One day, I will help you regain your power and take you back to your tribe. You will become the demon queen again. The queen smirks, oh? And how exactly do you plan on doing that? Did you suddenly get some magic wand or something? Jiang pulls out the pen given to him by his teacher and replies, I've found my class. This pen is an incredibly powerful weapon. If I can master it completely, I will become extremely strong. Jiang then asks, which class did you join, swordsmanship or magic? The queen smiles and says, both. I told both teachers that I wanted to study in both classes, and they agreed. Jiang lies down on the bed and teases, so, that means you're both a sorceress and a swordswoman? The queen laughs, yes, I can do both. But tell me something, why are you on my bed? Jiang smirks and replies, I'm just acting. Since we're married, I don't want people to think we sleep in separate beds. Hearing this, the queen gets annoyed but doesn't hit him. Instead, she turns away, blushing. Then she mutters, this is all your fault. Why do you keep calling me your wife in front of everyone? Meanwhile, Jiang is thinking, why isn't she getting angry? Normally, she should have been furious at me for saying something like this. Jiang says to Queen, I talk in front of them only so that perverted boys stay away from you because you're extremely beautiful. If I don't, many guys will start chasing you. Queen replies, then I should thank you for that. Jiang responds, no need to worry. We remarried, so I can do this for you. At that moment, Queen picks up her sword, points it at him, and says, get down from the bed, now. Jiang immediately gets off the bed and lies down on the floor. Later that night, he wakes up again because he can't sleep. Holding a pen in his hand, he mutters, with this pen, I can create anything at all. But I need to test it. I have no idea what I can make with it. Determined, he gets up and starts experimenting. The next morning, as soon as Queen wakes up, she sees a girl sitting on the bed in front of her. She quickly grabs her sword, points it at the girl, and demands, who are you? And what are you doing in my room? But the girl doesn't respond. When Queen looks closely, she realizes, it's just a clay doll. She frowns and says, wait, this is a statue of me. But where did it come from? Looking around the room, she notices several more statues lying all over. Approaching them, she mutters, this must be the work of that human trash. She inspects the statues and asks, but what are these even supposed to be? Right in front of her is a statue of a gun. Queen sighs, I was so exhausted last night that even after all his noise, I didn't wake up. She leaves the room and starts heading downstairs. As she walks down, she hears a commotion outside, children are shouting in excitement. Outside, as Queen steps out, she sees a racing car parked at the entrance, but it's made of stone. Shocked, she exclaims, what the? This is bizarre. The kids around her yell, look over here. There's another weird thing. Turning to the other side, Queen sees a giant robot statue. The children are amazed, staring at it in disbelief. Who put this here? This is huge. One of them exclaims. Queen grits her teeth. Let that idiot come back. I'll definitely punish him for this. Meanwhile, Jiang had already left for school. Master Martin frowns. Why hasn't Jiang arrived yet? Our class is about to start. A bespectacled student offers, if you want, I can go and call him. Martin waves his hand. No need. Let's begin. Just then, from a distance, Jiang comes racing towards them, on a bicycle. He shouts, sorry. I'm late. Martin and the students stare at the bicycle in shock. What is that thing? A student turns to Jiang. Is this some new rich kid's toy? Jiang scratches his head, thinking, how do I even explain this to them? Finally, he declares, this is my new invention. It's called a bicycle, or you can call it a walking bike if you want. And with that, our episode comes to an end. At the end of the last episode, Jiang builds a bicycle using a magical pen. The teacher and all the children are astonished to see it. Martin steps forward, looks at the bicycle, and says, we only ever ridden a horse or thereof's steam engine, but we never seen a human vehicle like this before. All the children are extremely excited and ask Jiang, can we try it too? Let us ride it. Jiang laughs and replies, yes, of course. You guys can try it. But just as they are about to, they turn and see that teacher Martin has already sat on the bicycle. All the children's faces drop in disappointment. Teacher Martin laughs and says, forgive me, I couldn't resist. So, let me check it first. The bespectacled boy replies, no problem, I'll try it later. The teacher asks, and how do you even ride this thing? Jiang steps forward, holds the teacher by the arm, and says, I'll hold you so you can balance. Jiang then instructs, place both your feet on the pedals so that you can push forward. Teacher Martin looks very nervous. Jiang pushes him slightly forward and says, first, push one pedal down, then the other. This will start moving the bicycle. The teacher exclaims, I think I am going to fall. Jiang reassures him, you won't fall. We got you. Teacher Martin smiles and says, you're a genius. Riding this thing is quite difficult. Jiang replies, it's not that hard. Even kids in our place ride it. You just have to push the pedals harder to gain speed. Once you fast enough, balancing will be easier. Saying this, Jiang gives him a push. Martin shouts, what are you doing? Why did you let go? Jiang laughs and says, you'll only learn after falling a couple of times. Teacher Martin starts riding and exclaims, this is actually quite easy. I am riding it. He rides far ahead, feeling overjoyed, and shouts back, Jiang, I think we mastered it. Jiang proudly thinks, I am so proud of my teacher. He actually learned how to ride. The children excitedly say, your invention is amazing. This will be so useful for humanity. Your name will be recorded in history. Jiang blushes and thinks, Ray so excited just seeing a bicycle. If I build a combustion engine, they'll probably call me the godfather. Just then, from a distance, Teacher Martin shouts, Jiang, how do I stop this thing? Jiang panics and exclaims, oh no, I forgot to add brakes. The next moment, the teacher crashes straight into a tree. Groaning, he turns to the children and says, I am so sorry. I just wanted to try it. The children glare at him angrily and say, this is all Teacher Martin's fault. Jiang's bicycle is now in pieces. One child sits down beside the broken bicycle and sighs, I was just about to try it. Another child says, I wanted to observe it more. Jiang reassures them, don't worry, I'll build another one for you guys. Next time, I'll make it even better. All the children cheer happily. Even the teacher smiles and says, well then, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and build another one. Jiang tells them, I can't create anything anymore because we used up all the crystal on my pen. As soon as the children and Teacher Martin hear this, they start shouting. Teacher Martin says, did you use up all the crystal in just one night? The bespectacled boy exclaims, the small crystal on your pen was enough for us to build an entire house. Jiang explains, last night, I was really excited, so I kept experimenting with my pen and created a lot of things. A flashback scene shows Jiang making various objects. He continues, I was experimenting with my pen to understand what materials I would need to create things. First, I tried to make a phone. As soon as I drew the shop, a phone appeared, but it was just made of stone. I didn't know anything about the internal components, so that meant I couldn't draw things I didn't understand the mechanism of. That's why I couldn't create a working phone. After that, I made a fridge and a TV, but since I didn't know how they worked either, they were useless. Teacher Martin sighs, so, you wasted all your crystal on experiments. Jiang laughs and says, yes, that's exactly what happened. The bespectacled boy asks excitedly, did you at least make anything useful? Tell me. Jiang replies, nah, everything was useless, so there's no point in showing them to you. The teacher then takes everyone back to the classroom, where there's a picture of a golden-haired boy on the wall. Teacher Martin takes a small crystal from a box and attaches it to Jiang's pen. He warns him, we are almost out of stock, so you must use this carefully. I don't have any more stones left. Martin then tells the students, I asked you all to practice drawing so you could improve, but today, I'll teach you about the different types of stones. The students sit down, and one of them says, Jiang, sit down too. The teacher is about to start the lecture. Teacher Martin opens a special briefcase-like box, which has 4 layers inside. The top layer contains pens. The second layer holds crystals. Martin asks, do you all know why we use these crystals on pens instead of directly using them in weapons? The bespectacled boy answers, because they are too powerful. If we use them directly, we won't be able to control them, and that could harm the user as well. Teacher Martin nods, you are absolutely right. He then begins telling a story. I once went to meet the dwarves in their Troy. I wanted to learn how to craft better weapons. The dwarves had embedded these crystals into their hammers, which they used to forge weapons. The weapons created with those hammers were incredible, but using them came at a great cost. The powerful energy of the crystals caused serious damage to the blacksmith's body. Seeing this, I started thinking of a better way to harness the power of these stones. After extensive research, I found a perfect method to control their energy through drawings. Jiang curiously asks, but where do these crystals come from? Teacher Martin replies, they are mined from a site near the western border. The bespectacled boy excitedly adds, we heard that a golden dragon resides in that cave, and golden dragons are far more dangerous than any other dragons. Jiang thought, if we kill that dragon, will we get a lot of crystals? Teacher Martin addressed all the students, that's why our king sent the purple dragon team to that place, so they can continuously extract the crystals and supply them to us. But they don't give us the crystals for free. They mine the crystals and sell them to purchase rations for the army. One of the teachers picked up a small crystal, similar to the one attached to Jiang's pen. She said, this small crystal is worth 10 gold coins. Hearing this, all the children were shocked. They exclaimed, that's so expensive. Does this mean we walk around every day carrying 10 gold coins worth of crystals? A bespectacled boy named Moto was among them. Jiang turned to Moto and asked, what can we buy with 1 gold coin? Moto replied, 1 gold coin can be exchanged for 10 silver coins. Jiang chuckled. Wow, you're a genius. But tell me, how much food can we buy with one gold coin? Or rather, how many people can we feed with it? Moto answered, with one gold coin, you can buy 50 bags of rations. And just one bag is enough to feed a grown man for an entire month. Jiang quickly did the math in his head and said, so, if one gold coin can feed 50 people for a whole month, then 10 gold coins can feed 500 people for an entire month. Moto nodded and added, and yet, you wasted your entire crystal in a single night. That crystal could have fed 500 people for a month. Teacher Martin then explained, the crystals you have are the cheapest ones, and their magical powers are quite limited. He then took out 2 more crystals and said, these are medium-level crystals. They cost 50 gold coins because their magical power is higher. With these, you can work more efficiently, which is why they are more expensive. Additionally, they have some extra abilities, but we don't really need those. Then, the teacher revealed 3 high-quality crystals. The students gasped and asked, these must be even more expensive than the medium-quality ones. If the medium ones are worth 50 gold coins, these must be worth much more. Teacher Martin nodded and said, yes, high-quality crystals are incredibly rare, which makes them very valuable. First, let me tell you about this blue crystal. It's called an Eka alloy crystal, and it costs 100 gold coins. The students were shocked. The teacher continued, this crystal possesses magical powers that allow it to control water and wood. In the capital, we use it for repairing wooden structures. Then, he introduced the purple stone, also known as the bald stone. This crystal generates electricity. We use it for cutting various materials and calibrating machinery. It costs 300 gold coins. Finally, he revealed the third stone, the fire stone. With this crystal, we can perform fire magic. It is the most expensive of all, priced at 500 gold coins. The children shouted in astonishment, we've never seen so much money in one place before. Teacher, you must be super rich. Teacher Martin chuckled and said, calm down. We don't use these magical items frequently. These have been with me for a long time. They were provided by the school. Normally, only wealthy magicians use such expensive crystals. Students in magic classes use them as a power boost when they run out of their own magic. He continued, each of these 3 stones has unique properties. And finally, there's one more crystal, the one attached to my pen. He held up his pen and said, this is a Pelman crystal, the rarest of them all. These are extremely difficult to find. In the entire human capital, I am the only one who possesses this crystal. The students were stunned. They shouted, this crystal must be worth at least 10,000 gold coins. Meanwhile, Jiang was deep in thought, this is the most special crystal of all. With its power, I wouldn't even need raw materials. I could create anything I wanted. If I could get my hands on one, I could rule the entire world. In his imagination, he pictured himself sitting on a grand throne. The queen was feeding him grapes, while his enemies lay beneath his feet. Teacher Martin says, when I was young, I went to their tribe to learn forgery. These people usually keep to themselves and don't interact much with outsiders. But when they saw my potential and determination to study, they allowed me to join their tribe and accepted me as their student. While living with them, I learned many things and even gained their trust. There, we also created several new weapons. In fact, we developed a technique to make weapons using pens together. The tribe had only 4 penmule crystals, and as a reward for my dedication, they gave me one of their crystals. I studied diligently there. Let me tell you something. Using this crystal, I even built one of the walls of this city's capital. Hearing this, Moto excitedly shouts, so that means this is an extremely valuable and powerful gift. Jiang thinks to himself, if this crystal is so powerful, that means the dwarves' tribe is incredibly strong. Martin responds, this crystal is indeed very powerful. Its magical energy is limitless, meaning you can create anything just by imagining and drawing it, without needing any materials. However, there is a side effect. Excessive use of the crystal can have a severe impact on your body. At that moment, a child raises his hand and asks, if you, built such massive walls, did it have any side effects on your body? Moto replies, our teacher made a huge sacrifice. Just look at the portrait on the wall. Jiang and the other children turn to look at the picture. Surprised, they exclaim, the person in this painting is incredibly handsome. But what does he have to do with our teacher? Moto explains, I think you don't understand. This is our teacher's picture from 10 years ago. Hearing this, all the students are shocked and say, but aside from the eyebrows, teacher Martin looks nothing like this picture. Teacher Martin nods and says, Moto is absolutely right. This is indeed my picture. Sojisas stands outside the palace as a carriage arrives and comes to a halt. His father, Master Guru, steps out, looking terrified. As he exits the carriage, he stumbles. Sojisas rushes forward to support him and asks, Father, what happened to you? What did they do to you? Did they hurt you? But Master Guru pushes Sojisas away and shouts, Leave me alone. He suddenly starts screaming, Everything is over. Everything is finished. His behavior becomes erratic, almost like a madman, as he continues to repeat, Everything is finished. Then, he storms into the palace. Now the scene shifts to sword fighting class. The queen is training with a sword. Her eyes are blindfolded, and she moves gracefully, blocking incoming arrows with precision. Seeing this, Drona smiles and says, You, we become quite skilled. Demon Queen thinks to herself, I used to be much more skilled. But because of this human body, my movements have slowed down. Drona tells the queen, Once you leave here, make sure to continue practicing. Meanwhile, other students are sitting around, some with arrows stuck in their knees, others with arrows in their backs. The teacher tells the queen, You are far better than the rest of them. The queen nods and replies, I understand. I'll continue practicing even after I get home. Now the scene shifts to the queen's hostel after school. The queen returns to her hostel. As she opens the door, she is shocked to see something unexpected. Inside, two teachers are standing in bikinis. One is Drona, and the other is the magic class teacher. The queen steps forward and asks, What are you both doing here? But they remain silent. Suspicious, the queen reaches out to touch them, and is stunned. They are just stone statues. Jiang, who is sitting nearby, chuckles and says, They look real, don't they? The queen asks, How did you color them so realistically? Jiang grins and replies, If you mix color into the clay, whatever you create will have that color. Queen says, Looks like you really enjoying making this, huh? Jiang says, Now, I will build many powerful machines in my world. The queen smacks his butt and says, Then won't this reveal your identity? Jiang says, I don't think people here even know what I'm making. Then the queen grabs his ear, pulls it, and says, Why did you make my statue yesterday? Jiang says, I was just experimenting to see if the statue of a girl comes to life or not. The queen points and says, If you already experimented last night and failed, then why did you make statues of these two today? Jiang gets extremely nervous and says, I just wanted to try out colors. Hearing this, the queen clenches her fist and says, You're just human trash. Jiang says, Let me explain. In the next scene, Jiang's entire face is swollen. He gets beaten up badly by the queen. The next day, Jiang is riding his bicycle towards school and says, I have found a way to make a steam engine. If I tweak it a little, I can make a car. If I keep working hard like this, who knows, one day I might even make a transformer car. He starts laughing and says, One day, that demon queen will know my true power. As he reaches near the school, he sees students standing outside, making noise. All the boys are asking Moto, Now what should we do? Moto says, I don't know. At that moment, Jiang also arrives near them and asks, What's going on here? Moto tells him, the teacher has gone to the crystal mine to get crystals. Then a flashback shows Moto and the teacher going to the Purple Dragon's headquarters to buy new crystals. We came to buy new crystals, but we didn't know the prices had doubled. Teacher Martin says, What does this mean? Do we have to pay more? The captain says, You'll have to pay double the price. Teacher Martin tells the captain, Now what does this mean? The prices you are telling us are 3 times higher than before. The captain replies, You heard it right. We are charging 3 times more, but since you are a teacher, we will only charge you double. Teacher Martin says, These crystals are very important for us. If you increase the prices, how will forgers like us buy them? How will we make weapons? The captain replies, I am the new captain here. The previous captain was declared a traitor and executed. These were the prices during his time. Then he tells Teacher Martin, You always stay inside the kingdom. You don't know what's happening outside. The king is planning to attack the eastern tribe. That's why we need a lot of funding to buy rations for the soldiers. If we have raised crystal prices, you should also increase your service charges. Start charging your students more. Hearing this, Teacher Martin gets very angry. The story shifts back to the present. Moto tells Jiang, After that, the teacher got so angry that he said, I will go inside the cave myself and bring out the crystals. Jiang asks, I've heard there are a lot of dangerous creatures inside that cave. Can our teacher handle them all? The students start talking and say, we don't think the teacher has any fighting abilities. We have never seen him fight. Moto says, he is just a forging teacher. He only knows drawing. How can he defeat a dragon? All the students say, first, these crystal prices were already too high, and now they've increased even more. Teacher Martin does so much for us just to teach us. Jiang says, we need to stop Teacher Martin. I will go and bring swordsmanship teacher Drona and magic teacher Assi so they can help us. Moto says, but the teachers are not in the school. Jiang asks, why? Moto tells him, all the teachers have gone to the palace to meet the king today because the hunting season is about to start. The king will announce new rules for hunting. Jiang says, all of this had to happen today? Moto replies, that's how it is. Jiang says, alright then, I have to find Sophisas. He will help us. Moto says, you won't find him either. The White Dragon team is always assigned to prepare for hunting, so they are extremely busy. Jiang starts shouting, I can't do this. I can't do that. Then tell me, what should I do? We can't just let the teacher get hurt like this. At that moment, they feel the ground shaking. Jiang says, is it an earthquake? Jiang looks to the other side and sees Eli approaching, carrying a huge rock. Eli comes straight to them and puts the huge rock down in front of them. He says, tell Teacher Martin that I've brought all the materials for this month. Moto tells Eli, the thing is, the teachers are not here, so I can't pay you now. Can you come later to collect your money? Eli says, no problem, I'll come later to take my payment. Eli delivers the materials that Teacher Martin usually pays for. Then Eli says, I'm leaving now. At that moment, Jiang grabs his hand and says, wait a minute, listen to me. Do you want to earn some extra money? Jiang takes out a pouch of coins and tells Moto, Moto, take me to the Purple Dragon team. I need to buy some high-level crystals. Moto asks, but why do you need crystals? The next scene shifts outside, where soldiers are sitting. The soldiers are talking amongst themselves. Teacher Martin passed through here. He has entered the cave. The second soldier says to the first one, but why did you let him go from there? The first soldier laughs and replies, the teacher said he needed to collect the crystal from inside, so he went in. But it doesn't matter anyway. The dragon will eat him. The first soldier then says, but he's a school teacher. What if he defeats the dragon and brings back the crystal? The second soldier laughs and replies, if he actually defeats the dragon and brings back the crystal, he has to pass through here. We'll just snatch it from him. Just then, they hear the sound of a machine starting up. One soldier says, look ahead. What is coming from there? The three soldiers look and are completely shocked. A car is coming straight toward them. One soldier exclaims, what kind of monster is this, charging directly at us? The car speeds forward, crashing through their barricade and heading straight into the cave. The soldiers panic and shout, how did a monster enter our capital? We need to inform our leader immediately. Now, we will witness Jiang's true power. Watch as he becomes the most powerful, defeating everyone despite being considered nothing more than a useless number. Jiang builds a vehicle and, along with his friends, heads towards the cave to rescue Teacher Martin. Upon seeing them, some soldiers get extremely scared and say, we must inform our leader. A monster has entered the capital. Inside the vehicle, Jiang, Moto, Eli, and Queen are present. Eli says to Jiang, can't you drive this a little slower? While Moto asks, did you really build this using those blueprints? Jiang replies, yes, I used them to create this. It's a car, and I've made a lot of improvements. I've also installed an electric crystal in it, so now it runs on electricity. Moto exclaims, so that's why you bought the electric purple stone? You wanted to power it with electricity? Jiang laughs and says, yes. You're really intelligent. I have complete faith in all of you. Together, we will rescue our master. Eli yells, Jiang, please look ahead while driving. While Queen also scolds him, why do you keep looking back? Keep your eyes on the road. Jiang smirks and says, hold on to something. I'm about to speed up. A few soldiers are guarding the cave entrance when Teacher Martin arrives. They stop him and ask, hey, who are you? What are you doing here? Teacher Martin responds, I am a teacher from the Royal Academy. I've come to collect crystals for my student studies. The soldiers exchange glances and say, you can't just enter like this. Our leader has ordered that only Purple Dragon members can collect these crystals. No one else is allowed. Ignoring them, Teacher Martin walks forward. One soldier tries to stop him, but another says, let him go. What can he possibly do alone? Except get himself killed. Inside the cave, Martin looks around and says, I should be able to find some crystals here. As he moves forward, he sees numerous glowing crystals embedded in the cave walls. Overjoyed, he exclaims, there are so many crystals here. It seems like the Purple Dragon clan has been lying to us, saying that collecting these crystals is difficult. They must be raising the prices for profit. Just then, the ground trembles, and a massive creature emerges. It's a sand dragon. Teacher Martin gasps, a ground dragon? No. It's a sand dragon. Jiang and his team arrive in their vehicle. Moto points ahead and says, the cave is right there. We should stop here. They park the vehicle and step out. Jiang looks around and says, we didn't see Martin on the way. That means he's already inside the cave. Queen holds her head and complains, ever since I became human, my tolerance for these situations has really decreased. Meanwhile, Eli is behind the vehicle, throwing up. Jiang walks up to him and asks, are you okay? We'll have to fight soon. Eli wipes his mouth and replies, I'm fine. Just give me a moment. Jiang then turns to Queen and asks, do you think you can take down the ground dragon? Queen smirks and says, in our demon tribe, we eat creatures like this for breakfast. Jiang laughs, all right then, let's go inside and find Martin. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind blows from inside the cave. Dust and debris scatter everywhere. As the dust settles, Teacher Martin emerges, pulling a trolley filled with glowing crystals. In his hand, he holds a massive gun. Upon seeing them, Teacher Martin smiles and says, what are you all doing here? Moto rushes forward and asks, Teacher, are you hurt? Martin laughs, I'm perfectly fine. I can handle small bugs like these easily. Jiang runs toward him, eyes shining with excitement. Teacher, is that a gun? Martin chuckles, a gun? No. This is a steam injector, it releases powerful bursts of steam. Moto looks at the pile of crystals and starts crying, this is amazing. Now we have so many crystals. We can conduct all sorts of studies, and we won't even need to buy them anymore. Teacher Martin, still smiling, says, yes, but we can't use these crystals just yet. They need to be refined first. Eli speaks up, our school has a refinery class. We can ask for their help. Jiang teases and says, you're quite smart. If you hadn't told us, the teacher wouldn't have found out. Jiang then turns to Teacher Martin and says, but the refinery class teacher works with the Purple Dragon unit. Why would he help us? Just then, Queen interrupts and says, we are not alone here. Suddenly, Purple Dragon unit soldiers emerge from the surroundings. There are a lot of them. They surround Jiang and his group from all sides. Jiang looks at Teacher Martin and says, I don't think they will let us take the crystals from here. The refinery class teacher stands with them and says to Martin, you've grown quite bold, daring to come here and steal crystals. Don't you know this area belongs to the Purple Dragon unit? Jiang asks Teacher Martin, who is this guy? Teacher Martin replies, he is the refinery class teacher, his name is Yalu. Martin then turns to Yalu and says, I thought acquiring these crystals would be difficult, but now that I'm here, I see it's not difficult at all. The ground dragon students are nothing but insects before us. You and the Purple Dragon unit's head are cheating. You are deliberately raising the prices. Martin continues angrily, you know very well that in our kingdom, some people take 10 to 20 years just to earn enough to buy a house. And yet, you people are selling even low-level crystals at such high prices that the average person can never afford them. Jiang thinks to himself, I didn't expect that buying a house here would be just as difficult as in my own world. Martin looks at Yalu and says, I will inform the king about everything. We don't need you anymore. From now on, we'll extract the crystals ourselves. Yalu smirks and says, even if the king allows you to take the crystals, how will you refine them? Martin turns to the students and says, this is all my fault. If I had stayed a little longer at the Draft tribe, I could have learned the art of refining. Jiang, unfazed, replies, so what if our master doesn't know refining? Once we take the crystals, we'll go to the Draft tribe and learn the refining skill from them. Jiang then glares at Yalu and adds, I don't think you are increasing the prices for the military's rations. You greedy people are doing this for your own benefit. Because of you, the capital is suffering from inflation. Yalu scoffs, I don't need to waste my time on poor people like you. Keep babbling all you want. Do you even have the slightest idea who else is involved in all this? Do you know who supports us? He then sneers, did you really think I'd just let you leave? You've talked too much already. Now, I think I should end you all right here. The soldiers immediately prepare to attack. Teacher Martin turns to the students with a heavy heart and says, this is all my fault. Because of me, you all got dragged into this dangerous situation. Jiang smiles and reassures him, don't worry, teacher. We came here of our own free will to save you. Martin is touched and thanks them, but Yalu doesn't waste any time. He gives his soldiers the order, go. Kill them all. Jiang turns to Ellie and Queen and asks, are you two ready? Do you remember our plan? Queen grabs her sword and immediately starts fighting the soldiers. Ellie, holding magical crystals in both hands, begins using advanced techniques learned from Teacher Mike. She punches the soldiers with enhanced strength, while Teacher Martin's gun proves to be incredible. He fires it and pushes 3 to 4 soldiers backward at once. Seeing this, the enemy soldiers start to panic and retreat. They're too strong. Are they really just students? One of them exclaims. Moto, watching the fight, notices Jiang sitting on the ground drawing something. He asks, why are you sketching in the middle of a battle? Jiang replies with a grin, I'm conducting a new experiment. If I succeed, our class will become the most powerful class ever. Meanwhile, Ellie holds an electric crystal in one hand and an aqua crystal in the other. She channels their abilities together and creates a massive tornado, using it to sweep the soldiers off their feet, spinning them around and knocking them out. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Queen is slashing through soldiers with her sword. The soldiers are left groaning on the ground, clutching their limbs. At that moment, Eli suddenly realizes that his foot is stuck. As he looks down, he sees a layer of slime, which has glued his tail to the ground. In front of him, Yalu holds several slime slices in his hands, his special ability. He throws even more slime toward Eli. When Eli punches them, the slimes twist and stick to his arms. Eli exclaims, these slimes, they re-moving on their own. He then uses his fire fist technique to try and heat the slime, but it doesn't work. Yalu bursts out laughing and says, these slimes are my creation, so they're fireproof. Not just that, they're also immune to electric shocks. Then, Yalu pulls out a pink-colored slime and throws it at Eli. Let's try this one, he says. Just then, Teacher Martin arrives, blocking the slimes with his gun. However, the slime melts the gun, leaving Martin shocked. Martin, still in disbelief, says, these are just students. There's no need for this. Do you really want to kill them all? Yalu smirks and replies, I already told you, this place will be your grave. Yet, you still refuse to believe me. As Yalu speaks, the Queen silently approaches from behind and slashes him through the center. But Yalu only laughs, his body turns into slime. It was just a slime clone. Martin, wide-eyed, exclaims, was this Yalu also made of slime? Suddenly, dozens of Yalu clones appear. Yalu chuckles, take a guess, which one of us is the real me? The Queen clenches her sword and thinks, if only I had my magical powers. I would have crushed this bug long ago. The Yalu clones pull out pink-colored slime balls and hurl them forward. The sight terrifies everyone, Motu even starts crying. At that moment, Jiang, who is sitting behind him, calmly says, my drawing is complete. Motu, still crying, sobs, Mom, forgive me. When you grow old, I won't be able to take care of you, because I'm about to die. Just then, the ground begins to shake beneath Motu. The trembling startles everyone, making them wonder if it's an earthquake. But it's not, the earth splits apart, and Jiang disappears into it. Motu watches in horror, tears streaming down his face, as he shouts, Jiang just fell into it. Teacher Martin and Eli are also shaken. Jiang is underneath all that rubble. They exclaim. Large chunks of earth begin fusing together. Meanwhile, Yalu hurls dozens of pink slime balls at them. But suddenly, from within the pile of rocks, Jiang fires a cannon blast. The explosion sends the slime balls flying backward, making them fall onto Yalu's own soldiers. Yalu quickly creates a slime shield in front of himself, but his own soldiers get caught in the blast. Their armor starts melting as they scream in agony, some clutching their burnt hands, others struggling with their scorched legs. Watching this, Yalu mutters, what the hell is buried beneath all that rubble? The ground trembles again as something massive begins to emerge. The moment the others see it, their eyes widen in shock. One of them screams, It's a ground dragon. Run for your lives. Teacher Martin shouts, no, that's not just a ground dragon. The Queen watches in disbelief. What is Jiang up to? Meanwhile, Yalu stares at it in terror. This is a demon from the demon tribe. Finally, a massive transformer-like machine bursts out from the rubble. Inside, Jiang is sitting, controlling it. And this is where we finally realize the power of the main character. Jiang is about to change this entire world using his drawing skills and modern world knowledge. Jiang builds a massive robot that looks exactly like Optimus Prime from the Transformers movie. Seeing this, Yalu and his soldiers become extremely frightened and exclaim, what kind of demon is this? Yalu's soldiers start running away. Yalu yells, you don't need to run. I am right here. Jiang, speaking from inside the robot, responds, a little while ago, you were talking a lot. Now, let's see you talk again. Teacher Martin, surprised, says, that's Jiang's voice. Meanwhile, Moto is delighted and says, Jiang is completely fine. Quinn hands over the robot and comments, I think this might be some kind of machine from his world. Teacher Martin recalls, the dwarves also tried to create such joints when I united their tribe, but they couldn't succeed. I can't believe Jiang actually built one. Inside the robot, even Jiang himself is in disbelief. I never thought I'd be able to build this. He names his robot Lucky and thinks, if I gain proper knowledge about crystals and their applications, I could build many such machines. At that moment, Yalu forms a slime ball and throws it at the robot, aiming at Jiang. Seeing this, Jiang raises his arm in defense. Yalu says, this robot is too big. That attack had no effect. Then, Yalu's companion forms a huge pink slime ball and hurls it at the robot, saying, let's see how you dodge this. Teacher Martin shouts, avoid that slime. It melts metal. However, Jiang doesn't move. The pink slime lands directly on the robot's body, but nothing happens. Jiang laughs and says to Yalu, my robot is made of fire crystal. You can't melt its material. Hearing this, Yalu starts screaming in frustration. Jiang moves forward and, using his robot, starts smashing Yalu's soldiers one by one. Witnessing this, Yalu attempts to flee, saying, I'll bring people who can defeat you. But before he can escape, Quinn steps in front of him, blocking his way. Yalu says angrily, first, you people extracted another without permission. And now you're trying to kill a teacher? You will be severely punished for this. Just then, Jiang appears from behind and lifts Yalu with the robot's massive hand. He says, the punishment you're talking about should be given to you. You and your people are the real thieves. Not only that, but you also tried to kill Teacher Martin. Why don't we take this issue to the king? Hearing this, Yalu panics. Jiang smirks and offers, whatever the Purple Dragon clan is paying you, we can pay you just as much. Work with us from now on. Yalu scoffs, you don't understand. The people backing me are ruthless and extremely powerful. You won't be able to do anything against them, so don't get involved in this mess. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a man named Buri sits holding a glass of wine. Two men sit beside him, both members of the royal family, one named Bush and the other Buno. The captain of the Purple Dragon team is also present. He orders his soldiers, bring the goods quickly. The soldiers carry in a large box filled with coins and present it before Buri. Buri inspects the coins and remarks, this is too little. The captain insists, but we counted them. Everything is here. We haven't kept anything for ourselves. Bush suggests, why don't we increase the prices even more? The captain protests, but the prices are already too high. Bush smirks, this is our business. If we don't raise the prices, our profits will shrink. Buno agrees, yes. We should definitely increase the prices. Buri then orders, Captain, increase the prices, make them 5 times higher. After all, the poor in the kingdom exist only to support us. The three of them start laughing. The captain mutters under his breath, these people are even worse than I thought. Just then, a soldier comes running and exclaims, Sir, I have urgent news. The captain asks, what news do you have? The soldier informs the captain, Teacher Martin went into the mine with his students and brought back a lot of crystals. Hearing this, the captain shouts, but we sold Yanu there. He was supposed to manage everything. The soldier adds, they have already captured the magician. This shocks Buri greatly. At that moment, Jiang and his team arrive in a large trailer. Jiang has even modified it into a truck. Moto asks, why are there so many guards at the gate? Teacher Martin replies, I think the news has already spread. These people are standing here for us. The soldiers stop their truck at the gate. Teacher Martin steps out and says, we are here to meet your captain. Don't stop us. At the same time, Buri comes out with his 2 companions and their leader. Buri tells them, you don't need to look for him. The team leader is in a meeting with King. Confrontation with the Purple Dragon unit. The captain of the Purple Dragon unit says, you all have become quite bold to go against us. They notice that Yalu is tied up in the truck. The captain then says, Teacher Martin, you have made a grave mistake. He immediately orders his soldiers, arrest them. As the soldiers move forward, Queen steps in their way, placing her hand on her sword. She warns, take even 1 step forward, and I will cut off all your heads. Buri smirks, oh, so you're here too? Jiang glares at Buri and says, oh? You're involved in this mess? And you're the one who increased all the prices? Buri does not respond but instead looks at Queen and says, I haven't been to school for a while, so I really missed you. Queen, mocking him, replies, I don't waste my time on people like you. Jiang, now furious, mutters, why is this idiot ignoring me? Buri looks at Queen and says, sticking with these losers will get you nowhere. Join us instead. If you side with me, I'll make you rich beyond your imagination. Hearing this, Eli gets angry and snaps, who are you calling a loser? Moto intervenes, Eli, don't get too worked up. You know he's the son of Ringid. If you attack him, we'll all end up in jail. Buri turns to Teacher Martin and declares, you have violated military law. Get ready to face trial. He orders his soldiers, arrest them immediately. As the soldiers move in again, Cephisas arrives. Cephisas, riding his horse, commands, stand down. Jiang, seeing Cephisas, is overjoyed. Behind Cephisas, Teacher Drona, magic class teacher ACI, and a student named Renis are also present. In the last episode, Renis was mistakenly called Leaned and identified as Buri's brother. However, this was a translation error. He is actually Buri's uncle. Cephisas tells Drona, we have arrived. You can get down now. Drona clings to him and says, no, I don't want to get down yet. Cephisas smirks, let's deal with this situation first. Then, I'll take you on a proper horse ride. Hearing this, Drona blushes and nods, okay, fine. Meanwhile, Jiang, Teacher Martin, and Queen are shocked to see them. Buri glares at Cephisas and says, this is the territory of the Purple Dragon Unit. What are you doing here? Cephisas replies, our king knows that Teacher Martin has broken the law. That's why he sent me here to arrest him. Buri scoffs, you're not here to rescue him, are you? This man is a criminal of the Purple Dragon Unit, and we have captured him. You're not planning to take him away, are you? Renis steps forward and commands, stand aside. This is a direct order from our king. Buri narrows his eyes, you're siding with them too. Renis smirks, have you forgotten something? This entire kingdom belongs to our king. His orders are absolute. Teacher Martin must be taken to him, and you have no right to interfere. Buri argues, we are all part of the royal family. We have the authority to handle this. Renis retorts, if you know we are from the royal family, then you should also know that I am your royal uncle. With that, Renis unleashes his power, its intensity so overwhelming that Buri falls to his knees. Even Jiang clutches his chest, gasping, I'm in so much pain. The queen says to him, because you don't have boundary force, you are feeling pain. You can't endure its power. Hearing this, Jiang says, Renis is really powerful. Kush and Buno move forward and say, Buri was under a lot of pressure, that's why he spoke to you that way. Please forgive him. Renis tells Buri, since you are Engust's son, meaning Rigid's son, and Rigid is my royal brother, I respect you just as much. But don't try to take undue advantage of this. But seriously, if I'm honest, to me, you're nothing more than a complete fool. Buri gets extremely nervous and says, Uncle, please forgive me. Renis lets him go. Buri thinks to himself, one day, I will definitely take revenge for this. Just then, Drona walks up, grabs Buri by the ear, and says, why haven't you been coming to school for so many days? Buri pleads, Teacher Drona, please let go of my ear. I promise I will come to school from tomorrow. Meanwhile, Teacher Drona slaps Buri, and seeing this, Buno tells Bush, go and help him. Bush replies, no way. That teacher is really scary. I'm not going near her. Teacher Martin says to Cephisas, please, put handcuffs on me and take me to the king. Cephisas responds, Martin, there is no need for this. Our king has not issued any order for your arrest. Martin questions, then why did Cephisas say that earlier? Cephisas steps forward and says to Martin, I'm glad that you all returned safely from the mind realm. Jiang tells Cephisas, because of us, you got into trouble again. Cephisas walks up to Jiang, places his hand on his head, and says, don't do anything reckless again that puts you in danger. I can't bear to see you get hurt. Jiang blushes and says, okay, I understand. Teacher AC tells the queen, our king is organizing a grand celebration, and every class has to send their best student to represent them. I have chosen Renis from my class, and I want to take you as well. What do you think? Would you like to participate in the celebration as our class representative? The queen asks, what kind of celebration is this? Teacher Drona interrupts and says, since you have already chosen Renis, why are you taking her too? Only one student should go. She will represent the sword class from my side. Renis steps forward and asks the queen, what is your decision? Which class do you want to represent? Will you come with me to the celebration as our class representative? Seeing them talk, Jiang's expression changes. Cephisas says to Jiang, let's go for a walk. I need to talk to you about something. And then, we also need to go see the king to explain everything. Meanwhile, Yalu is still tied up in the truck and complains, when are you going to release me? Everyone arrives at the palace. Teacher Martin explains everything to the king. After hearing them, the king says, the command of the purple dragon is with Sato. Since Sato is not here, we cannot make any decisions. Besides, I also need to discuss this matter with Rigid. Jiang looks at the king and thinks, how can such a small child be their king? Cephisas tells the king, the purple dragon team increased the prices on their own, which has put a financial burden on the city's people, causing inflation in our kingdom. We shouldn't take this matter lightly. The king replies, Rigid said that the military's budget is extremely tight, and that's why we need money. Why don't we just let this matter go? Jiang steps forward and says, it makes sense to give all the money to the military. But what if a corrupt person takes control of all the funds, and the money never actually reaches the military? At that moment, Rigid arrives from behind and, after hearing Jiang's words, says, I absolutely despise corrupt people. Jian looks back and gets extremely scared. He says, I shouldn't have said that. I think he heard me. Ringid moves forward and tells the king, I heard that there was some issue going on here, so I rushed over. When I investigated the entire matter, I found out that the head of the Purple Dragon team increased the prices and kept all the money through corruption, looting the people under the name of our military budget. I have personally resolved this issue and have severely punished the team leader. I absolutely hate thieves and corrupt people like him. Teacher Martin asks Ringid, who will decide the prices of these crystals in the future? Ringid turns around and tells Mr. Martin, you are a very important person in this kingdom, and your students are also crucial in shaping it. You have made a huge contribution to its development. At the same time, Ringid looks at Jiang. Jiang gets extremely frightened and thinks, I feel like this man is definitely going to kill me because of what I said earlier. Ringid then tells the king, I have a suggestion. If you agree, why don't we assign the responsibility of setting and extracting the prices to Teacher Martin and Cephesus from now on? From today, the White Dragon team will handle all these matters. Hearing this, everyone is left shocked and confused. Martin asks Ringid, are you serious about this? Ringid responds, I am completely serious. I also know that after extracting the crystals, they need to be refined. That is why I have already spoken to Mr. Yalu. He will also assist you. The king then asks Ringid, but what about the military budget? Ringid replies, the White Dragon team will also take responsibility for the military budget. Jiang wonders, since when did he become so good? Could it be because of Cephesus? The king then declares, it's decided. From today, the White Dragon team will handle all these matters. Then, the king turns to Teacher Martin and says, I need your help. I want you to take care of something for me. Teacher Martin replies, yes, tell me, your majesty. What do you need? The king explains, Ringid is going to war in the west, so we are advancing the hunting festival. Next time, it will be held in summer. That's why I want you to prepare a large arena within the next 10 days. Teacher Martin nods and says, understood. Jiang thinks, a large arena? Does this mean Olympic Games will be held here too? After the meeting, everyone leaves the court. Cephesus approaches Ringid and asks, why did you help us? I don't understand your reasoning. Ringid laughs and replies, you are a very special captain in my army. I can't afford to lose you. You are that war soldier who joined the army at the age of 15 and killed many demons. You have fought countless battles for our kingdom. But after that, your master adopted you, and your battlefield action stopped. Now, you are just a member of the king's escort team. Don't you think your sword still needs to see action? Cephesus replies, I serve my king, and I will do anything for him. I joined the White Dragon team because my master wanted me to ensure the king's safety, but I never imagined that my own team would have soldiers you planted in it. Once all responsibilities are transferred to us, I will finally be tension-free and won't have to focus so much on protection. Ringid laughs and says, the control of this country should be in the hands of the one who can run it, whether it's our king or someone else. Cephesus tells Ringid, I understand that our king is still young, so you are handling the country. But you should focus on governing the country, not abusing your power. Hearing this, Ringid gets angry and releases his power. He then asks Cephesus, did your master never tell you about the real state of our country? Cephesus, gripping his sword, says, but I want to ask you something too. What did you do to my master that made him so troubled? As they exchange words, both Ringid and Cephesus release their powers. Jian, witnessing this, panics. Teacher Martin quickly tells Jian, hide behind me. If they release their power any further, you won't be able to handle it. Just as the fight between Cephesus and Ringid is about to begin, White Dragon soldiers arrive. One of them approaches the captain and says, Captain, something urgent has happened. We need to talk to you. Cephesus asks, what happened? The soldier replies, it's about Master Guru. He hanged himself in the library. Hearing this, everyone is left in shock. Ringid, however, laughs and says, Guru has truly embarrassed me. I thought he was tougher than this. Later that night, the queen sits on her bed, cleaning her sword, while Jian lies on the floor, lost in thought. The queen looks at him and asks, what's wrong? What's bothering you? Jian replies, even if I explain, you won't understand. The queen says, there's no need to misunderstand. Rennies and I are just classmates. Hearing this, Jian bursts into laughter and thinks, I was only feeling bad for Cephesus, but now she's acting like she cares about me. Jian sits up and asks the queen, which class will you represent in the celebration? The queen replies, I will represent the swordsmanship class. Jian then asks, but did Rennies personally ask you? Will you refuse him? He adds, you don't have to think about me. If you want to go with him, then go. The queen responds, I think he is extremely strong in magic. That's why I want to represent swordsmanship, so that I can face him and see how strong I really am against him. Jian says to him, you are extremely handsome, incredibly powerful, and even a part of the royal family. As he is saying this, the queen gets furious and sternly asks, have you forgotten my true identity? She stands up and tells him, you are nothing but human trash. I should be beating you every single day. Jian, seeing her anger, falls to the ground and becomes extremely scared. But everyone already knows what will happen next. Now in next scene, daytime Saphizes is standing at his father's grave. Teacher Martin and Jian are with him. Teacher Martin says, Master Guru was a great man. He was also our king's teacher and did a lot for the kingdom. He then adds, if you want revenge, I will support you. The queen steps forward and says, yes, I will support you too. Teacher Drona walks towards them, places her hands on their heads, and says, why can't you let go of revenge? She continues, Ringer is the strongest fighter in this kingdom. When he was young, he fought against the demon tribe's king, George Oz. I don't think anyone else but Ringer is alive today with the strength to battle the demon king. Jian turns to the queen and asks, are you talking about your father? He then says, I heard from my dad that there was only one person who ever managed to escape from my father. And that person survived. Saphizes then reveals, Master Guru was not my real father. He adopted me, but he was more than a father to me. Saphizes begins narrating, 20 years ago, these walls didn't exist. We used to live inside the kingdom. My family was very poor, but my father worked extremely hard to support me and my younger brother. He continues, one evening, bandits attacked our village. My father showed great courage and stood against them to protect the villagers. But he was killed by one of the bandits. I rushed forward and bit the bandit's ear in anger, but he slashed me with his sword, leaving me for dead. They thought I was dead and threw me to the ground. Then, they massacred everyone in the village. Those who tried to escape were captured, including my younger brother. My mother and father were both killed. Later, I found out that my brother was taken and sold to the demon tribe. From that day on, I vowed to learn swordsmanship so I could find and rescue him. At the age of 15, I applied to join the military. Saphizes continues, I became a soldier, and soon, we went to war against the demon tribe. I gained a lot of experience on the battlefield. Fighting them, I became incredibly strong but was also severely wounded many times. I barely survived death on multiple occasions. One day, Master Guru arrived at our camp to check on the injured soldiers. By then, I had already been promoted to a frontline soldier. There was a severely injured soldier in our camp who was begging, please, just kill me. I can't bear this pain anymore. Master Guru got angry and asked, why haven't you taken him to another place? Where are your doctors? Why is he not being treated? The soldier replied, all our medics were killed by the demon tribe. We don't have any doctors left. At that moment, I stepped forward and killed the soldier with my sword. Master Guru was shocked and asked, why did you do that? I simply said, by the time doctors arrive, he will already be dead. I didn't want him to suffer in pain. Master Guru says to Saphizes, you are the hero of our army. You were the one who killed a leader of the demon army. Saphizes stands up and replies, I am no hero, but you can call me a protector of the empire. A soldier standing beside the Master Guru gets angry at Saphizes, but Master Guru stops him, saying, let him speak. Master Guru then asks Saphizes, if you dislike fighting, why did you join the army? Saphizes answers, my younger brother was sold into the demon clan. I joined the army so I could defeat them and get my brother back. But after joining, I realized that no matter how skilled a soldier I become, I can never truly protect everyone. Someone will always get hurt. Saphizes continues, the soldier I just killed was named Rot. He was my junior in the army and admired me greatly. He used to help me with many things. He was only 17 years old. There are many young soldiers like him in our army. Now, I no longer wish to find my brother. Because in this path, I am watching people, who are just like my brother, die. Saphizes then declares, I want to leave this behind. Master Guru questions him, so, you want to run away? He then says, what if we change the way we search for your brother? What if you don't have to fight, but you still find him? Would you accept that? Saphizes agrees, I accept your offer. After that, Master Guru adopted Saphizes as his son, and he became the captain of the White Dragon team. This team is responsible only for the king's safety and does not engage in wars. However, Saphizes never stopped searching for his brother. Now at the present time, Saphizes remembers Master Guru's wish. He wanted all the kingdoms to be at peace, but making peace among all the tribes is much harder than waging war. In the next scene, we see Ringid sitting on a large throne covered in a lion's hide. His foot rests on the lion's head. A girl approaches him with a bag and addresses him as Royal Father. She explains everything that happened. Ringid asks, "Did you bring the thing I asked for?" The girl throws the bag on the ground, and 3 or 4 severed heads roll out. Seeing this, Ringid smirks and thinks, "Master Guru, I told you to join me. If you do not follow my ways, I will have no choice but to eliminate more of your people." He then tells the girl, "Your admission into archery class at the school has been arranged. Go meet your teacher tomorrow." The girl hesitates and asks, "Father, I don't understand. Why do I need to go to school?" Ringid throws a picture toward her. She picks it up and sees an image of Jiang. Ringid orders, "You must participate in the kingdom's spirit function as an archery class student. And I want you to keep an eye on this boy." Now at the next scene of Royal Arena, the previous arena has been destroyed. The characters arrive there with Teacher Martin and his entire class. Jiang asks, "Teacher, you can use your pen to build a new arena, but how will you destroy the remains of the old one?" Teacher Martin responds, "That's why I brought Teacher Essie and Teacher Mike from the magic class." Mike greets Jiang, "Hey, kid. Haven't seen you in a while." Jiang replies, "Hello, Teacher Mike. How are you?" Mike laughs, "Eli keeps telling me about you. You joined the forgery class and are doing well." Teacher Essie then says, "All right, let's begin." Mike jumps into the air above the arena, then leaps even higher and punches the ground. A massive powerful tornado forms, and the arena walls start crumbling. At the same time, Teacher Essie steps forward and creates a magical field around the arena, trapping all the debris inside. Then, she starts compressing the debris into a smaller and smaller sphere. Jiang watches in shock and thinks, "What kind of work is this? They are demolishing buildings in mere minutes." Teacher Essie finally shrinks the debris into a tiny pile. Mike groans, "Ugh, my back hurts now." The 2 teachers finish their task and leave. Teacher Martin thanks them. Jiang turns to Eli and says, "There are only 10 days left for the competition. Aren't you going to practice?" Eli responds, "Working here is also a part of training, so I'll continue helping out." Jiang says, "You are really poor. Are you planning to sell these stones again to make money?" Teacher Martin tells Jiang, "Eli has many younger siblings, so he has to work. That's why he earns money along with studying. Not only does he sell stones to the forgery class, but he also does many other jobs to send money to his family." Hearing this, Jiang feels happy and says to Eli, "You are not just a good student, but also a great elder brother." Eli replies, "If I win this tournament, I will receive a huge reward. This will help improve my family's background. That's why I have to win this competition." Jiang starts thinking, "Is there really a prize for the winner of this competition?" Moto responds, "Of course. The winner will receive a huge reward, 1,000 gold coins. Besides that, there will also be a shiny trophy." Jiang says, "With that, I can only buy a few gold alloy crystals." Moto adds, "Not just that. After winning, you can also join the military. The winner will be given the title of soldier, and after completing your studies at school, you can directly enlist in the military." Jiang asks, "Does that mean if I become a soldier, I can leave this city?" Moto nods, "Yes, but you can't leave alone." Jiang gets excited, "That means I can take Isabella with me and go to the demon tribe. Because if I don't return to my world before the vacation ends, I'll be in serious trouble." Meanwhile, the teacher starts the lesson and tells the students, "Look at the blueprints and make sure to design the layout properly." Just then, 3 people arrive. Teacher Martin says, "Good, you are here." The 3 newcomers respectfully greet Teacher Martin and say, "You are our teacher. You can call us anytime." Moto says in disbelief, "I can't believe all 3 seniors are here together." The seniors look at Jiang and say, "So, you must be Jiang. We heard about you. You build incredible mechanical machines, and you even created a steam engine. How did you do that?" Jiang laughs, "Maybe because my brain is too big." One of the seniors responds, "I heard about you from Moto. You, a great forger and are doing a lot for this kingdom." Teacher Martin says, "I called these 3 here so they can help you all with your studies because I will be focusing entirely on building the arena." Teacher Moto and Jiang are told, "I want you both to undergo special training for the next 10 days. The 2 look at each other, worried. "Why us?" Teacher Martin steps forward, places a hand on Jiang's shoulder, and says, "Once, you asked me why the forgery class doesn't participate in fights. To be honest, I don't like the idea of fighting, but I believe that at some point in life, we all need to fight. That's why I want you to participate in this competition on behalf of our class. I hope you understand what I am saying." Jiang nods, "Yes, I understand." Teacher Martin then addresses the students, I want to introduce you to my 3 most outstanding students. They will be your teachers for the next 10 days and will improve your forgery techniques. She introduces them one by one. Hans, he is the best architect in our kingdom. He was my student and is in high demand at the royal palace. Mohin, he is our weapon specialist and designs weapons for the army. Kaiser, he is the top clothing designer for our kingdom. She continues, now that you know their names, treat them with respect because they will be your teachers for the next 10 days. Hans says, in all the previous tournaments, our class has never progressed far, but I believe that this time, you all will achieve something great. Teacher Martin adds, each class will send 5 students to the tournament. We are also sending our students, not to win, because we know we can't, but to score as high as possible. Meanwhile, Eli is seen lifting stones and training hard. The next scene takes place in the magic class, where Rennis is training. In front of him, there are 4 to 5 demons. Using his magical powers, he defeats them. All these demons are actually statues, and Rennis, utilizing his powers, shatters all of them. Rennis possesses numerous magical abilities, including fire and electricity. Alongside the teacher, there is another girl standing, who will be participating with Rennis. Looking at him, she says, Teacher, he's incredibly powerful. If he's this amazing, why don't you let him go to the tournament alone? The teacher replies, No, I can't do that. I don't want Drona to even end up in second place, so you must accompany him. On the other side, the teacher is training Drona and Isabella. She takes Isabella to a waterfall and makes her sit beneath it, where the water continuously pours down on her. Drona observes and says, her swordsmanship has already improved significantly, but I want her to use her boundary force as well. Meanwhile, Queen sits under the waterfall in a meditative posture, closing her eyes. Suddenly, she finds herself in a different place, standing atop a mountain. Below, countless demons lie dead. Shocked, she exclaims, These are all my demon generals. Who did this to them? At that moment, another queen appears behind her and says, You don't need to fear me. I am you. And we both did this. Isabella finds herself standing in a scene of devastation. The queen looks at her and says, We both caused this, or should I say, you caused this? You are responsible for their deaths. Shocked, Isabella protests, How can I be responsible for their deaths? The other queen glares at her. This happened because of you. They sacrificed their lives to protect you, their queen, but you failed them. You trusted the humans and signed the treaty. You even trusted your commander, Julian, and he betrayed you. Because you were never fit to be a queen. You were a fool. Their deaths were the result of your poor decisions. Enraged, Isabella shoves her counterpart backward. This isn't my fault, she cries. Tears stream down her face as she continues, I only wanted to negotiate with the humans so I wouldn't have to watch my people die anymore. How was I supposed to know that my own kind would betray me and side with the humans? The other queen smirks. Our father was right. We should have conquered the world. But even then, you didn't support him. Despite that, our demon brethren still followed you because you were their queen. But you were never worthy of the title. They died only to protect you. Have you forgotten that you are a demon queen, not a human? Just then, the corpses of her fallen demon allies, who were lying on the ground, suddenly grab her legs and begin chanting, My demon queen. Demon queen. Seeing this, Isabella is consumed with fury. She unleashes her inner power and looks straight at her counterpart. I don't need you to remind me. I am and will always be a demon queen, not a human. Meanwhile, teacher Drona, who had been standing by the waterfall, suddenly senses an overwhelming surge of power. She watches in shock. Isabella, still sitting beneath the waterfall, is surrounded by an immense boundary force. She struggles to control it as the energy surges wildly. Teacher Drona, alarmed, rushes forward and lands a powerful punch on Isabella's neck, knocking her unconscious. I've never seen a boundary force like this before, she mutters. Only demons have such evil and immense boundary energy. Yalu is in his lab, creating new slimes. Just then, Toss Bush enters. What do you have there? Why did you call me? Bush asks. Yalu glances at him. This bastard is my student, yet he doesn't even call me teacher. He then speaks aloud, I've created a new compound. With this magical compound, you can defeat Rennies. Bush's eyes widen with excitement. Really? Are you serious? Yalu smirks. Of course, but I'll only give you this magical item if you agree to one condition. He doesn't reveal the condition immediately. Sophie SAS is walking through the market with his soldier friend. His friend asks, I haven't seen Jiang in a while. How's his forgery class going? Both men are so handsome that the women in the market can't help but stare, blushing with admiration. Sophie SAS responds, Teacher Martin never held back on him. He passed down all his knowledge to Jiang. He says Jiang has a lot of potential, one day, he'll surpass even him. His friend nods. I've seen Jiang's drawings. He's incredibly talented. Sophie SAS carries a basket full of fruits. He looks at his friend and says, Ibai is also working very hard. Ibai, also known as Isabella, the demon queen. Sophie Sass says, I am taking all this to cheer them up, my friend. Sophie Sass's friend asks, did Alina prepare all this? I heard that you both work really hard together. Sophie Sass replies, oh, come on, stop it already. As they walk through the market, their eyes fall on a shop in front of them. The friend says, look over there. What's that? They approach the shop and see a man sitting with a small fan strapped to his stomach, enjoying the cool air. Sophie Sass asks him, what are you selling? The shopkeeper replies, this is a fan, and it's amazing. You just need to pull the string at the bottom, and it will start running, giving you cool air. Sophie Sass's friend pulls the string and stands in front of the fan. He exclaims, Sophie Sass, this is amazing. Just look at it. At that moment, they notice something strange in an alley. There are a lot of unusual things happening. Two people are riding bicycles, while a child is using a skateboard with handlebars. The friend asks, what are these things? I've never seen them before. Sophie Sass replies, me neither. Just then, they see a crowd gathered at a spot where a man is selling bicycles. He has a lot of them and is selling each for 2 coins. A wealthy man arrives and says, I want 10 bicycles, 1 for each of my family members. The friend says, wow, the market is so lively today. Nearby, a student from a magic class stands crying, holding his wand. He says, why am I still learning magic? Frustrated, he breaks his wand and runs forward, shouting, I want to buy a bicycle too. At that moment, Sophie Sass hears an announcement, someone is selling Teacher Drona and Teacher Wadley. The seller shouts, come quickly. Buy 2, get 1 free. Sophie Sass gets furious and says, who dares to sell our school teachers? As they move ahead, they see a shop buzzing with activity. There are mannequins of Teacher Wadley and Teacher Drona dressed in bikinis. The shopkeeper announces, 1 for 2 coins, but if you buy 2, you get them for 3 coins. Behind the small mannequins, there are 2 large ones, which were originally made by Jiang. A chubby pervert asks, how much for the big ones at the back? The shopkeeper replies, our boss says they are life-sized, so each one costs 2,000 coins. The customers react in shock, saying, that's too expensive, but some still insist, we have to buy them. Sophie Sass steps forward and asks the shopkeeper, is your boss's name Jiang, by any chance? The shopkeeper responds, Captain, yes. Our boss is Jiang. But how did you know? The entire market is filled with Jiang's creations. He had invented all these things in his forgery class, and they were now being sold. Just then, Hans and Motu arrive in a massive truck. Sophie Sass and his friend are shocked. The friend asks, is that a giant monster? Sophie Sass replies, no, it's not a monster. Jiang made this too, it's a motor car. Motu steps out of the truck, sees Sophie Sass, and excitedly greets him. Sophie Sass and his friend arrive at the arena, where Teacher Martin greets them. Teacher Martin says, we completed the arena. Sophie Sass exclaims, wow! You built such a huge arena in just 10 days. That's incredible. Teacher Martin smiles and says, thanks for the compliment. Then he adds, I guess you're here to meet Jiang, but he isn't here. He went to the useless number forest with Ellie. Sophie Sass asks, the useless number forest? What is he going to find there? Teacher Martin replies, I don't know. He said he had an experiment to conduct. At that moment, Motu arrives, carrying a large box. He says, Jiang told me to give this to you before he left. When Sophie Sass opens the box, he finds it filled with coins. Teacher Martin says to him, all these coins were meant to be deposited into the military fund. To this, Sophie Sass responds, how can I take this money? This is the hard-earned income of our kingdom's people. Teacher Martin replies, that's not the case. Inflation in our city has dropped significantly because we are using robots to extract crystals from the mines. Meanwhile, Teacher Mike's students are helping us, which serves as their training while also completing our work. Motu takes out a small crystal from his pocket and shows it to Sophie Sass, saying, this small crystal used to cost 10 gold coins. Even Teacher Yalu used to charge us 5 gold coins for refining this crystal. But now, he has also reduced his prices. Now, with 10 gold coins, we can buy 5 such crystals, meaning each crystal costs us only 2 gold coins. Hearing this, Sophie Sass says, that means inflation will decrease. Teacher Martin nods and says, exactly. The people had some extra money, which they used to buy goods made by Jiang. So now, you can use these funds for your military. Ellie and Jiang arrive at a forest filled with large black trees. These trees have no leaves and bear no fruit of any kind. Jiang walks forward, touches one of the trees, and says, this doesn't feel like a tree at all. He immediately puts his bag down, opens it, and takes out a few items. Let's test this. Is it really a magical tree or not? Inside his bag, he has many small paper pieces, a new technique he learned from Hans. He has drawn images of stones on these paper pieces. He unrolls one of the scrolls and takes out a stone. Then, he pulls out a pen and draws a chainsaw on the stone. Using a fire-red crystal, he creates a chainsaw and then powers it with an electric crystal. Ellie says, "Your method is really impressive, storing stones on paper beforehand and taking them out when needed." Jiang smiles and says, "A senior student taught me this. It's an excellent technique." He hands the chainsaw to Ellie and says, "Now it's up to you. Cut down the tree quickly." Ellie grabs the chainsaw and starts using it on the tree, but it doesn't even make a dent. Frustrated, he says, "Your gadget isn't working. I can't cut it at all." At that moment, the chainsaw breaks, but the tree remains intact. Jiang, surprised, says, "My chainsaw was made of steel. Why couldn't it cut this tree?" He moves closer and observes the tree carefully. Not even a scratch. What exactly is this tree made of? After examining it closely, Jiang exclaims, "This is amazing." Ellie, confused, says, "You do realize this is completely useless, right? This is the useless number. Why are you even trying to use it?" Jiang replies, "You think it's useless because you couldn't use it properly. You were trying to treat it like regular wood to build houses. But if we find the right use for it, even the useless number can become the most valuable thing." Jiang doesn't reveal exactly what the useless number is, whether it's a plant, a tree, or something else. But if I had to guess, I'd say maybe it's diamond. The fighting arena is filled with noise, and horns are blaring as today's competition is about to begin. People from all over the kingdom have gathered there. The king's crown has been placed on display, and as soon as the king steps into the massive stadium, the entire crowd rises to welcome him. The king takes his seat and signals for the competition to begin. Sophie Sahas is responsible for managing and announcing the entire tournament. He declares, "Today, we officially start this tournament." He then instructs all the representatives, "Hurry up and bring in all the students from each class." The students seated in the arena begin whispering among themselves, "I wonder which class will win this year?" Another replies, "It will either be the magic class or the swordsmanship class, just like every year." A student behind them chimes in, "That's not necessarily true. The combat class students are really strong this time. I think they have a good chance of winning." First, the students from the magic class enter the arena, accompanied by their teacher, Elsie. A total of 5 students are participating from the magic class, but the most powerful among them is Rhaenys. The crowd cheers upon seeing them, excitedly exclaiming, "They have Rhaenys with them. He's incredibly powerful. That means they are going to win for sure." Meanwhile, 2 girls sitting in the audience start shouting. One yells, "Rhaenys, I want your babies." The other shouts, "You are so cool. Marry me." Next, the swordsmanship class enters, led by teacher Drona and Queen Isabella. With Isabella is Buri, the son of Rigon. The crowd erupts once again, exclaiming, "They have a royal candidate with them." But soon, their excitement shifts as they lay eyes on the queen. "Wow, this girl is insanely hot," someone in the audience exclaims. Sophie Sahas steps forward and says, "This time, there's no need to hold back." The queen smirks and replies, "Of course not. I'll give it my all." Third, the students from the combat class arrive, including Bruno and Eli. Fourth, the archery class enters with their teacher and students. Fifth, the refinery class arrives, led by teacher Yalu, with Toss Bush among their students. Sixth, the pastoral class students step in. Seventh, the druid class makes their entrance. Then comes our class, forgery class. Among them is Jiang, while Mudu looks extremely nervous. Jiang turns to Mudu and says, "There's no need to be scared. I'm with you. We just have to do our best." Out of all the students in forgery class, Jiang is the only one who looks excited, while the rest appear miserable. At that moment, the 8th class, chef class, is called in. However, they only have one student participating. Jiang looks at him and wonders, why did they bring only one student? Meanwhile, the other chefs in the audience cheer for him, shouting, "Give it your best." The students in the arena begin murmuring, "Are the cooks insane? What is a chef even doing in this competition? How is a chef supposed to compete against everyone else? And they only sent one student." The students from the druid class laugh mockingly. "How is a chef going to fight us? With his frying pan?" Maybe he'll throw boiled eggs at us. The student from the chef class, Nia, clenches his fists in anger. His teacher steps forward and advises him, stay calm. You know that if you turn up the heat too much, the food burns. The same goes for your anger, keep it under control. Hearing his name, the druid students burst into laughter. Look at his body. He's huge. But his name is like a little girl's. Nia. Sounds like a baby's name. Nia grits his teeth in rage, but before he can react, the 9th class, forgery class, enters the arena. Jiang nudges Mudu and says, come on, we have to give it our all. Look, even the chef class is participating. As they step into the arena, no one cheers for them. The rest of the forgery class students grow nervous. Jiang looks at them and asks, what's wrong with all of you? Mudu sighs, we participate every year, but we always come in last. That's why no one even bothers to look at us. Jiang chuckles and says, then we'll just have to show them that we can do something great this time. With this, all 9 classes have gathered. Sophie Sahas welcomes them all. He then announces, the students who perform the best in this tournament will get a chance to join the military, without any tests. On top of that, the winner will receive the Royal Cup, which will be presented by our king himself. We expect all of you to give your best, using all your skills and abilities. Sophie Sahas explains the tournament rules. This tournament will last for 5 days and is divided into 2 stages. In the first stage, you must complete a cross-country race that passes through 5 different locations before returning to the kingdom. You have only 1 day to finish this race. These 5 locations are extremely dangerous. The race will begin at the Lake of Sound. From there, you will enter the Violent Forest. The 3rd checkpoint is Windy City. After that, you will have to pass through the Fire and Sand River. Finally, the race will end back here in the kingdom. 3 senior students from the forgery class, who are seated in the audience, whisper among themselves. Those locations are way too dangerous. Isn't this competition a bit too difficult this time? Sophie Sahas continues, once you reach a checkpoint, a portal will open to the next location. You will earn points for crossing each checkpoint. The first to cross gets the most points. Additionally, we have hidden 10 kingdom tokens across the 5 locations. If you find a token, you'll earn extra points. Each token is worth 10 points. Only the top 16 students will advance to the second round. He warns them, these locations are extremely dangerous. That's why you all need to sign a magical contract confirming that you are participating voluntarily. If you want to back out, this is your last chance. A magical ring appears before them. One by one, the students place their hands on it, completing their registration. Mudu hesitates, fear written all over his face. This is way too dangerous. Maybe I should back out now. Before he can act, Jiang grabs his hand and forces him to sign. Mudu screams, what did you just do? I didn't agree to this. He starts crying. Jiang laughs and pats his back. Too late. You're registered now. Let's go. At that moment, a portal opens in the arena, leading them to the Lake of Sound, the starting point of the race. Teacher Elsie turns to Rhaenys and says, hurry up and go. You have to win this race. The students begin rushing into the portal. Teacher Drona gives a word of caution to Isabella. Remember to control your boundary force. Don't lose control. The queen nods. Got it. I'll be careful. One by one, all the students disappear into the portal, except for the forgery class, who remain behind, looking hesitant. Jiang was pulling Motu, but Motu was unwilling to go. Crying, he held on to Teacher Martin's arm and said, I don't want to go. If I die there, please take care of my mother. Meanwhile, Jiang was grabbing his legs, trying to drag him along. What are you afraid of? I am here with you, he reassured. Motu. 5 students from the forgery class also joined in and lifted Motu. Even then, he kept pleading with the teacher, please take care of my mother. But soon, they all entered the portal. At that moment, Yalu approached Teacher Martin and said, you should prepare yourself too. Prepare for what? Martin asked. You'll need to arrange 5 coffins. Who knows if your students will even return alive? Yalu replied coldly. As soon as Jiang stepped out of the portal, he was stunned. Before him lay a vast lake. This is the Lake of Sound, someone said. All the students stood at its shore, gazing at its enormous expanse. Jiang turned to Motu and asked, is this really a lake? It looks like a massive ocean to me. He then asked, do you know why it's called the Lake of Sound? Just then, a girl from the magic class stepped forward and explained, because if you make a sound here, it will echo thousands of times. That's why it's called the Lake of Sound. Eli stepped up eagerly. Let me try, he said. Standing at the edge of the lake, he shouted, Hey! My name is Eli. Immediately, his voice echoed back from the lake. My name is Eli. My name is Eli. My name is Eli. The repeated echoes sent shivers down Eli's spine. It feels like thousands of people are calling my name, he exclaimed. A boy from the magic class turned to Rhaenys and asked, How are we supposed to cross this lake? Rhaenys didn't answer. Instead, he turned around and walked straight toward the queen. As soon as he reached her, he asked, Would you like to cross this lake with me? The queen turned away from him, walked over to Jiang, and grabbed his arm. No, I won't go with you, she said firmly. I'll cross the lake with my husband. Then she turned to Jiang and asked, Do you have any ideas? Jiang laughed. Of course, I do. And by the way, I really don't like people who chase after married women. Hearing this, Rhaenys turned red with anger and stormed back toward the lake. Using his magical powers, he lifted a piece of land beneath his feet and floated across the water. Seeing this, Eli got excited. Come on, guys. Let's go too. He shouted to his classmates. I'll go first, Eli declared, before jumping into the water and starting to swim. Buno, watching from the shore, muttered, This guy is a total idiot. Nia, standing nearby, grinned before diving in as well. Buri turned to Buno and said, Your class is full of fools and lunatics. Just then, Buri looked at Bush and said, Let's see what you can do. Bush pulled out a magical slime given to him by teacher Yalu. Using it, he created a giant bubble that surrounded them all, allowing them to float on the water's surface. Meanwhile, the archery class and druid class students joined hands. The X-class students used a magical potion to freeze a section of water, forming a large ice platform. They climbed onto it, and it began floating across the lake. At that moment, the patrol class students approached and pleaded, Please take us with you. A druid class student replied, Can't you see? We already have too many people. This ice won't hold your weight. A girl from the patrol class tried to charm them. Please take us along. We'll even marry you. She flirted. The boys, completely mesmerized, eagerly agreed. Of course. You can all come with us. However, Richard's daughter, who was disguised as a boy, remained unaffected by the charm. She stepped forward and said, No. We already refused you. Instead of tricking these boys, you should focus on finding a way to cross the lake yourself. The druid class boy agreed. Yeah, she's right. You need to figure out your own method. He added, For a moment, my brain went completely blank because of her charm. With that, the druid class students moved forward. The patrol class girl stood frozen in frustration. Glaring at the archery class boy, she grumbled, It's all his fault. Why didn't my charm work on him? Then she turns to the boy next to her and says, Brother, now you have to do something. These people didn't take us along. The boy replies, No worries, we'll manage on our own. He uses his magical powers to create a wand and, with its help, opens a portal. From the portal, he summons a huge cage. Jiang looks at it in shock and says, This is some powerful magic. But these are pastoral class students. How can they perform such magic? The queen responds, This isn't magic. It's a summoning skill. Jiang asks, Summoning skill? What does that mean? She explains, With summoning skills, you can call forth large animals or beasts and control them. Just then, from within their portal, a giant owl emerges. The 5 pastoral class students climb onto the owl and fly away. Meanwhile, 2 girls from the magic class are sitting on their broomsticks. One of them says, Why don't we increase our speed? Look, those owl riders are way ahead of us. The other girl replies, No, we don't know what kind of traps lie ahead. Let's let them go first. Now, only 2 students from the magic class are left behind, a blonde-haired girl and a green-haired boy, who is riding a huge cat. The boy tells his cat, All right, let's go too. His cat, named General, responds, I'm not going into the water. The boy insists, If you don't swim, how will we cross? General replies, That's your problem, not mine. The boy sighs, So, you're saying you don't want to swim? General smirks and says, When did I ever say I could swim? I'm just a big cat. I can't swim in water. Hearing this, the boy starts screaming, That means I'm going to be eliminated in the first round. Meanwhile, Jiang is sitting on the ground when the blonde-haired girl from the magic class approaches him. She asks, How are we going to cross this lake? Jiang takes out a paper scroll and says, We don't have magic or summoning skills, so we'll have to rely on our tools. He then tells everyone, please step back a little. Everyone moves back slightly. Jiang pulls out a large rock from his paper scroll. The blonde girl looks at it in shock and says, you used such an expensive scroll, just to summon a piece of dirt? Jiang stands in front of the rock and asks, now, which ship should I make? Motu steps forward and says, I think we should build the Mark III. Jiang nods, alright then, let's do it. He steps forward and touches the rock with his fire-red crystal. The rock transforms into a massive boat. Seeing this, the blonde-haired girl smiles and says, this is such a weird-looking boat. But there's something I don't understand. Why did you bring a rock in your scroll? Why not store the ship directly in the scroll? Jiang explains, that's not possible. We first need to draw blueprints on materials. We already made sketches in advance, but we can't store raw materials directly inside our scrolls. He continues, I just have to touch this piece of dirt with my pen and think about how to shape it, what its interiors will look like, what kind of machinery it will have, and then it materializes. The blonde girl places her hand on Jiang's head and asks, oh? So, what other ships do you have? Jiang starts blushing and begins to explain, but just as he is about to reveal everything, Motu interrupts and says, why are you telling her all our secrets? Don't you remember that? We are in a competition? She's our opponent. Jiang says, it doesn't matter. Motu replies, alright, fine. You can tell her everything about yourself. But just look at Abi for a moment. As soon as Jiang looks at Abi, she appears extremely angry, staring at him intensely. The moment Jiang meets her gaze, she quickly turns her face away. Seeing this, Jiang smirks and says, so it does matter to her. He starts showing off even more. The girl says to him, so your name is Jiang? That's such a unique name. She extends her hand toward Jiang and introduces herself. My name is Asha. Will you take me with you on this boat? Blushing, Jiang shakes her hand and replies, nice to meet you too. Just then, the green-haired boy arrives and says, your class is the best. Take us along as well. Shocked, Motu shouts, we are all opponents here. We won't take you with us. Jiang asks Asha, you guys are from the magical class, right? Don't you have flying brooms? The green-haired boy sighs and says, actually, I can neither fly nor swim. She just wants to help me. Jiang steps forward, places his hand on General, and asks, what about this cat? General glares at him angrily and snaps, you tiny insect, don't touch my whiskers. Jiang gets extremely scared. Asha turns to the boys and says, if you all agree to take us across, I'll return the favor in a way you won't regret. Hearing this, all the boys start blushing. Jiang mutters, wait. What kind of favor do they think she means? Just then, Queen steps forward and says, if we are going to do this, let's hurry up. I have no objections to this idea. Take them along. Jiang, surprised, asks Queen, are you serious? Blushing, Queen hesitates but then says, yes. It doesn't matter to me. Jiang smirks and says, alright then, everyone, get on the ship. Just as they are about to board, the scene shifts. A massive eye is floating in the sky, watching everything. Through its vision, all the students inside the arena are witnessing the scene live. Hence, watching this, exclaims, why is our class so late? Why haven't they crossed the lake yet? Meanwhile, Teacher Martin is lost in thought. What did Yalu mean by that? His words have been troubling me a lot. The scene shifts back to the tournament. The archery and dryad classes are slowly moving forward on ice chunks. One of them sighs, this is taking way too long. I didn't think it would be this slow. Richard's daughter reassures them, don't worry. We'll overtake them in the next round. Just then, they look back and exclaim, what's that coming from behind? At that moment, Jiang's motorboat zooms past them with a loud whoosh. Jiang looks at them and says, we'll reach there before you. Due to the boat's speed, the ice chunk shakes, causing them to fall. One of them grumbles, these guys are from the forging class. Now, let me clarify a previous mistake. When I referred to a character as Richard's daughter, that was incorrect. The real Richard's daughter is the one wearing a hood, standing beside him. She removes her hood and watches Jiang's boat speed past. Back in the arena, the audience is in shock, seeing Jiang's boat. They exclaim, what is that thing? We've never seen a boat move this fast before. Even the king is amazed. Smiling, he turns to Sophie's sage and asks, tell me, Sophie, what is your connection with this student, Jiang? Sophie's sage replies, he is a very dear friend to me. I consider him like my younger brother. Hearing this, the king becomes even more pleased and says, that's wonderful. He will be of great help to our kingdom in the future. Sophie's sage, hearing the king's words, is filled with happiness. Meanwhile, Rhaenys is calmly floating on a chunk of earth, flying through the air. He looks back and sees Eli and his friends swimming toward him. There are a total of 4 of them. At that moment, one of the friends says, "Eli, one of our friends is missing. Look behind you, he's not here." The remaining 3 are shocked to hear this. Rhaenys also looks in their direction and realizes that one of their friends has indeed disappeared. Just then, huge tentacles emerge from below and destroy the piece of land Rhaenys was standing on. He almost falls into the water, but using his magical powers, he activates his boots and begins walking on the water's surface. Meanwhile, Eli dives into the water. Underneath, massive tentacles are writhing. One of them has grabbed their missing friend. Eli swims towards him and, using his powers, breaks the tentacles, freeing his friend from their grasp. At that moment, Eli notices 2 giant eyes staring at him. Without wasting time, he quickly takes his friends to the surface and says, "What was that thing inside the water?" Moments later, a massive fish-like creature with numerous tentacles emerges from the water. Just then, Buri and his classmates arrive. Buri exclaims, "So that means it's here." He recognizes the creature and says, "Its name is the Wide King. It is the protector of the Lake of Sound." Bush turns to Buri and says, "Let's just circle around it and leave." Meanwhile, the owl from the patrol class is soaring above, observing everything below. The owl's group says, "While they busy fighting, we'll get ahead of them. Let's quickly clear this level." The Wide King, with its powerful tentacles, launches an attack on everyone underwater. Rhaenys quickly creates a shield in front of himself. Eli tells his friends, "Take care of our injured comrade, I'll handle this." The Wide King starts spinning its tentacles like a drill and launches a direct strike at Eli. In response, Eli activates his fire fist and shatters all of the tentacles. Eli is now using crystals in both his fists, a fire crystal in one hand and a water crystal in the other. Using the water crystal, he creates a massive water tornado. But before Eli can attack, the Wide King lets out a powerful, deafening roar. The sound is so intense that everyone covers their ears in pain. Eli grits his teeth and says, "I can't use my full abilities underwater, and on top of that, this thing's roar is overwhelming." Just then, 2 girls from the magic class arrive, flying on their broomsticks. They unleash an electric attack on the Wide King. However, since the Wide King is in the water, everyone else also gets electrocuted. Shocked and panicked, the girls exclaim, "We messed up. We didn't know this would happen." Rhaenys, regaining control, uses his magical powers to create a massive water vortex and tells the Wide King, "Don't try to block the king's path." The vortex rises high above, completely engulfing the Wide King. In the process, even the bird from the patrol class gets caught up in it. Rhaenys then flies across the water, moving forward effortlessly. The girls from the magic class watch him in awe and say, "Rhaenys is truly powerful." And with that, they finally defeat the Wide King. Rhaenys, using his magical powers, defeats the Wide King and moves forward. The spectators watch in shock, unable to believe what they just witnessed. Even the king himself is astonished. The king immediately summons Sophie Sass and asks, "Is Rhaenys really this powerful? Do you think he will surpass Richard in the future?" Sophie Sass sighs and replies, "Since you asked, I'll tell you the truth. Rhaenys possesses immense abilities and extraordinary strength. However, Richard has something even more valuable, experience. He has fought countless battles. The battlefield is not a competition, it's a test of survival." Meanwhile, teacher Drona shakes her head in disbelief. "I can't believe Rhaenys defeated the Wide King with just a single magical spell," she exclaims. Sitting beside her is Pest Royal class's teacher, who worries about her students. "I wonder what happened to them," she says anxiously. Drona responds, "I can only hope they are all safe." Rhaenys leads the way, with 2 girls from the magical class flying alongside him on their brooms. Eli also tries to move forward, but a wounded boy grabs his hand. "Forgive me," the boy says weakly. "I can't swim anymore." The other 2 boys turn to Eli and ask, "What do we do now?" He's too injured to keep going. Eli takes a deep breath. "Just a little more courage. We're almost there." At that moment, Jiang arrives in his boat. "Hop in," he calls out, rescuing everyone. Eli, filled with relief, grins at Jiang and says, "You never fail to surprise me. This is amazing." Jiang chuckles. "This is what we call a speedboat." Just then, water starts pouring down on them. "Is it raining?" Jiang wonders. Eli shakes his head. No, it's not rain. This is because of rains. He threw Wide King into the air. And now he's coming back down. Everyone looks up. Wide King is plummeting from above, crashing straight into the water. As soon as he hits the surface, his fury intensifies. Aisha gasps. This isn't good. He's entered his second form. Legends say that when Wide King transforms into his second form, he becomes an S-class threat. This world ranks monsters based on their power, much like in One Punch Man. Eli groans. This is all Rain's fault. He made him this angry, and now we're the ones who have to deal with it. Aisha steps forward. I'll handle this. Jiang stops her. No need, I've already made preparations. Jiang turns to his classmates. Listen up. Execute the plan. On cue, his class members press a series of buttons, forming a steel shield around their ship, turning it into an impenetrable fortress. A hidden window opens, revealing a mounted machine gun. From inside, Jiang takes control. Eli stares in disbelief. Wait. Why did you activate the shield? Are you protecting us? Jiang smirks. Not just protecting, I'm attacking, too. He pulls the trigger. The machine gun fires a relentless barrage of bullets straight at Wide King. The massive creature roars in agony. Eli watches from the window, stunned. This ship, it's insanely powerful. Motu explains, remember how Teacher Martin had a steam gun? Well, this is the opposite, it's a machine gun. And Jiang built it himself. It can fire 3,000 rounds per minute. Meanwhile, the Queen watches Jiang in deep thought. So this is why he stays up late at night? He must have been preparing for this all along. Under the relentless gunfire, Wide King starts wailing. Please stop. I surrender. Jiang halts the attack. He frowns. Wait, how can you talk? You're just a big fish. As soon as the gunfire stops, Wide King transforms into a small, crying child. Jiang steps out of the ship and looks at the tiny figure. Wait, you were that massive, terrifying fish? I thought you'd be tougher, but you gave up so quickly. Wide King sniffles. My master told me to participate in this competition as a villain, but I had no idea I'd get beaten up this badly. Aisha blushes. He's actually really cute. I can't believe this is Wide King. Jiang laughs. All right, I bet you have a token. Hand it over before I change my mind and start hitting you again. Without hesitation, Wide King hands them the token. With their mission complete, the group leaves. As they walk away, Wide King glares after them. Those jerks. First, they beat me up, and then they robbed me. Just then, he turns around and spots a student from the chef class approaching. Narrowing his eyes, Wide King transforms back into his S-class form. They may have escaped, but I'll take my revenge on you. The chef class student, unfazed, conjures enormous knives and forks using his magical powers. A giant fish, huh? Perfect. I'll turn you into sashimi. Hearing the high-pitched voice, Wide King suddenly bursts out laughing. Your voice is so squeaky. You sound like a little girl. This enrages Nai even more, and soon, only the screams of the Wide King can be heard. In the next scene, Rennies reaches the other side of the lake, where a portal stands before him. Crossing this portal will take him to the fallen forest. Right in front of the portal, there are 2 tokens. Rennies steps forward, picks up both tokens, and enters the portal. Meanwhile, the 2 witches are following him closely. These witches are twin sisters. As they step down and look ahead, they see another token. One of them says, we just saw Rennies pass through here a moment ago. He took 2 tokens. So why is there only 1 left for us? Her sister replies, maybe the first person to arrive gets 2 tokens, and the second only gets 1. They pick up the token, cross the portal, and say, we just have to stay behind Rennies to remain in second position. As soon as they cross, Jiang and his entire team arrive. Jiang is holding 2 tokens, which he had taken from the Wood King. He smirks and says, I knew it. Defeating the boss would get us tokens. Jiang then turns to Motu and says, you guys can keep these tokens. Motu looks surprised. How can we take them? You were the one who defeated that monster. Besides, we never even expected to make it to the second round. But thanks to you, we here. Still, if you really want to give it away, why not give it to your wife? Jiang hands 1 token to Motu and says, I was going to give the other one to her anyway. He then turns to Queen and says, this token is for you. Queen shakes her head. I can't take it. I'll earn my own token. Jiang sighs. Even though she's in a human body, she's still a queen at heart. So stubborn. Just then, a guy standing next to Aisha says, if she doesn't want it, you can give it to me. Aisha scolds him, how can you even say that? These people helped us so much. They got us across the lake, defeated the Wide King, and now you want their token too? Even General joins in. Aisha is right, that was a low move, Eli. Jiang cuts in, there's no need for me to give away my tokens. We'll all get our own in the next round. With that, everyone moves forward toward the portal. As soon as they pass through, they enter the fallen forest, but the entire forest is on fire. At the same time, another scene unfolds. Buri and his gang are setting the forest ablaze. One of them, Banu, turns to Buri and says, "We already have 3 tokens from before, and now we've collected 3 more. That makes 6 in total. Do we really need to stop them anymore?" Buri's companion, Bush, shakes his head. "I promised Yalu that Jiang wouldn't leave this place alive. This fire won't kill them, but that's not the point. The real reason we set this forest on fire was to draw out the guardian of this place." Buri grins. "Now that's a brilliant plan. If the guardian shows up, it'll kill everyone in its rage. No one will escape." Meanwhile, Jiang and his team push forward through the smoke and flames. Suddenly, a snake slithers past Motu, making him jump in fear. General observes their surroundings. These creatures are all fleeing because of the fire. Jiang frowns. Who would even think of setting an entire forest on fire during a game? Aisha, now looking serious, says, "This isn't part of the game. Someone set this fire on purpose." Jiang narrows his eyes. "Do you think Rennies did it?" Aisha shakes her head. "No, Rennies is powerful, but he thinks like a king. He would never do something like this." Just then, a magic energy ball flies toward Jiang. He dodges just in time. Aisha gasps. That was a magic attack from the twin sisters. Motu looks ahead and points. "Look! There's a battle happening over there too." They rush toward the commotion and find the twin sisters fighting against massive tree monsters. One of the sisters is already trapped by the creature's thick branches, while the other desperately fights back. She shouts, "Let my sister go." The tree monsters growl in rage. "You humans are disgusting. You set fire to our home. You will not leave here alive." As the monsters launch an attack, the trapped sister creates a magical shield to protect herself, but it's too small. The tree monsters strike again with their roots, but before they can land a hit, Aisha rushes in, conjuring ice crystals that slash through the roots. The trapped sister breathes a sigh of relief. "Aisha! You saved me." Jiang looks around and mutters, "There are so many groups here." One of the tree monsters snarls, "Humans like you don't deserve to live. You burned our forest, we will kill you all." Just then, Eli steps forward and delivers a powerful punch, shattering one of the tree monsters into pieces. Queen follows up, slicing through another monster with her sword, chopping it into tiny fragments. But then, something terrifying happens. The guardian of the forest appears, walking toward a dead rat. It picks up the lifeless creature and begins to weep. As the sorrow in its eyes turns into pure rage, the guardian glares at all the humans in the forest. And this time, it is truly furious. On the other side, Jiang looks at them and says, "Forgive us, we are just passing through." Meanwhile, they also manage to rescue twin sister's sister. At that moment, the queen suddenly turns to the side and says, "Stop hiding and come out." From behind the trees, 2 students from the pastoral class step out. The girl speaks first, "We just got here. We don't know anything about what happened." But the green-haired boy isn't convinced. "Oh really? Then tell me, where did that giant owl summon go? And weren't there 5 of you? How come only 2 remain?" The girl's face stiffens as she says, "It's all Ren's fault. When he attacked the White King, our bird got caught in the crossfire, and we fell. I have no idea where the rest of our classmates are." Hearing this, one of the boys from the pastoral class begins explaining something, but before he can finish, Eli shouts at him, "Wait, you're a boy?" The boy smirks and says, "What, you couldn't tell? Haven't you ever seen a hot guy before?" The boys from the forgery class burst into laughter. We never seen a guy who looks this much like a girl." Eli and Bai step forward, cutting the laughter short. "We think someone with a strong boundary force is approaching." And right then, the guardian of the forest makes her entrance. From a distance, she launches an attack using her roots. Asha quickly steps forward and raises a shield, but the power of the roots is overwhelming. They shatter her shield in an instant. Jiang, stunned, exclaims, "What the hell is going on here? Who's attacking us now?" Asha, eyes wide, says, "That attack, it was way too powerful. I think the forest guardian has arrived." Suddenly, all the roots come together, forming a girl, the guardian of the forest. But she isn't just any guardian, she is furious. "How dare you," she roars. "You set my forest on fire?" Her name is Queen of Thorns, a guardian ranked at danger level S. The demon queen narrows her eyes. "This fire? I don't think it was an accident. Someone deliberately started it to force us into a fight with the Queen of Thorns." A massive beast, standing beside the group, steps forward. "We are just passing through. We didn't start the fire." Let us go. But the Queen of Thorns glares at the beast. I can't believe a mighty creature like you is serving these humans. Without warning, she unleashes her magical powers and attacks. Her roots lash out, aiming for them. But the demon queen is fast. She slices through them with her sword. From another angle, Asha launches an attack using her ice magic. The Queen of Thorns defends herself against both of them, but suddenly, the massive beast attacks from behind. However, before his attack can land, a Groot-like creature steps in, blocking the strike. Queen, be careful, the creature warns. There are too many of them. Enraged, the Queen of Thorns grabs the massive beast's leg with her roots. Meanwhile, Eli is charging toward her, ready to strike with a punch. But the Queen smirks. She swings the massive beast, hurling him straight at Eli. Both of them collide in midair and crash to the ground. Seeing them fall, Asha creates a massive portal above the Queen of Thorns, unleashing a shower of ice crystals. But the Queen is no ordinary opponent. She summons a magical barrier, blocking the attack. At the same time, the Demon Queen coats her sword with a force field and charges forward. The Queen of Thorns retaliates, pulling up razor-sharp roots from the ground and attacking AB. But instead of hitting AB, the roots strike GB instead. Jiang's eyes widen in panic. No, GB. But the Queen of Thorns suddenly realizes something. She wasn't fighting the real Demon Queen, it was just an illusion. The real Demon Queen is still standing, wielding both magic and swordsmanship. And now, she has created multiple clones of herself. With 4 clones attacking simultaneously, she slashes through the Queen of Thorns from the center. But just when they think the battle is over, the Queen of Thorns emerges from another tree. She charges at the Demon Queen, ready to strike. Bam! Out of nowhere, a massive frying pan smashes into her face. Everyone turns in shock. The chef smirks, spinning his frying pan. They see the chef standing there, holding the White King's mustache over his shoulder like a trophy. He grins. First, I found a fish. Now, I've got a snake. Looks like I'm cooking up something special tonight. Nai Nai, a voice calls out. At the sound of the name, Jiang and Motu burst into laughter. Listen to that voice. He sounds just like a girl. Hearing this, Nai Nai glares at them. Jiang quickly waves his hands. Sorry. But hey, at least your voice lightened the mood. Nai Nai smirks. Well, at least my voice is useful somewhere. The Demon Queen, still focused on the battle, frowns. I struck her with full force, but she still came back. How is that possible? Asha explains, the Queen of Thorns is the guardian of this forest. Her roots spread throughout the entire jungle. No matter where you cut her, she can just emerge from another tree. And sure enough, the Queen of Thorns rises once more, angrier than ever. She glares at them. You are all going to die here? Nai Nai, unfazed, pulls out another massive frying pan. Jiang blinks. Wait a minute, does that mean he attacked her with a frying pan before? The fight resumes. Meanwhile, the pastoral class students are still standing in the same place. Jiang turns to them. Why aren't you guys fighting? One of them shrugs. What's the point? I don't even know how to fight. Jiang sighs. Fine, but you do know healing spells, right? If you heal our injured teammates, I'll give you a token in return. Before they can respond, the Queen of Thorns roars, absolutely furious. You are nothing but insects. I will bury you all. Suddenly, countless roots burst out from the ground, capturing everyone. Sharp thorns dig into their bodies, causing blood to seep out. Only Queen and Eli remain standing, still fighting, but they are exhausted. And soon, they too are captured. Just when it seems like all hope is lost, Jiang's modern weapons make their entrance. Gunfire rains down on the Queen of Thorns. The students from the forgery class are armed with guns, firing relentlessly. Motu stands beside them, shouting, aim properly. Shoot her down. The Queen of Thorns uses her roots to shield herself. Even the students from the pastoral class stare in shock. Wait, did the forgery class guys invent these? These weapons are insanely powerful. And just then, Jiang enters the battlefield. Seated on a moving, robot-like machine, he grips a submachine gun. He smirks. Alright, guys, you can stop now. Let me handle this. Jiang steps forward and addresses the Queen of Thorns. We are well aware that we are in your territory, he says. But we didn't start this fire. We are just passing through. If you try to stop us, we will kill you. The Queen of Thorns glares at him. Enough nonsense, she snaps. In the blink of an eye, she vanishes and reappears from another tree, right next to Jiang, leaping forward to attack him. Jiang reacts swiftly, spinning his gun around and firing. At the same time, The other boys from the forging class also open fire. Suddenly, the demon queen steps forward. Stop the firing, she commands and starts advancing toward the Queen of Thorns. Jiang looks at her in shock. What are you doing? This place is too dangerous. Come back. But the demon queen walks straight toward the Queen of Thorns. I remember now. I know who you are, she says. With those words, she unleashes her power. The sight of it leaves the Queen of Thorns and the massive wildcat beside her stunned. Even the students gasp in shock. This boundary force. It's incredibly powerful, one of them exclaims. Asha stares at the demon queen in disbelief. Her boundary force. It's no weaker than Rhaenys. Through telepathy, the demon queen speaks directly to the Queen of Thorns. Do you remember now who the true queen of this place is? The Queen of Thorns looks at her with wide eyes. This boundary force. It feels so familiar. And at that moment, the story shifts into a flashback. Back when the demon queen was young, so was the Queen of Thorns. The young Queen of Thorns had been raised by the demon queen, kept in a small tub at her home. She was once an adorably small creature, and the bond between them was deep. But over time, the Queen of Thorns grew weaker from staying in the water. The old sorceress had warned the demon queen, she cannot survive in our village. The strong magic surrounding this place is dangerous for her. And so, the old sorceress and the demon queen carried the Queen of Thorns to a human settlement, to a vast desert. There, the demon queen buried her in the ground, planting her like a seed. I will return for you, the demon queen had promised. Once you have grown, I want to see what you become. Grow quickly. And turn this place into a forest. Back in the present, the Queen of Thorns stares at the demon queen with tear-filled eyes and calls out her name. The two sisters move forward and use their magical powers to create a massive summoning barrier. From this barrier, electricity surges into the sky, gathering dark clouds above. Soon, heavy rain pours down, extinguishing the raging fire. The Thorn Queen steps forward and says, I shouldn't have accused you all. I sincerely apologize for my mistake. Jiang responds, we entered your forest without permission, so we are also at fault. That's why we will track down those responsible for setting this forest on fire and bring them to justice. Hearing this, the Thorn Queen extends her roots deep into the ground, retrieving a total of 5 tokens. She hands all of them to the Demon Queen. Aisha, overjoyed, exclaims, Yippee! We already got 5 tokens. But the Queen interrupts, saying, this is my token of appreciation for clearing up the misunderstanding between us. Please accept it. Meanwhile, the patrol class students are healing the twin sisters. Ibi approaches them, and the Queen takes out 2 more tokens, giving them to the sisters. You worked hard to extinguish the fire, she says. These tokens are for you. However, the twin sisters decline. Thank you, but we cannot accept these, they explain. We are leaving this competition. The Queen, surprised, asks, you not coming with us? The sisters nod. Our boundary force has depleted, so we can't move forward. Seeing this, the patrol class students turn to Ibi. If you don't want the tokens, we can take them, they suggest. The Queen hands over the tokens, and a boy says to a girl, sister, let's each take one. Jiang watches in disbelief. There's no way these two are siblings, he mutters. At that moment, the twin sisters offer another token. Here, you can take this one too. The 2 students grasp each other's hands in excitement. That makes 3 tokens. We get ahead in the competition. Jiang groans, enough already. You two are definitely not siblings. Eli, now fully prepared, says, alright, let's move on to the next round. As the group leaves, the Thorn Queen turns to the Demon Queen. Master, may I join you now? The Demon Queen shakes her head. Not yet. I am still searching for a way to escape from the humans. But one day, I will return for you. Hearing this, the Thorn Queen beams with joy. As they reach the forest's end, they find another token near a portal. The green-haired boy points, look, there's another token. But who among us should take it? Jiang suggests, how about we decide with a game of rock-paper-scissors? The others look at him in confusion. What's rock-paper-scissors? Jiang sighs. Alright, let me teach you. After a short while, they play the game, and Eli emerges victorious. Just as he reaches for the token, Richard's daughter appears out of nowhere, snatches the token with a hunter's strike, and runs off with it. Suddenly, the students from the archery and druid classes arrive. Jiang shouts, that was Eli's token. You can't take it. Motu yells, you stole it. Give it back. An archery class student retorts, this isn't a game of house. It's a competition. Nothing here is stolen. Jiang glares at them. If you refuse to follow the rules, then neither will we. We'll fight you for it. The archery students draw their bows. You want to fight us? Jiang smirks. Bringing bows and arrows to a gunfight? You guys are definitely going to lose. Just then, Eli steps forward. Let it go, he says. I don't need that token. I'll earn mine through my own effort. He adds, we're from the combat class. We don't need to win through games. We'll earn our tokens with strength. The archery and druid students nod in agreement. He's right. Use your power and claim your own tokens. With that, they step through the portal and move on. Jiang shrugs. Forget them. Let's move forward too. Their next destination is Windy City, a valley with towering mountains on either side and strong winds blowing through the center. The scene shifts to Windy Valley, where massive stone monsters are battling Buri and his team. The wind is so intense that Buri struggles to stay on his feet. Fighting these monsters in such strong winds is impossible, he shouts. Some of his classmates are blown away by the powerful gusts and fall backward. We can't defeat them. We can't even move forward. They cry out. Bush says, we have to use all our boundary force if we want to defeat them. But Buno immediately stops him. No. If we use all our boundary force here, what will we do in the next 2 rounds? The upcoming bosses will be even more dangerous. They all stand helplessly as massive monsters approach them. A stone monster raises its fist to attack. Just as it's about to crush them, its fist suddenly shatters into pieces. The entire monster crumbles into rubble. Why? Because Rhaenys has arrived. He steps forward, looking at them with a smirk, and says, so even trash like you is trying to get ahead of me now? The 3 of them freeze in fear at the sight of Rhaenys. Buno nervously replies, you uncle. We just took a shortcut. That's why we got ahead of you. Rhaenys turns around and glares at them. So that means you are the ones who set fire to the forest, huh? Their faces turn pale. At that very moment, the shattered stone monster suddenly reassembles itself and stands up again. But this time, there are 3 of them. The stone monsters charge at Rhaenys. But Rhaenys? He doesn't even flinch. He simply raises his hand and obliterates them into dust with his magic. As soon as they are destroyed, 3 tokens appear from the rubble. Rhaenys picks them up and looks at the group. If you pull a stunt like this again, he warns, I won't let you off so easily. Then, without another word, he walks away. Just as he leaves, Jiang and his team arrive. But there's a problem. The wind is too strong. They struggle to even move forward. At the same time, the archery class and druid class students are also nearby. Jiang mutters, the wind here is so strong. I can barely walk. Asha explains, at this time of year, the wind here is always extreme. And because these mountains have walls on both sides, the wind speeds up even more. As they move forward, Eli steps on something, a hidden trap. The ground beneath him glows, and suddenly, giant boulders begin to fall from above. A student from archery class quickly fires an arrow, shattering one of the massive boulders midair. Asha uses her ice crystals to block the falling debris, while the students from Eli's class jump up and smash the rocks with their fists. Eli himself activates his fire fist, breaking a gigantic falling boulder with a single punch. But just when they think it's over, something terrifying happens. The broken stones start coming together. Before their eyes, they form giant stone monsters. Jiang watches in horror. Even in this crazy wind, we have to fight them? Eli steps forward. Jiang, you don't have to fight. Back at the water stage, you helped my class. So here. I'll help you. Eli clenches his fists and activates his fire fist technique. His arms ignite with roaring flames. The stone monsters charge forward, swinging their massive fists. Eli meets their attack head-on, punching both monsters backward. Asha watches in shock. Eli is insanely strong. He just knocked back 2 stone golems by himself. Even a student from chef class mutters, he's stronger than me. Eli doesn't stop. He unleashes his full power and smashes the 2 stone monsters into rubble. But just seconds later, they reform again. Only this time, they don't return as separate monsters. They combine into one colossal monster, even bigger than before. The giant stone monster raises its massive fist and brings it down on Eli. Eli's classmates try to run in and help him, but the wind pressure is too strong. They can't move forward. Eli stands alone against the attack. An archery class girl prepares to shoot, but Jiang stops her. You don't need to interfere, Jiang tells her. She frowns. Why are you getting in my way? Jiang replies, Eli told me, this is his fight. And I agree. I want to see his real potential. Let's save our strength. We still have 2 levels left. The girl hesitates, then nods. He's right. We need to conserve our energy for later. Just then, an overwhelming boundary force surges, and it's coming from Eli. Everyone looks at him in shock. His boundary force is insanely strong, someone exclaims. Eli fully unleashes his power. Flames flicker around his eyebrows, He looks just like Natsu Dragneel. He grabs the giant monster's fist and lifts it up. Then, he jumps high into the air, higher than ever before. He flips midair and launches himself straight at the golem. The golem raises its hands to defend, but Eli's strength is too much. With a single fire-powered punch, Eli sends the golem crashing down. It shatters into pieces. Asha quickly forms a protective ice shield for her allies. The druid class students do the same. Meanwhile, Jiang is standing alone when suddenly, the queen appears in front of him. She stands protectively, shielding him from harm. Jiang looks at her, flustered. Her move just now. I think I'm falling in love. Eli lands next to Jiang. Jiang asks, did you really defeat that giant stone monster? Eli grins. Of course. Why wouldn't I? Jiang looks at his arms. They are burnt. Eli, your arms are injured. Eli shrugs. No need to worry. It's just small burns from using my fire fist. Happens every time. But Eli isn't upset at all, because defeating that monster gave him 2 more tokens. Aisha asked Eli, was that boundary force just now yours? Eli calmly replied, yes, it was mine. Aisha, surprised, said, your power is incredible. Even if we make it to the next round, if we have to face you, we will never be able to win. Motu nodded in agreement. I feel the same way. We should just quit this tournament now. Eli is way too strong. We won't be able to face him. Meanwhile, the students from the Drite and archery classes were also shocked after witnessing this. They murmured among themselves, this guy is unbelievably strong. All the kids are stunned after witnessing Eli's power. Jiang steps forward and says to Asha, what did you guys think? That only Rhaenys is strong? Our Eli is just as powerful. Eli laughs and says to Jiang, alright, fine, let's move ahead now. As they move forward, the wind suddenly becomes extremely strong. Motu gets blown backward and falls. Meanwhile, a boy from Eli's class, who was injured in the first round, says, I can't walk anymore. Jiang walks up to him and asks, aren't you the same guy who got injured in the first round? Eli reassures him, just hang in there a little longer. We are almost there. At that moment, Nai from the chef class steps forward. Using his magical power, he creates a huge wok and holds it in front of them. He then says, follow behind this. It will shield us from the wind. Jiang and Motu exclaim, Nai, you are amazing. Hearing this, Nai beams with pride, and they all quickly move forward. The archery and druid class students, left behind, look at them in disbelief. How did they move ahead so fast? Soon, they reach the portal. Eli announces, we've made it to the portal. Some students sit down in exhaustion, including a few from Eli's class. They say, we can't go any further. We are completely drained. They turn to Eli and say, you'll have to go ahead alone now. Do your best for the combat class. Eli nods and says, alright, then. He punches the ground and declares, the combat class never gives up. The 3 others also stand up, punch the ground, and repeat loudly, the combat class never gives up. Jiang notices Eli's hands and says, Eli, your hands are badly burned. Are you sure you want to enter the next round with hands like these? Eli confidently responds, my hands don't matter. I'm completely fine. A girl from the pastoral class steps forward and says, you don't have to act tough. We know you are badly injured. If you don't heal your arms now, they'll be permanently scarred. She then moves closer and gently holds Eli's hands. Eli starts blushing and nervously asks, what are you doing? She places Eli's hands on her chest. This was her healing ability. Eli's face turns red with embarrassment, while Jiang stares in awe, practically drooling. Jiang smirks and teases, Eli, your face is redder than your burned hands. Meanwhile, Nai turns his head away and says, I can't watch this. The other boys stand there with their mouths open, watching in shock. A green-haired boy says, if I had known this was her ability, I would have gotten injured too. Another boy from the pastoral class laughs and says, you are surprised just by watching? Now, look at me. With that, he unbuttons his shirt. All the boys scream in horror, we don't want to see your body. Their next challenge was Fire Sand River. It was a vast desert, burning under the scorching heat. Rhaenys steps forward and says, it's insanely hot here. Even with my magical powers, it's still unbearable. He is accompanied by Buri and his 2 brothers. They keep walking through the heat, drenched in sweat. Buri turns to Bush and says, If you have something useful, bring it out quickly. This heat is too much. Bush replies, the slime that Yalu gave me refuses to come out because of this extreme heat. Just then, they notice a dust cloud rising behind them. They turn around and ask, what's coming from behind? Two large army trucks speed toward them. Shocked, they wonder, could it be a monster? But as the trucks pass by, they realize, it must be the work of the forgery class. Jiang and his team are sitting in the back of one of the trucks. Inside, ice crystals, created using Asha's magic, are embedded in the truck's walls, keeping the interior cool. Jiang looks at Asha and says, your magical ability is incredible. It feels like we are sitting inside a fridge. Jiang looks at the three and says, these three. They, Richard's sons. Buri shouts at them, I order you to stop right there and take us along with you. Jiang pretends to act surprised and says, did that red tomato just say something? All the boys sitting inside the truck burst into laughter and tease, even here, the prince is acting like a prince. The prince yells back at them, what did you just say? Meanwhile, in the arena, the audience laughs at the scene, amused by what's happening to the poor prince. Two kids sitting on the ground are discussing, these guys keep using their new inventions. Are they breaking the rules? The other kid replies, no, magic class students use magic, and swordsmanship students use swords. That doesn't break the rules. Jiang turns to his group and says, we are moving ahead. You guys walk and catch up. Just then, Bush takes out a slime and sticks it onto their truck. Buri asks him, what did you just throw on their truck? Bush smirks and replies, just a tiny little slime. As their punishment for not taking us along. At that moment, the scene shifts to a different location. The archery and druid class students are there, badly injured, still fighting against the centigrade monsters. An archer girl looks at another girl and says, if she's in the archery class, why isn't she using a bow? Why is she using a hunter queue instead? She's talking about Richard's daughter. In her hands is a hunter queue, and she has already taken down a horde of crab monsters. The next scene takes us to level 5. Jiang and his team arrive in a place covered in endless snow. The green-haired boy is overjoyed because he has a token. Asha also has one, and both of them are celebrating. Meanwhile, Jiang and his classmates, who don't have boundary force, are shivering from the extreme cold. Jiang quickly crafts coats for them. Everyone puts them on, and Jiang explains, since we don't have boundary force, the cold is unbearable, so I made these coats. Motu sighs in relief and says, good thing we got these coats. Now hurry up and make a helicopter so we can get out of here before we freeze to death. Jiang pulls out a massive stone from his scroll and draws a helicopter on it. As the drawing takes form, everyone stares in amazement and exclaims, what is this? This looks incredible. Jiang lowers the helicopter's ladder and calls out, hurry up. Climb aboard. Just then, Nainai also gets inside. Jiang turns to Motu and asks, isn't he coming with us? Motu replies, no, he said he wants to prove himself. As soon as everyone boards, the helicopter's rotor blades start spinning. They sit comfortably inside, while Queen stares in disbelief and asks, how is something this big even flying? Jiang is at the controls, piloting the helicopter. But at that moment, Bush's slime is still stuck to Jiang's bag. The helicopter approaches a massive ice mountain, the final portal where their race is supposed to end. As they get closer, they see someone climbing the mountain. It's Rhaenys. Jiang, surprised, says, wait. Isn't that Rhaenys? Asha also notices him and exclaims, Rhaenys is super strong. So why is he climbing with his bare hands? Why isn't he using magic? The green-haired boy agrees, yeah. Why isn't he using his magic? Just then, Asha shouts in alarm, something is very wrong here. Jiang turns to her, what do you mean? At the same time, the scene cuts to the arena. Suddenly, their live feed gets cut off. The audience starts panicking. We can't see anything. What's happening? Even Hans looks concerned. What's going on? Everyone starts whispering among themselves, why is the projection not showing? We were promised a live broadcast of the entire competition. A senior from the forgery class explains, the weather there is extreme, plus there's an aptitude belt, which disrupts magic. Another student asks, so if magic doesn't work there, how are they supposed to climb the mountain? Kaiser answers, they'll have to rely on their physical abilities. There's no other way. Time passes. The sun starts setting. The arena crowd grows restless. People are exhausted from waiting. King Sophie turns to his advisor and asks, who do you think will win this race? The advisor replies, I don't know. But we'll find out soon enough. Just then, someone appears at the portal. All eyes lock onto it. Who's it going to be? Which class student will emerge first? And then, as the first person steps out of the portal, the entire arena falls silent. Their expressions turn to pure shock. This isn't possible. This is completely impossible. The first person to step out of the portal is Nia, a student from the chef class. The entire arena is stunned. A cook won the competition? Martin, the teacher, approaches the chef instructor and says, "You've trained your student exceptionally well." The chef instructor chuckles and replies, "Thank you." As Nia steps out of the hall, something unexpected happens. His tokens automatically fly out of his pocket and begin to count themselves. The final tally? 30 points. The magic class instructor observes this and comments, 30 points isn't too bad. However, she's preoccupied with another thought, where is Rennie's? He was supposed to be the strongest. Shouldn't he have been first? Soon after, the second name emerges from the portal, Eli. Gasps ripple through the audience. Wait a minute. Isn't he from the combat class? Someone exclaims. Eli's tokens are counted, and he ends up with 40 points. The murmurs in the audience grow louder. I think this guy might be the champion this time, one says. Yeah, I feel the same, another agrees. Meanwhile, the girls in the crowd are more interested in something else. He's not just strong, he's ridiculously handsome. Then comes the moment everyone was waiting for. The third name, Rennie's. As Rennie steps out, the crowd goes wild, especially the girls. Screams of admiration echo through the arena. He's insanely hot. Teacher Drona, from the patrol class, smirks and says, even though he's third, he still has the most fans. Then, Rennie's tokens emerge, a total of 10. But wait. Something unbelievable happens. His tokens multiply until he reaches a grand total of 100 points. The entire arena falls into stunned silence. 100 points? Someone shouts. Does anyone even stand a chance now? Another murmurs. Even the teachers exchange surprised glances. Drona finally speaks up. He just broke all records. No one has ever collected 100 tokens before. Following him, Aisha and Mo step out with only 10 points each. At 5th place, Emily and Averan from the patrol class arrive. Emily has 2 tokens, while her sister only has 1. At 6th place, Buri and his brothers step forward, each with 30 points. At 7th place, their sister emerges, carrying 20 points. 8th place sees 2 students, one from the archery class and one from the Drike class, each holding 20 points. And finally, at 9th place, Motu. With only 10 points, Motu appears visibly distressed. Teacher Martin notices and frowns. Why is Motu alone? Where are the others? Even. Hens looks concerned. Where are Motu's classmates? Eli steps forward, his expression serious. Motu. Where is Jiang? Why isn't he here? Aisha also joins in, her voice laced with concern. Where are the others? But instead of an answer, laughter fills the air. Buri and his brothers are laughing. Buri sneers, Jiang is never coming back. And I doubt you'll even find their dead bodies. Motu clenches his fists and shouts, if it weren't for you, they would still be with us. They wouldn't have fallen. Saphises turns to King and says, give me permission, I need to go see what's happening down there. Saphises rushes toward Motu and demands, where is Jiang? Why isn't he with you? At that moment, Motu breaks down in tears and recounts everything that happened. Atop a massive, snow-covered mountain, Jiang lands his helicopter and tells his team, you guys go ahead. We'll extract the crystals from the helicopter and follow later. Eli frowns. Jiang, you already have plenty of crystals. Why do you need more? Jiang shakes his head. I don't want them to go to waste. But deep inside, another thought troubles him. If someone copies my technology, it could lead to a disaster. I need to secure those crystals. He turns to his team. Come on, let's hurry up. Just then, a gigantic, slime-formed bird swoops down overhead. Perched on its back are the 3 royal princes. Buri watches from a distance and bursts into laughter. Jiang narrows his eyes. What are you guys up to? Before he can react, a tiny piece of slime, the same one Bush had thrown on him earlier, leaps out of Jiang's bag and flies straight into Bush's hands. Bush smirks. Thanks for handing over your tokens, Jiang. Jiang's eyes widen in shock. What? How did all my tokens end up with you? When did you plant that? Motu shouts angrily, this is cheating. Give our tokens back? Bush only laughs. We took them fair and square. What are you gonna do about it? You should have protected them better. Eli steps forward, fists clenched. You think you can just get away with this? He lunges at Bush with an attack, but Bush instantly forms a slime shield, blocking him effortlessly. Bush taunts, Eli, your punches are weak. Then, Bush retaliates, sending a slime attack straight at Eli. Eli dodges and grits his teeth. Damn it. I can't use my boundary force here. Aisha looks at him. We are inside the absolute belt. Boundary force doesn't work here. Bush, on the other hand, smirks confidently. That just means I'm the strongest one here. As he raises his slime, the forgery class students pull out their guns and start firing. Bush quickly forms another slime shield, blocking every bullet. But Jiang isn't backing down. He drops his bag, pulls out a bazooka, and takes aim. You guys seem to forget. Jiang smirks. We have mechanical power. We don't need boundary force. He fires. A massive explosion erupts as Bush desperately erects a huge slime wall in front of him. But it's not enough. The impact is too strong. His slime melts, dripping onto the ground. Buri draws his sword, his eyes burning with rage. How dare you attack members of the royal family? Eli meets his glare and replies coldly, we are not afraid of you. If you want a fight, bring it on. Jiang looks at Eli. Take everyone and get out of here. You can't use boundary force here. Let us forgery class students handle this. Bush suddenly raises another slime wall, blocking their path. With a sinister grin, he declares, no one is leaving this place alive. Jiang tells Eli, hurry up and go help them. Eli dashes off and shouts, follow us quickly. Meanwhile, the forgery class students start firing at them again. Buno creates a shield in front of him to block the bullets. At the same time, Jiang approaches from the other side and opens fire. Buno narrowly dodges the attack. Just then, Buri charges forward and attacks Jiang. As Buri is about to strike Jiang with his sword, Queen steps in between them, blocking the attack. Buri is thrown back by Queen's counterattack and crashes onto the ground. Furious, he exclaims, we can't use boundary force here, so how are you this powerful? Jiang looks at Queen and says, why aren't you leaving from here? Queen smirks, I need all their tokens. That's why I'm not going anywhere. Meanwhile, Eli is helping the others. He destroys the slime wall created by Bushi, and everyone rushes through the portal. But just as they cross over, Bushi laughs and says, now, all of you are going to die here. He enhances his slime power and forms a massive hammer. With a wicked grin, he declares, this is what happens when you fight against a Rohi family prince. Then, he slams his hammer onto the ice, shattering it completely. The ice breaks beneath their feet, and everyone starts plummeting down. As they fall, Buri and his brother decide to leave, saying, we should get out of here. Motu, falling helplessly, screams, Mom. When you grow old, I won't be able to take care of you anymore. I'm about to die. But at that very moment, Queen grabs him from behind and hurls him back up toward the cliff. Queen then leaps across the falling rocks, heading straight for Jiang. Jiang, seeing Queen approach, shouts, forget about me. Save the others. But Queen refuses, no. I'm throwing you back up. Jiang is below Queen. As he looks up, he sees a massive chunk of ice falling towards them. Thinking quickly, Jiang spins around and pushes Queen downward, taking the impact himself. The ice smashes into Jiang's head, causing blood to spill from his mouth. He collapses unconscious. Queen, panicked, screams his name while looking at everyone else. Meanwhile, Jiang's classmates also plummet down with him. And just like that, the story shifts back to the present. Motu, with tears in his eyes, tells Sophie Saz, that's all I know. They all fell from the mountain. Hearing this, Eli is overwhelmed with rage. He starts cursing Buri and his brothers. Even teacher Martin is worried, thinking, did something terrible happen to my dear students? Eli clenches his fists, igniting them in flames, and charges at Buri and his brothers to attack. But just then, Sophie Saz steps in and blocks him. You can't fight each other outside the competition. If you do, you'll be eliminated. If you really want to get disqualified, then go ahead and attack. Eli, still furious, snaps, this tournament isn't more important than my friends. Just then, Aisha points towards the portal, someone's coming out. Everyone turns to look, and out of the portal emerges Queen, dragging Jiang behind her, tied up with ropes. The moment they step out, both collapse unconscious on the ground. Drona and teacher Essie rush forward, catching them before they hit the floor. Jiang's entire gang runs to him in panic. Drona looks at Queen and asks, did you just climb an entire mountain while carrying Jiang on your back? Teacher Essie scolds Queen, you didn't need to bring him here like this. You could have just come alone. The teachers would have saved him. Queen, struggling to stay conscious, glares at them and says, he's not useless. He's my. But before she can finish her sentence, she faints. Sophie Sas places a hand on Queen's forehead and observes, she couldn't use her boundary force there, so she exhausted her entire physical strength. The cold must have also given her a fever. Suddenly, 3 tokens fall out of Queen's pocket. Despite her condition, she weakly grabs one of them and hands it to Teacher Drona, saying, "This token belongs to Jiang." Teacher Drona nods, "Alright, give it to me. I'll hand it to Jiang later." Queen faints again, and at that moment, the tournament horn blares. Level 1 of the tournament is officially completed. Sophie Sas steps into the field to announce the results. 16 students will advance to the next round. First place goes to Rainis, with 100 points. Second place goes to Eli, with 40 points. Third place is taken by Nia Nia, with 30 points. Meanwhile, the medical team carries Queen and Jiang away on stretchers. As Jiang regains a bit of consciousness, he looks at GP before blacking out again and drifting into a dream. In his dream, he finds himself walking alone through a vast desert. The scorching heat is unbearable, and he feels parched. Collapsing onto the sand, he mutters, "I wish I had a cold glass of cola right now." And just like that, a frosty glass of cola appears before him, complete with a straw. But the glass is being held by none other than Queen, dressed in a bikini. Jiang jolts up in shock, stammering, "What are you doing here? And why are you dressed like that?" Queen smirks, "You fool. We are about to go to the beach. This is what people wear there." Jiang, blushing, mumbles, "The beach? But, how is a beach going to appear here?" Queen grabs his hand and says, "Just come with me." As Jiang follows her, he sees all the teachers relaxing on a beach, dressed in bikinis. Seeing them, Jiang's nose starts bleeding uncontrollably. Stunned, he exclaims, How is this even possible?" Queen clings to his arm and says, "Come on, let's swim together." Jiang's nose starts gushing blood like a fountain. As he desperately tries to stop it, the other teachers rush over and excitedly say, "We are swimming too. Join us, Jiang." They all surround him, urging him to join. Overwhelmed, Jiang collapses to the ground. The teachers circle him and cheer, "Jiang, hurry up. Swim with us." Terrified, Jiang screams, "Stay away from me." He flails his arms wildly, only to wake up in a hospital bed. Standing before him are Teacher Martin and his classmates. Teacher Martin smiles and says, "You must have had a bad dream." Jiang looks at Martin's face and notices a footprint on it. Apparently, while thrashing around in his sleep, he had kicked his teacher in the face. Embarrassed, Jiang asks, "Teacher, what happened to your face?" Teacher Martin chuckles, "It's nothing. I'll just put some balm on it." Jiang, still dazed, holds his head and mutters, "Who would have thought, even in a dream filled with beautiful girls, I'd end up getting scared?" And with that, our episode comes to an end. In the last episode, we saw that Jiang regains consciousness. After waking up, Jiang asks about Yebi, meaning the queen. Motu tells Jiang that when he was unconscious, Ellie and the other classmates came to visit him, but they had to go back because they needed to train for the upcoming round 2 of the competition. Jiang is told that everyone is barely surviving and training hard for the next round. He then asks his classmates how they are all safe after falling from the cliff. One classmate replies, "I don't clearly remember, but I do recall that something shiny was on my hand when we fell. After that, we ended up here." Another classmate adds, "Yes, I remember too. I had a magic mark on my hand, and that's when we were transferred here." Jiang figures out that the registration they signed up for was their safety net. If anything had happened to them during the competition, they would have been saved. He then asks about who from their class is moving on to the next round. His classmates tell him it's just him and Motu. Motu mentions that Yebi had thrown him back up the mountain, so he arrived there earlier than everyone else. Plus, Yebi was the one who lifted him out of the portal and gave him a token, which is why he passed the test. Jiang then inquires about Yebi's whereabouts, and Teacher Martin tells him she's fine. Currently, Yebi is at Sophie Sas' house, training in swordsmanship. Cut to the scene where Queen and Sophie Sas are training. Sophie Sas praises Yebi, saying that Teacher Drona has trained her excellently. At that moment, Jiang arrives and tells Yebi, "You shouldn't push yourself so hard. You just recovered." Yebi doesn't respond. Jiang insists, "You can't compete tomorrow. You are injured." He also adds, "I heard you were the one who picked me up and brought me to safety." Queen walks away, saying, "Don't think too much. I lifted you because I wanted to eliminate one of my competitors. You will fight alongside me in the competition. Sophie Sass and Alina watch from a distance. Jiang starts laughing at them. He then tells Queen, next time we meet in the competition, we won't be husband and wife. I'll face you as an opponent. Queen challenges him, saying, we, LLC, try your best. Jiang gets frustrated and wonders what's wrong with her. Sophie Sass, approaching him, reassures Jiang, don't stress. The winner of you two will be coming home with the cup. Jiang agrees but complains about Queen's attitude towards him. Sophie Sass tells Jiang that he should also practice because tomorrow, he'll be fighting all three princes. Jiang, surprised, exclaims, how is that possible? Why am I facing them all, and why the first prince? Sophie Sass explains, it wasn't intentional. Everything happened randomly. You and Yebi were both ill and had to be hospitalized, so you didn't know. Jiang replies, okay, no problem. Last time, they beat me badly, but this time, they'll be the ones to lose. The next day, the scene shifts to the arena where everyone is gathered for the competition. The students are excited to see Jiang and Motu make it to the next round. One of the boys sitting next to Hens remarks that Jiang has prepared a new strategy to win the match. Motu, however, is nervous, saying, what should I do? I'm not even good at fighting. I didn't think I'd even make it past the first round, but now I have to fight in the second round. Jiang reassures him, relax, worrying won't help you win. Holding the list of upcoming matches, Jiang tells Motu, our opponents are the three princes. Motu asks if Jiang really thinks he can beat Bushi, who defeated him last time. Jiang, brimming with confidence, replies, I've prepared a new plan. I believe I can defeat any of them, that's why I've been training for this. The competition begins. All the participants take their positions on stage, and Ellie comments that Jiang is extremely talented and should easily win first place. Meanwhile, Queen watches from the sidelines. Bushi and Banu are also present in the arena. Sophie Sass announces the second round and calls the competitors. First, he calls Bushi, then Jiang, from the forgery class. Ellie remarks that Jiang looks different now, and Aisha notices Jiang carrying a sword on his back. Bushi says to Jiang, you've made it this far through hard work. You almost died last time, but this time, you won't be so lucky. Jiang responds, let's see who laughs last. The fight begins, and Bushi throws a powerful slime at Jiang, who uses his pen to create a wall of dirt in front of him. But Bushi's slime is so strong that it breaks through the wall, causing a big explosion. As the smoke clears, Jiang takes out his special gun, the one he designed to take down Queen, and starts shooting at Bushi. Bushi defends himself by creating a protective shield. With his blue slime, the battle continues. Jiang questions why his bullets aren't having any effect. Bushi replies, this isn't Moon Mountain. Here, my boundary force is at work. That's why I can increase the power of this slime to my advantage. While controlling his slime, Bushi launches an attack towards Jiang, creating several tentacles with it. Jiang, in response, presses a button on his machine gun, causing steel plates to surround him and seal off his vehicle. Then, he attaches a drill to the front of his vehicle and moves toward Bushi. Bushi quickly forms a shield with his slime, but Jiang uses the drill to puncture it. Laughing, Bushi tells Jiang, this won't work, my slime is far too powerful. Jiang laughs back, saying, who said I wanted to break your shield? Hearing this, Bushi is taken aback. Jiang opens the back window of his vehicle and jumps out. Bushi then realizes Jiang's plan. He's trying to throw him out of the ring to win the fight. As predicted, Bushi is pushed back along with Jiang's vehicle, crashing into the wall. Jiang calmly walks away from the scene, and the crowd in the arena cheers, calling Jiang a very strong fighter. Jiang raises his pen and celebrates his victory, while chef class teacher, Martin, praises Jiang's efforts, saying, you've taught your students very well. King also commends Jiang, saying, this guy is truly impressive. Just then, Eli and Motu join in the celebration, happy for Jiang. However, as Jiang celebrates, Bushi creates a hand with his slime and grabs Jiang by the throat. It turns out Bushi didn't fall outside the ring, he was stuck to the wall with his slime. He turns his slime into a spider, with many legs emerging, and laughing, he says to Jiang, did you think you could defeat me that easily? Bushi tightens his grip on Jiang's throat, but Jiang uses the fire-red crystal on his pen to cut through the slime. Bushi's blue slime burns up immediately, leaving him stunned. Jiang tells him, I had it figured out. Bushi asks, what did you figure out? Jiang explains, last time, when we were leaving the desert in our truck, you didn't attack us with your slime. That's when I realized your slime is useless against fire. Bushi, in denial, yells, that's not true. I just didn't want to use it there. Jiang replies, no need to lie now, your slime can't withstand heat. Bushi gets nervous upon hearing this. Jiang then pulls out another page and tells him, to counter your ability, I have another weapon. He places the paper on the ground, and a large stone rises from it. Bushi, worried, quickly attacks the stone, vowing, I won't let you create any new weapons. Using his slime's tentacles, he destroys Jiang's stone, breaking it into pieces. Jiang retreats and spins his pen around him, creating a shield, trapping himself inside it. Bushi, advancing, attacks the shield with his slime's tentacles, saying, this earthen shield won't protect you. His slime enters the shield, and he threatens, if you plan to create something inside this large dome, I'll kill you here. Watching this, Teacher Martin and Hens look shocked, saying, Jiang might die like this. Even King asks, is this competition over? But Bushi continues to attack, breaking Jiang's shield. However, Jiang had secretly created a new manhole inside the shield, escaping through it and emerging from another hole on the other side. Bushi screams, how did you get there? Jiang casually replies, it's simple. I used my forging technique to dig a tunnel, moving from one spot to another. Bushi, now furious, charges at Jiang, but Jiang calmly says, I've already made my preparations. He strikes his pen on the ground, causing a large ring gate to open, trapping Bushi inside a giant dome made of earth. Bushi, now inside the dome, wonders, how did he create this large dome? I didn't see him use his pen. He then recalls that when Jiang was firing bullets earlier, he had placed his pen on the backside of his machine gun, moving in a circular motion. Inside the dome, Bushi furiously attacks the walls, shouting, you planned this all along. Jiang responds, I didn't just plan this, I've planned much more. Bushi, still inside, challenges Jiang, do you think these earth walls can stop me? Jiang replies, attacking these walls is pointless. I made them with fire-red crystals. You won't break them easily. Besides, this isn't just to stop you. There's a surprise inside for you. Bushi, turning around, sees the broken pieces of the stone behind him, with time bombs hidden inside them. Bushi becomes extremely panicked upon seeing this. Just at that moment, the bomb's timer runs out, followed by a huge explosion. All the teachers and competitors are left stunned by the sight. They can feel the power of the explosion. Meanwhile, the people sitting in the arena start discussing, did Prince lose? So easily? Did the boy from the forging class really defeat Prince? As some others are talking, they say, this boy is going to suffer a lot because Bushi is a member of the royal family. If he dies, there will definitely be punishment. At that very moment, black shadow majors appear, and the principal of Zhang's academy is also witnessing all of this. She says, this boy is even more powerful than Teacher Martin, but there's no way he could have defeated Prince so easily. The king appears deeply worried, but Sophisis reassures him, saying, there is no need to panic. None of the students are going to die. Since they are officially registered, the competition has been arranged with their safety in mind. No student will lose their life during the event. Hearing this, the king feels slightly relieved. Meanwhile, Jiang stands in the arena, confident and thinking to himself, now everyone knows that I've killed the prince. No one will dare challenge me anymore. He then turns to Sophisis and demands, announce the winner already. I've won this fight. Just then, a crack appears on the dome behind Jiang. The wall begins to break apart, and Jiang is visibly shocked, exclaiming, even after the explosion, he's still not dead. Bushi breaks through the dome wall and steps out. He has now transformed into a dragon-human hybrid, his body covered with black slime. He speaks to Jiang, you're quite strong. Because of you, I had to use my dragon form. But you've made me very angry. I've never had to use this power against someone as useless as you. This is an insult to the loyal prince. Seeing Bushi's transformation, Jiang is filled with fear. He wonders aloud, he can transform too? Who are these people? The other students in the arena are equally shocked and say, he's a dragon. Sophisis turns to the king and says, I once saw Regent transform into a dragon during battle. I think only she could do that. The king then explains, this is a special royal ability that exists only in members of the royal bloodline. It's passed down to their children as well. When a boy is born into the royal family, he is taken to the Dragon Lord and requested to merge his blood with the child's. That's how the child receives the powers of a dragon and is later able to transform into his dragon form. Sophisis asks, so that means you're also from the royal family? Can you turn into a dragon too? The king replies, yes, absolutely. I can become a dragon as well. He continues, once you take the dragon form, your skin becomes extremely tough, and your strength doubles. The special thing about this ability is that you can further amplify your power if you possess a higher boundary force. The stronger your body's force, the more powerful your abilities become. However, this ability works differently for everyone. The stronger the body, the greater the amplification of the boundary force. Sufizes is deep in thought. He wonders, can Jiang defeat Bushi, or will Bushi overpower Jiang? Then, something unexpected happens. A black slime appears. Sufizes explains, this black slime. Yalu found it inside a dragon. It's known as the black crystal. He continues, it's like a parasite. It feeds on my blood, and in return, it gives me power. The more blood it consumes, the stronger it becomes. At this point, Yalu begins to tell the backstory of how he discovered this black slime. He says, years ago, I ventured into a dragon's cave. That's where I found this slime. At that time, it was very weak. Yalu brought the slime back to his lab, where he conducted numerous experiments on it. Watching it grow fascinated him. At this point, many might be reminded of venom, right? He explains, I placed living creatures near the slime and observed. As it drank their blood, its energy surged. However, small creatures couldn't withstand its power. But when Bushi, in his dragon form, allowed the slime to consume his blood, everything changed. The slime became incredibly powerful, so much so that it multiplied Bushi's energy tenfold. As a result, Bushi grew terrifyingly strong. Yalu adds, people always claim that Magic Clash is the most powerful of all, but I disagree. I don't think even Reneish can defeat Bushi, not when he's fused with the black slime. Meanwhile, Jiang is lost in thought. If one attack isn't enough to bring him down, he thinks, then that means everything I've relied on until now won't work either. Determined, Jiang quickly unfolds a sheet of paper. From it, he pulls out a massive machine gun and begins firing at Bushi. But Bushi's body has become incredibly resilient. The bullets have no effect on him whatsoever. Bushi laughs and says, your kind of attacks won't affect me at all. My body is extremely tough. As he speaks, Bushi controls his slime and forms technical structures with it. Using these, he breaks both of Jiang's machine guns. Then, Jiang charges at him with an attack, but Bushi forms a shield in front of himself. Jiang crafts an object made of steel to fight back. However, Bushi shatters even that. He mocks Jiang, saying, your red steel is like paper in front of my black slime. Not only does he destroy Jiang's steel shield, but even as Jiang prepares a rocket launcher behind him and fires it, Bushi steps forward, raising his arm to block the incoming rocket. But what seems like a rocket is actually a trap. A slime emerges from it and sticks onto Bushi's arm. Jiang then looks at the many slimes he has released and reveals that he has planted numerous bombs all around. Bushi replies, are you done now? Should I start? But before he can act, all the surrounding bombs explode, shattering the arena and causing everything to collapse. Bushi falls into a massive cushion-like structure below. Furious, he shouts, your attacks won't work on me. Now, I will definitely kill you. Jiang jumps down after him and mocks, you fool. Look carefully, you have no idea what I've planned for you. As soon as he lands, he slams his pen into the ground. A strange tree labeled useless number appears. Eli, observing this, comments, this is the same useless number tree we brought back. Moss asks, what does Jiang intend to do with it? Jiang begins drawing a diagram of a microwave on the ground. Meanwhile, Bushi charges forward to attack, but before he can reach Jiang, the trap activates, and Bushi is caught inside a giant microwave. The microwave's walls are made of the material from the useless number tree, making them unbreakable. From the stands, the audience starts whispering, what is this big box? Is it another trap to imprison the prince again? Will this really be enough to stop him? Inside the giant oven, Bushi is consumed by rage. Are you trying to make me angry? He yells. He summons numerous slimes and attacks the walls, but nothing happens. Then, using his full magical power, he creates two powerful pinballs and throws them at the walls. He declares, even Rhaenys couldn't withstand these magical bodies, your walls won't stand a chance. But as the smoke clears, there isn't even a scratch on the walls. Jiang appears from outside and calmly states, no matter what you try, this is made from useless number. You won't be able to break it. Stunned, Bushi asks, why are you using useless number just to freeze me? Jiang replies, I told you before, I've already made all the plans to fight you. Teacher Martin watches all of this in disbelief and says, he used useless number for forging? That's incredibly intelligent. Jian tells Buri, who is standing above, that he will demonstrate how powerful his useless number really is. Buri, initially skeptical, grows increasingly frustrated as Jian continues to defend its potential. He tells Buri that with this number, one cannot build a house or start a fire. Jian challenges their assumptions, explaining that they believe it's worthless, but in reality, this useless number is the hardest material in the world. He vows to prove it today. Jian activates an electric crystal on his pan, which he touches to a microwave oven. The microwave suddenly turns on, and inside, a heated conflict begins to unfold. Buri, who is standing inside the oven, feels intense heat. He experiences a painful reaction as his black slime begins to consume his blood. Unable to withstand it, Buri begins to scream for help, fearing that the black slime will drain all his blood. Just as he cries out, the slime melts off him, and he reverts to his human form. In intense pain, he admits defeat and falls unconscious. At this moment, a mysterious symbol appears on Buri's hand, and the principal of the school steps in to save him. The children watching from the ground are left stunned by the event and question whether Buri has died. Buri's ally, Yalu, is visibly frustrated and demands that Buri counterattack immediately. However, Jian, feeling confident, remains unfazed by the situation, as he believes his power is supreme. He insists that the competition is about proving his strength, and that nobody's life is at risk. Yalu argues, referencing an earlier instance when someone tried to take his life during a competition. He urges Jian to be careful, implying that things could get out of hand. Jian, however, dismisses this concern, claiming it's just a competition and that lives are not at stake. The conversation becomes tense as they continue to debate the risks of the match. Soon, the principal, who has been secretly protecting the students, emerges from the portal, along with Buri, whose body had been severely affected by the microwave. As the principal introduces himself as the school principal, the students are surprised by his youthful appearance, despite hearing rumors of him being 200 years old. The principal explains that he didn't want to be publicly known, but the excitement of the match prompted his appearance. Jian, seeing the principal, grows anxious, unsure of whether he's aligned with the ring or not, but senses that the principal is very powerful. The principal grabs Jian's hand, lifting it as he announces that Jian, from the forging class, is the winner of the fight. The crowd erupts in cheers, celebrating Jian's victory. The competitors from other classes look on, visibly unsettled by Jian's success. Amidst the excitement, certain characters, like Maud and Eli, express their happiness. Meanwhile, Sophisa smiles faintly, and teacher Martin is seen crying tears of joy. The story captures themes of power, belief in oneself, and the unexpected triumph of the underdog. In a tense moment, Buri and Buno quickly rush downstairs, attempting to wake Bushi, while also cursing Jiang. They angrily declare that Jiang will have to pay for this. Jiang, however, looks at the queen with a sense of satisfaction, but the queen shows no interest in his victory at all. She turns her back on him. Jiang becomes deeply disturbed and asks, "Is she really not happy with my victory?" Jian, standing nearby, feels disheartened, as the principal approaches and tells him to go meet someone he's waiting for. Jiang smiles and heads towards the queen, but Yalu, still glaring at him, grows increasingly frustrated. At that moment, Martin, another teacher, approaches Yalu and says, "As a teacher, how can you speak like that about another teacher's students? All students should be the same in your eyes." Yalu responds, somewhat arrogantly, saying, "We might seem calm, but if you provoke us, we will settle the score." Just then, the principal arrives, standing behind Martin, and reminds them that teachers shouldn't fight with each other. The group of teachers gathers in front of the headmaster, and Martin says to the principal, "I haven't seen you in a long time." Meanwhile, Yalu thinks to himself, "This old man only comes when he has something to gain." The principal steps forward, looking at Yalu, and asks, "Do you think I look that old?" Yalu, startled, quickly responds, "No." The principal chuckles and says, "The black essence is very dangerous. Why did you give it to a student? Do you know that it drinks blood? If that student had lost all their blood, they could have died." Yalu, now even more anxious, says, "But I refined it, it's not as dangerous anymore." The principal then places a hand on Yalu's shoulder and says, "I want you to take that black essence back from Bushi. Do you understand what I'm saying?" Yalu, trembling, replies, "Yes, I understand." Moving on, another teacher approaches the principal and says, "You went to meet that old woman, but why are you here now? We haven't even figured out which old woman you mean." The principal laughs and says, "I came here because I missed you so much." He then turns to Martin and says, "Prepare arena again." The principal moves on and tells the cooking class teacher, "I'd like to see how your student, Nian, performs." The cooking teacher eagerly agrees. Meanwhile, Jiang goes to meet the queen, who is preparing for her flight. Jiang, excited, tells her that he's created a sword using a useless number, and it will greatly help her in battles. The queen takes the sword but turns away without saying much. Jiang, growing more anxious, tells her, "You need to be careful of Buri. I think she might turn into a dragon." The queen responds indifferently, "All right, I'll keep that in mind." Jiang, frustrated by her coldness, shouts, "Why aren't you talking to me properly? What happened to you? Why are you treating me like this?" He continues, "You could have crossed the portal on your own, yet you brought me along. Why?" The queen replies, "I've already told you this before." Jiang, insisting, asks, "Fine, but when people talk about me being useless, how do you feel? The last time Buri said it, you got angry for me. I don't understand your feelings. What do you want? What's really in your heart?" The demon queen looks at Jiang and says, "The old sorceress said that the one with the second ring will save our demon tribe, but someone told me that you are not the one." Jiang, growing frustrated, says, "How can you believe such talk? Didn't you see how I defeated Bushi?" The queen retorts, "You only defeated a small bug. Do you think you can defeat a big crocodile from the human tribe?" Then she asks, "Do you really want to know what happened when we fell from the mountain? Fine, I'll tell you. When we were falling, a stone hit your head and you passed out. I looked around at the children, and magical formations opened up in their hands, including in mine. We were all trapped in a dark room, surrounded by nothing but darkness. Everyone, including you, was unconscious. Then, someone appeared before me and told me that I didn't need to worry about you. Your boundary force was too weak to handle teleportation magic, so you passed out." She adds, "That person was none other than the Void King." Jiang, stunned, looks at her as she continues, "And along with him was the principal from our academy." The principal turns to the demon queen and says, "It's a pleasure to meet you." The demon queen, hearing this, becomes anxious and asks, "How did you know about me?" The principal, smiling, says, "Although Martin built the walls here, the magic is mine. I know exactly who comes and who goes. My power isn't just limited to this. We even met your father many times, and I was good friends with him, or rather, I should say, I was his friend. We had very different ways of thinking, and there was an issue between us that caused our separation. Since then, I haven't seen your father." The demon queen responds, "You humans are the most powerful, yet why were you friends with my father? How could you be friends with him?" The principal replies, "All these battles mostly happen under the tribe's command, some humans, some demons. To me, you all are equal. I don't see any difference between humans and demons. What you, re-seeing here is beyond anyone's control." The queen says, "I don't understand a word you, re-saying." The principal smiles and says, "You won't understand my words right now, but one day, you surely will." The demon queen then asks, "But tell me, will you allow me to undergo academy training? Will you let me do military training?" The principal looks at her and says, "Yes, why not? But you'll have to work really hard. I want to see if you can make your magic stronger by living with humans." The demon queen, staring at him, thinks, he knows I am a demon, but still, he's not doing anything about it. That means, he's hiding something too. He's not human either, he's something else. The queen says, "I thought I could fight you, but after talking with you, I feel like I am just an ant in front of you, nothing more than that." Jiang, feeling nervous, says to the demon queen, "Does the principal know who I really am?" The queen responds, "Yes, he knows exactly who you are. And now you see, after just one victory, how much difference you felt in your position. You are nothing but a bug in front of him, someone with immense power." Jiang goes silent, listening to her. The queen continues, "I need to win this competition to escape this trap. I have no other choice. I know I can't fight him, but you can do what you need to do. You are not my responsibility, and I'm not yours." With that, the queen walks away, leaving Jiang standing still. In the next scene, Sophisas announces the second round. He calls out the competitors. First, the boy from the magic class, named Mosh, enters riding a large bill. Then, from the cooking class, Nyanya arrives. Teacher A.C. says to Drona, "My student will easily defeat this cooking class student." Drona gestures towards Yalu and says, "There's no need for showing off. Soon, you'll be in the same situation as him." With that, the two begin to fight. Meanwhile, Aisha watches and thinks, "Mosh always looks like a rookie, but he's the strongest specialist in our class. He has magical techniques that the others don't. I don't think he'll lose to the cooking class guy." The battle begins. Nyanya conjures a frying pan from his magical powers, while Mosh instructs his bill to attack quickly. Mosh flies into the air, leaving the bill on the ground. It is said that Mosh uses light magic, which is his specialty. After Mosh flies up, he attacks Nyanya. Nyanya throws his frying pan at him, but the bill swats it back with its tail. As Nyanya catches the frying pan, the bill leaps towards him, scratching his body. However, the claws don't penetrate. The bill says, "Your body is incredibly hard, you don't look like a chef at all." At that moment, Nyanya attacks with a fork, but the bill leaps backward. The big bill asks Mosh, "Have you absorbed the sunlight?" Mosh replies, "Just give me a little more time." He clasps his hands, and a formation opens behind him. He starts absorbing the sunlight, and lines glow on his face. He tells the bill, "It's noon, and the sun is directly above us. My magical power increases drastically in this light." As Mosh and the bill's eyes start to glow, the ground becomes bathed in light, making it impossible to see anything. But once the light fades, the bill is revealed standing on its two legs, transformed into a massive, muscular bodybuilder. It looks at Nyanya and says, "I don't know how you trained your body, but it's incredibly tough. But in this form, you won't be able to defeat me."